Alright, so we're going to be picking up where we left off in RimWorld, which is we left off where Cassy has been doing their absolute dangdest to finish us off. Has been completely unrelenting, completely unwilling to work with us. Let me get the queue open. So if we look at it, everything in the colony looks mostly fine. We got our menagerie. There's a couple fewer things in here. We had a lot of mood breaks we were dealing with. And some of the entities did not survive those mood breaks. We're dealing with a low psychic drone off on a remote location. Hey, CapCut, how's it going? But we're dealing with a low psychic drone kind of off to the side here. Give it just a moment to load up the map. Now we got this low psychic drone just over here. Our colony's there, which does unfortunately mean we would have to cross over the mountains and down. So it's about a 4-day trip. And that's hurting us, because that's giving everyone a mood penalty. And then we've got the elephant in the room, which is this nonsense down here. We have literally got our entrance completely solid with a flesh mass. I'm doing pretty good, thank you for asking. And we got pretty pictures on their 50 stream streak, 50 stream streak, an extra 450 points, so thank you so much for lurking pretty pictures, I do appreciate that. And the catch is I got to research 3 of those nerve clusters, which are on the other side of all this garbage. I've done 1, and I have not been able to push through this because of all of these acid spitters. They're not killing us, they're just chipping away at us, which does force me to back off after a while. And I'll make a little bit of forward momentum, kill 1 or 2 of those, and then Cassandra will come in and cause us grief again. She dropped a mech raid here. She hit us with the low psychic drone. We just got through a metal horror. And can you just leave that stuff so that no raids will ever come in? No, so when RimWorld has the raid thing that's going to happen, if you block off so they can't get in, what the game will do is say, okay, can't walk them in.
Thank you, Pretty Pictures, for subscribing for 18 months.
Thank you, Pretty Pictures, for the Prime Gaming sub. That's 18 months you've been subbed to the channel. That's a year and a half, so thank you so much for that continued support. I really do appreciate it. And that is, that is heckin' wonderful. So thanks so much for the continued support, and I hope you enjoy your advertising free viewing as well as access to the emote. Wonder what will happen if Bannerlord also does a big cooking 1.3? Year and a half? Year and a half. Time hurts. Time hurts. But, so the problem is when RimWorld will basically go through and it says, okay, it's time for a bad thing to happen. And so a bad thing is triggered. And it'll go, okay, of the bad things, what can I do? And if it sits there and says, okay, I'm supposed to raid with 100 tribe, like if I'm supposed to do a raid, oh wait, I can't reach the edge of the map, it'll just not do that event, and it'll instead be like, okay, drop a mech cluster. You can actually people have done it where you can take up the entire border of the map so they can't spawn stuff in. And all that happens, you just get mech cluster after mech cluster after mech cluster, or drop pod after drop pod after drop pod. You're getting the raids. They're happening. It'll just change what kind of raids you get. And I'd rather they walk in from the edge of map than this. So what I'm doing right now is they're basically waiting for people to recover from the last fight we had. And then once everyone's recovered from the last fight we've had, what we're going to do from there is try and fight our way in. Oh, good. An acid scar. Cool. Combat supplier. Oh, it's a ship, I was about to say. Because we've had the combat supplier trade caravan show up in this tiny little box, and it dies in under 10 seconds because of all the acid spitters literally hitting the entire group per every single shot. Cool. So Jaywalker is finally out. They have recovered 1 of their 2 torso scars. I'm not going to be putting anyone in there right now. I need all hands on deck to deal with this nonsense. Let's see here. So I was trying to think of things I could do to help my cause. And one of the things that came to mind is I might be able to abuse some biotech stuff. If I can get in here, did we get the no sleep? I can't remember. I think I tried to trade for the no sleep, but I didn't. Never sleep. So if I can get the never sleep in here, that could potentially help a great deal. because with the never sleep, that takes a whole need off of. The downside is every time I do that, I'm knocking down a pawn for like 2 days, and I don't think I can really get away with that. But, so some of my thoughts of how we can deal with this is there was talk about trying to use the barricades to, like, block off an area, block off an area, block off an area kind of thing. And I'm thinking what I'm going to try to do is start going zone, dumping stockpile down here. Storage, clear, critical, granite blocks. And I'm going to try to position some granite blocks down here. And when our construction bot has a good amount of power, we'll start our push. I'll zone the construction bot to stay down here. And instead, I'm going to use this like a tunnel. That I'm going to tunnel the barricades in to try and get it so I can run down to this area quickly. And then have like one of the melee fight around here. That's going to take some work. It's going to be slow. But the idea is I can keep the others fighting per normal to try and push through it the traditional way. And just let the construction bot just slowly make a barricade to operate as a walking path. Now, the downside is while I'm on that path, I can't shoot. But with the melee, I can just have it go to wherever I need to. They start poking the wall wherever, and once they open up a little pocket, then my people can shoot on it. Why are you not... Alright, 1 second. Okay, zone. Oh, I see the problem. It's because this little spot here is an area 1. They're going around for it. Luckily, you didn't get hit. You drew the fire and you just managed to get out of its way. Alright, we've almost got our last couple people healed, and then we'll be ready to go. Okay, that's basically my plan. And the important first step of that plan is going to be getting the granite blocks down here. I don't have granite blocks down here. You know what? Forget the granite blocks. You're going to be sandstone. I've got plenty of sandstone. I don't really need them for anything. So I can get them to haul the sandstone down here. I need at least a stack or 2 down here before we make our move. Then we can work on that. That'll probably be best anyways. Because doing it this way, we will, yeah, doing it this way, we could save the granite for our actual defenses, and for barricades that are really only meant as effectively a I don't want the thing to be there. How are you doing on energy? You still have a blot. Alright, JD, how much longer do you have to recover? Okay, so you're mostly healed. Kid and Karma. You got your eye mangled. You're actually... Kid and Karma's not going along with this next fight. They're still very hurt. Yeah, so everyone but Kid and Karma is in good shape. So let's drag Kid and Karma all the way off to the right. Keep them out of this next go of it. Alright, so here's the plan. You. Start punching. And then the rest of you... get ready to follow up. And zone, we're going to make a brand new zone. Manage zone. We can build it. Alright, so expand. The we can build it zone is going to include our stockpile, because we'll need to be able to access the bricks. And then all of this down here. I am going to have to do the thing where I toggle that back and forth again and again. But that'll be what it is. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and go to our mechs. And construction. We can build it. Alright, so security, sandstone. Major break risk. Why are you on a major break risk? Are you starving? Just low psychic drone, basically. This is the issue, is I have a bunch of stuff I can't really get away, you know, get rid of, so we kind of just have to accept. Alright. When are you going to be in range of the spitter? Shortly. Surprised you're still repairing and not going down here and dealing with this. Alright, start moving everyone else in here to provide support. Thank you for missing, I appreciate that. It makes my life easier when I don't have to constantly patch everyone up again and again. I don't know why they're missing one after the other shot, but I'm going to take it. Alright, let's back you off. In range team, it's time for you to open fire. We're trying to clear up as much of an area as we can. All right. Okay, they're all down. Go back to firing. Now, meanwhile, security. Sandstone. All right. Here's the next wave. There's nothing you can do to help you. You just have all these mood penalties, and like this is permanent. This is like this is gonna be here for like basically permanent, long time. Not really matter. Insulted's got a little while. Yeah, so like all of these, they're just stuck. All right. And we're slowly destroying our own walls, which is not what I want, but it is what's happening. Honestly, get out of here, because when you have your break, I don't want you wandering around in the acid spit. Alright. And we'll keep telling it to cut down this way. How are we doing on our injuries? No one's bleeding at all, so that's good. Never mind, we do have one bleeding finally. That is okay. Alright, the mech did take a hit. Alright, now the moment that things start to get messy. So you start running in here. You're about to take a whole lot of acid spit, so there is your armor. Nothing important got hit. Hands and feet and all that, so that's good news. You're about to have a break because you're hungry and tired, so get out. Kalari is about to have a break because you're hungry and tired, get out. Hey, the Ints, thank you so much for the raid. I really do hope you had yourself a good stream, and thank you so much for everyone that popping in. Welcome in, raiders. We are dealing with bad times, is what we're doing. Alright, so you get back in here. So 2 melee people still here. You get kind of to the point. All the range we still got here. Doing all that. Let's spread out a bunch so that hopefully when it starts spitting acid at us again, like that, we don't take any more injury than we need to. The hope is to carve our way over to that and kill some of those acid spitters, and meanwhile just give the construction drone all the time we can to build whatever tiles it can. Yeah. So uncheck you, uncheck you, uncheck you. Toggle that. The good news is those things aren't particularly strong. Only a couple minor bleeds, so we're okay for now. Keep drilling. Do you have any mortars? No, they killed the mortars. We ran them out of barrels, trying to fight it. And then after that, they did kill it. Okay, so after this flash mass response, I should be able to deal with that first acid spitter. All right. Okay, move up. Let's check. All of them are currently on cooldown, so let's move up real fast. We need to be quick about this. And then spread out as you do. So again, not get all hit in one time. Kill it. And you two melee, just stay here. That's one spitter down. I probably should be backing off. I'm going to try and keep the pressure up and get the second one. I don't think we're going to get more than that. I'll try, but that is not what I wanted to see. I don't know where that thing was. Alright, we're too late.
Rual, I have achieved the state of FUD.
Congratulations on getting your food. So Nihai Lord is downed by getting hit with acid. So we're going to rescue Nihai Lord. We're going to take Otan. You're in relatively good shape. Alright. So what you're going to do is, Otan, we're going to take you off a restriction so that you can grab this gun and haul it back. And everyone is now on retreat. We did take out one of the acid spitters. We are making progress towards getting this path done. You can see how rapidly this grows in to fill the gap. Oh, come on. Just stop it. I need to be able to get through this. All right. Yeah, no, we made progress. We killed another one. It did spawn another one, which is obnoxious, but that's okay. We are slowly making this happen. The more of this I get built, the more I'm going to be able to skip ahead in our trek over here. But as you can see, it's real slow boating on the building. That's not what I want. Can you arrest them? That's not what I wanted either. I didn't really want you to hit them. Will you go down easy? No? No, actually, you'll go down really difficultly. I don't want to kill Craven Horde. Okay. We managed to knock them without killing them, so that's good news. Alright. This low psychic drone is absolutely killing us. Oh, hey, don't run away. Just has to be the doctors fighting? Oh yeah, only. It's only ever like the doctors fighting and that type of stuff. All right. And everyone's getting their medical treatment because they do have a lot of doctors. So they're doing their best. They'll probably get an infection or two because one of the downsides of this is it's always incredibly gross. So there's all that. Construct bot, don't fail. Come on, man. I'm already making you do some really rough stuff. The last thing you need to do is make it harder on yourself by not succeeding. Okay. We'll be down to the last couple soon. This will also make it harder for the flesh mass to get around. That said, that was a really solid push. We got a lot of progress in there, so that's good news. Weirdly, this is growing almost along where I was trying to do the track there. All right. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, it's gonna fill in and push those out here. A rhinoceros has self-tamed. A rhinoceros has gotten absolutely murdered. That low psychic drone, minus 17, is so hard to combat. Like, early game, there's stuff you can do, where you just pop one drug, it's like, okay, we're gonna, ride this out. But when you have supreme expectations, it's so hard to ride out really bad mood debuffs for more in a little while. Disease, infection, not super surprised about that. Why are you downed? Why are you downed? What changed that you were okay? Because you're not high or anything right now. Did you already get your... Why can I not choose to... Oh, you're not the one assigned to doctoring. Oh, right, here we go. So Kalaria's star is on it. Kalaria can probably handle it at this point. As long as someone's doing it. That's all the big things. I want to make sure someone is actually treating people. Alright, that's already got someone reserved on it. That's fine. Okay. Bot's likely getting stuck. I mean, there's a good chance that'll happen. Pretty soon I'll have to have the bot back off to recharge. To get ready for the next round. But I'm kind of hoping to get as much of this done as possible before that happens. So your gun should be up here somewhere. And yours. And when Alyssa gets up, their gun's in the door. Right, because you also developed an addiction while this is all going on. So... Here. Go take the Mind Numb. Because... minus 35 with all this going on, the only way you're getting through anything is through Mind Numb. I wonder if you could actually realistically get the Mind Numb producing at a sufficient rate. No, I don't think you could. 30 is a really high amount per dose, and needing to do a dose that's, what, every 2 days or whatever? Okay. That's not what I want. When you go down here, that hopefully I don't need to send people back. Go get it. Alright, so you deal with that. How is our infection going? Solid. Alright. So we made some progress. I've got this part of it done. No more dangerous ones there. You haven't spawned any new spitters yet. We can go here, orders, unforbid, go to our schedule. You're back in area 1, so you don't run over here and try and grab these corpses and get absolutely murdered. Okay. Yeah, so I'm just trying to give myself effectively a road. That could even be a thing long-term, is once we clear this, build like an actual sandstone path down here with barricades on the other side and just like worm it the way down here. Let's see. What does this have flesh be like? What? Yeah, I'm gonna time out that message just for a second. Phil, just to get rid of it. I try and keep the, individuals in politics and political parties and all that out of the channel, because no matter, that's not, wait, you're not supposed to be banned. Hang on, that was a mistake. Whoops. It was supposed to be a timeout. Oh, you know what? I bet you because it was a timeout with no time on it. So even though I did like 01, it probably read as 0 and defaulted to a ban. Yeah, that was unintentional ban. But I try and keep like political parties and that kind of stuff out of chat kind of thing, just because inevitably a whole bunch of people get all up in arms because, all that. What is that, ground? That is not a ground, that is a wall. Basically, this is one of the anomaly events, but because of the unique style of this map having only one entrance that appeared outside here, it is gummed up the entire thing. So normally this event is not this bad. I've beaten this event good 8 or 9 times in the past. but this confined space is making it a uniquely difficult challenge. Okay, so you're back up and you're playing chess. Go grab... Your gun was here. Where did your gun go? Oh, probably when I allowed it for everyone, it went back up here. That's fine. Go grab it again. Why are you running? What are you running from? How did... Okay. That's actually dangerous. Let's run away from that real fast. Okay, got a moment, so let's... Why are you fighting? There we go. Get all but you down here. I need you to go grab your gun. I'm sorry I interrupted you. Alright, we managed to jump on that before it managed to hurt anyone. So that's good news. Unselect... Yeah, listen so I can... Actually, here. We'll do this, re-trigger you for you to grab your weapon, and give them just a second to rearm. And everyone should be good now, I believe. How is your battery? You still have a decent amount of energy left. We're going to push our luck and have it go down and do more building on this round. We're going to go back out and try and do that. The plan is to try and exploit the way I've been dealing with this. So as soon as the ghoul eats, we're going to have the ghoul start clearing along this path down here again and make another push to try and get these spitters out of here. And that's what I'm trying to do, is basically make ourselves a highway in through the middle of it. Yeah, no, the anomalies won't fight each other normally. I think the sphere will, specifically, but I think it is the one exception, if you will. Mechs, construction, put you back and we can build it. It grew so fast, it locked Khan right in. That's fine. Melee this, melee that, get to work. This is only bad because none of my people can move to do anything. I guess for all of you, drop back up here. Don't block Draconic in. Kid and Karma, you're supposed to retreat. Alright, so this isn't gonna work. Get everyone down here. The ones retreating are getting blocked in, unfortunately. Yeah, this is over. Draconic's just gonna have to leave. Stop hitting the mech. Okay. So new plan, Craven, you're already out of here. So this one is a complete failure of a push. You also get out of here. So let's grab you. How are you doing? Yeah, it's just the fact that we went in there at the exact same time it grew out, it kind of trapped us in here. Kit and Karma, go ahead and get out of here with your stuns and all that. So it kind of forced us to fight, you know, a couple at a time kind of thing. I still want to push. Cookie. I do hate that I have to deal with this so much. I understand it's the way it is. I don't actually have a better strategy in how this should work. But the fact that, like, with this kind of stuff, I have to, like, zone on zone, zone on zone, zone on zone, it gets so tiresome so fast. Alright, so Construction Bot is back at it. No, it's not. You're supposed to be repairing. I literally told you to prioritize repair. Okay, so there's Cookie. Eat your meal real fast so you're not angry. The bot's gonna get back to what it was doing. Get you back in here. Alright, so... set and unset them again. I mean, by the time this thing's over, we're gonna be maxed like all of our combat skills on everyone. Okay. So go back to shooting. Alright. Just a bunch of scratches and all that. So ideally, we would push down into these and get rid of more of them. Alright. I'm so tired of the acid spitters all the time. Go rescue them. It's partly annoying because that particular person is a wimp, so I take like one good hit, and that's all it takes to get him out of here. We're gonna keep the others involved. Go bait the spits. It's growing again, so never mind.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Alright, one moment, I'll get that stuff in just a second. I want to position everyone and start trying to push this back before we lose our ground again. Are you not going to keep shooting? Oh no, you're good. Like, no one ever has to apologize for showing up, you know, after stream start, all that kind of stuff. Alright, it's trying to grow again, so let's try and get ahead of it. Come on, leave the construction bot alone. Alright. Let's move you here, move you here. Try and give you a little bit of spread here real fast. Alright, you took a solid hit. Just limbs, so we're okay for now. Try and push that back in. Does fire not spread over flesh? No, not really. You're overdosing? Why are you overdosing? Why are you even taking Why are you... Why is any of that happening? What? Why are you overdosing? Like, you weren't on a binge or anything. You just decided to just slap some yayo. Alright. Okay. But yeah, the fire doesn't spread particularly well. And one of the other dangers with the fire is if I light it on fire and I have to back off, we still get the flesh mass responses. And that can catch you off guard where like you're dealing with stuff and then suddenly flesh mass response. And now you've got like an attack going from another direction. Alright, still just arms and limbs and that kind of stuff. I presume mortars wouldn't do much either? No, we started with mortars and they were, like, to say they were ineffective would be really understating it. Alright, so you need to go patch yourself up. You need to patch yourself up. You need to patch yourself up. You need to patch yourself up. This is... Alright, we're in full-on retreat. Too many people are hungry. Get out. Schedule, Area 1, Area 1. Yeah, everyone's on the brink of having mood breaks and all that, so they have to back off. It's not even this that's the problem. It's a psychic drone. It's one of those ones that's like off location is the big issue. What are you doing right now? Oh, there's like one of the spikers or whatever. But Entity Slayer, that's fine. Hey, go kill that. Alright, meanwhile, Mech, get back under your normal restrictions. You need to recharge anyways. Hey, Chunky Funky. How's it going? Let's see. Building this path is working through. Is working, though. Very slowly. Very, very slowly. Alright. The problem is, can I keep, like, will we have a meltdown that will finish it? Is this the new DLC? Yeah. But welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Chunky Punky, and all good stuff. Yeah, I think sectioning off areas and pushing them back would do well. There's really not much I could do to sectioning it off. I'm trying to basically make a road into the middle of this, so that instead of having to carve my way through all of it again and again, I can just follow the road through. Because if I do a thing, I need to fully enclose this, and then fully enclose this, and then fully, like, that's just going to take a lot of time. We're just trying our best with what we got. Build fences? I mean, fences would serve the same purpose. The barricades do get hit by random splotches of acid. I worry the fences would just get destroyed way too fast. Yeah, no, I get that they're faster to build, but like I said, we're getting hit from 6 acid spitters. So once we get into this area, I figure fences would just get destroyed way too fast. If a pawn built as well, it would be faster, but then that's less firearms trying to hold the flesh responses and all that back. I feel like all these are potential ideas. I'm just trying to make basically a highway down to this area. Good mortar spitters. We tried with 2 mortars and destroyed both barrels and did a whopping literal 0 damage to the spitters because they're just not accurate. Like, mortars are just not accurate enough to land the hits. Like, I used to have 2 mortars here in a room full of mortars, and we broke both their barrels, and then an acid spit destroyed the entire room because it hit the mortars and blew them all up inside the room. It's the psychic drone that's killing us. Like, the psychic drone is down here and popped after this started, and I can't caravan out to it. And then we lost our chem fuel when the room exploded. So I am working on getting a pod up and ready, but I've got one boomlope trying to fund the entire fuel operation. And I've been really struggling to get components and all that to keep our armor and everything else going. And so it's just kind of been one thing after the other. To be clear, since it started, we've had the Metal Horror, we've had a defoliator ship with legionnaires and all that kind of stuff. I'm at over 400,000 colony wealth. We're very end game on our wealth. Like, normally I'd have the ship launched by now. Can you not craft fuel? I need components to build the thing, and I've only recently got the components. But I'm also trying to use those components for other things too. And then I also have to have enough components and all that to ship the, to launch there, deal with the thing, and then launch back as well. So it's just been that whole thing. And I've also been losing progress on that because I keep having to hospitalize all my people because I'm constantly fighting. That's kind of the problem, is I've got a bunch of stacking problems. So it's the combination of issues that's the real problem. Like, food-wise, we're fine. Like, I can afford to make the fuel. Please don't go down here. Where are you going? You can run around the entire base. Don't run to the one place that is dangerous. Literally, you can run anywhere. And, like, it'd be nice if I could keep the wall from growing back, but whoever stays to pick at it, whenever it does the response, is likely to die, because they'll just get overwhelmed by, you know, the 10 enemies that pop out. Like, even that's even half of the goal. We tried that a couple times, and that didn't work out. Alright. How are you doing on your fuel? Okay. Production. So the biofuel, so that's 3 components. Stop having major break risks. I'm going to shove it in here because I don't have another place for it. Food binge. We're also, again, because we're super late game, we have supreme expectations. Okay, so you are out of plasteel to pull up there. So let's reinstall you somewhere else. We've got steel, we've got steel, we've got steel, steel, silver. You've already got one on the gold over there. Our steel is more than fine. But I really don't want to put it inside my building right now. Like, I don't mind dealing with a hive infestation or whatever out in the open somewhere. Yeah, I can plug you back over there. But yeah, supreme expectations if we look at our people. Oh, you're only at sky high. Which is interesting that they're at Sky High and not Supreme now. But yeah, so Supreme Expectations is a permanent -12. We've got people who have drug fascinations, so I have to keep having them take drugs constantly. That's otherwise another 12. Then we have the Low Psychic Drone, which is a -17 on those affected. And so, like, just the -17 plus the -12 perpetually is -29 with, like, no natural perks that I have to deal with, like, rooms and all that. It's a lot to counter. And then, unfortunately, we've had a couple people get drug addictions from dealing with those, that now I'm trying to figure out those drug addictions as well, because if I leave those unmanaged, it's a -35. And it's just like, oh my god. And you can't make enough mind numb to ride that out either. That's just way too much of a negative penalty. Or sorry, you just need way too much mind numb because of sheer number of people. Okay, and you are back up, so grab your gun. Sure. Hey, be susceptible to toxic fallout if you don't mind. Alright. Oh, it's not going to be, for the record. None of these are going to be vulnerable. Like, the regular bugs that walk around, like the flesh beasts that walk around are, but the others won't be. Is it your pawn? Was that a Go Frenzy? And Mystic is a Go Juice Frenzy for a second? Yeah. That's the reason I was surprised about the one overdosing themselves. Because they weren't on a psychic binge or anything like that. They just, for whatever reason, when it hits them, yayo. That's actually one reasons normally in my colonies I don't keep drugs around, is because addiction is really awful in this game. Like, addiction really is a terrible time. Alright. And don't allow sowing in the fields for right now. Turn that off for the time being. I'm trying to turn off the stuff that's going to have people standing outside for a long time. I'm okay with them running back and forth because just for practicality reasons, I'm going to need that. I just don't want them doing the thing where they stand in the toxic fallout. We got masks on and all that, so we actually got a pretty high tolerance to toxic buildup. So I'm not super worried about it. Con right here might have a problem. Let's walk you in the building and leave you wandering inside the building. Here, you can stand in the freezer if you don't mind. Alright, the construction bot is recharging, which is what I figured it was going to do. Alright. Put some beds over there. Get rid of these ones. That way the animals don't die in the toxic fallout if we can help it. Hey, Cerisa Mage, how's it going? Then we'll get a bunch of these animals back here, their problem. There's a smart move when it's gross outside to stick the Canadian in the freezer out of my own habitat. Yeah, I mostly stuck them in there because that's where their food is. Is we got a ton of colonists idle because all the crops are dying in the toxic buildup. And are effectively just riding out the toxic thing, because I definitely don't want to be out here fighting in this. Alright, new requirement. You stay indoors. Alright. It'll be nice when I can actually make a move down there again. More than like we're gonna lose a lot of our animals to starvation. Of course. Go down there and deal with that. Okay. Almost always you let your ghoul drafted. It works better. I mean, the big thing is then the ghoul won't eat on their own when they're drafted. And I've already had more than once where I've lost a ghoul to it going hostile because I let it go too long without food. It is one of those things I wish there's a little bit more you could do with the ghoul, like be able to tell it, hey, go kill wild animals when you're hungry, knowing that it could, you know, go pick a fight with a bear or something. Orbital bombardment beacon would be nice. Come on, finish it. What are you doing? Just finish it. There you go. Alright. You can solo a Megasloth with a pimped ghoul? You can, but also, sometimes RNG just gets you. I've definitely had stuff that has no business losing a fight. Stuff like panthers losing against guinea pigs and all that kind of stuff. Because it is a roll of the dice every single time. When you do the solo, there is always that risk that just the dice roll against you. It does happen. But yeah, no, ghouls are tough. There's a reason I keep sending the ghoul to deal with the stuff that gets through by itself. I'm fairly confident I don't have to worry about it. Yeah, and a whole bunch of people. That low psychic drone of 17 is really just rough. Alright, you're close to recovered. Yours recovered as you're gonna get right now. Alright. Stop appearing up here. Oh, you're urgently hungry. Go eat. Go. I see. Go eat, then go deal with the stuff down there. Yeah, I did notice that as well. The downside is if I do leave, for example, those barricades with like only one health built, they do have a tendency to break really fast. If you have stuff, it's like when you have a mortar, like a mortar raid showing up. If you tag the mortar right as it begins building, you can kill it instantly, just about. So I'm trying to be gradual and meticulous on this. Just because I don't want to get this down here and that takes a hit and then go and have to do it again, that takes a hit and then go and have to do it again. I want to try and build it up as best I can to be just ready. Because I'm sure there's probably something where I could put like bed spots or something. Probably not the bed spots. They've done a lot to nerf abusing those. But there's probably something I could build that has like 10 health that I could just sit there and toss up and very, very rapidly to effectively attrition it down. I also don't want to like just cheese it kind of thing. Just pop that to be safe. Alright, I need you to be out of the toxic fallout for a bit. Right now, I'm just waiting for the toxic buildup to go away. Or the toxic fallout to go away, before I start pushing in that. Because as we're in the toxic buildup, we'll slowly take penalties on our combat effectiveness, and we'll begin to risk all sorts of health things like dementia and cancer and all that. So I definitely don't want to go there. Oh good, they did build this. Bills. Make chem fuel from organics. Do until you have, let's say 200. Alright, we should have enough components to send as well. So once we get a little bit of chem fuel, actually we have enough chem fuel. Alright, so load. Okay. We need to send 110 steel over at least. I'm going to play it safe. I'm going to send 4 components. That's 2 more than I should need. I'm going to send 5. I'm really worried about someone just botching the construction like 4 times in a row over there and really screwing themselves. And we'll say 250. That's too much. We'll say 200. I probably can't go that 150 because I got to watch that mass requirement. Sorry, my mods command is not actually up to date yet. So I gotta fix that. No Good Nick is a construction person, so we can't send all of that. Don't make me do the exact amount. My luck is this will be the one time they botch the construction. It's interesting that says caravan mass versus mass. Okay, and chem fuel as much as you can load up. All of it. Okay. So 1 more component and all the steel. Except. The caravan will be immobile if you launch to an empty tile. Continue anyways. Yes. I need you to get in there real fast. Because this will let us deal with the psychic drone finally. Yeah, no, I can if I rebuild the drop pod. Are you not getting in the drop pod? Okay. Alright. If it goes completely terrible, you can just send in our drop pod. Yeah. Alright, so this is a pollution tile. Drop on the edge. Get another queued up. Zoom in. Alright. Good, so no my fear was that we're gonna end up with a situation... where are you? Oh, you haven't dropped in yet. I said the edge of the map. How do you find literally the exact center, almost, the edge of the map? It's fine. Everything's okay. But also, it's definitely not the edge of the map. And pollution-wise... Alright, so we got a spot up here that I can build the replacement. So while you're doing that, we're going to go here. Misc, drop pod, shove it in the corner over there. Here, stand in the door to do this. I believe the doorway isn't in pollution. Yeah, the doorway doesn't have pollution, so I got a tiny little bastion in the pollution right there, so we're not getting more toxic buildup than we need. Alright. And we only have 1 day to build the pod, load it up, and get back out. Otherwise, we walk off the map and just go to a different tile and send another pod to get Nick back. How are you missing all the way up there? Oh yeah, the only danger is if you get unlucky and has a proximity sensor over the whole area, or if it's one like, pretend that's not open back there, like this is like a little hole. Sometimes you have it back here and the proximity sensor will be such that you have to go through. There are times where you can't sneak behind it. Most of the time you can. I'd say it's like 1 out of 15 times or something that you can't. Like it's pretty low odds. Alright, so with that, prioritize working on the launcher. Do I have any berries or something? No, not really. The whole map is pollution, so that was a mistake on my part. We can probably get this built and get out of here though before that becomes a problem. If it is the EMP, the one that turns off your power, that does explode and cause problems there. Come on. Because you're running out of time fast before that thing wakes up. Consume a package. Oh, there is a package meal in there. You must have gone for that when I went to hit something else. Refueling the pod. Load the pod. Just Nick. Let's just get out of here. You're already in the pod? Excellent. Yeah, that was the big one to deal with. Now I'm not on such a time limit on dealing with all this stuff. Alright, so we finally got the fuel. And we got that sorted. That's one disaster dealt with. And I can't make mortars because I don't have any barrels. So now we're just waiting out the toxic fallout. Once the toxic fallout's dealt with, we're going to get back on our push. The big thing is at least now I won't be dealing with people melting down every 30 seconds. Randall Thor, why do you keep overdosing? What is happening with me? What's happening with you that you are slamming that crap left and right? You're just flat out cut off. All right. New assignments. So I don't want it to be literally no drugs. Let's go drug policies, social drugs. No more Yaya, no more Flake, no more Go Juice, no more Wake Up, no Luciferum. But that's for just the addictions. For that, that's fine. For recreation, just those. I need to not be dealing with you trying to kill yourself with overdose again and again. Let's see. 7 diseases have gotten sick with the flu. The following colonists have gotten sick. Oh. Flu gets past this? Flu does get past this. Okay. All doctors, it's time to get busy. Valheim got a major got an update a few days ago. Was it a big update or was it just an update? Like, are we talking massive new increases in content or just an update in general? Ashlands? Okay, that's a big update. I still haven't gone back to... Is it worth considering digging a tunnel to spot deeper in the flesh rather than path through it? No, only because it'll take me a long time to do that and it'll push... I mean, I could potentially try doing that, but it is a thing wherever I pop out, we're just going to get Death Starred right here on this. Oh, well, you're... Please tell me it... Where are you? So it's saying they're going to show up and all that. Yeah, so the problem is, when I fail to help them, that's going to be a -8 mood penalty for, I believe, 7 or 8 days. Because of a guilty ideology. You go to bed, a different doctor take over. I need you to not die because you're not getting treatment because you're busy trying to help everyone by yourself. Alright. The good news is, at this phase of the game, like, our doctors are extremely experienced in dealing with this. So I could just short of completely ignore it. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, he fixed the minus... What wasn't minus 13? It's minus 17%. That was the reason I was like, this is so awful. So we got rid of the minus 17 and we inherited a minus 8. So progress is progress. Yeah, exactly. Like 3 people were like, I see you fixed the minus 17. What if, hear me out, I gave you a minus 8? Because screw you. Now, it hasn't taken effect yet, but I can't do anything about it. It's interesting that, like, I can't target or anything. So I'm gonna fail that by default. I think they tried to spawn on the map and they couldn't spawn, so the game just goes, I don't know what to do with that. So because they couldn't spawn on the map, they just don't exist. So even if I was gonna do something like really ridiculous, like try and push to the edge of the map to give them the medicine, I couldn't even make that silly of a decision. Could be in Mountain Pocket Mate? No, they're not here. If you look at the quest, I would normally have a thing, let's see. You'd have normally where you could click on a person down there, where you could like jump to their location kind of thing, and it's just not even present. Alright. Go in here and eat. And then once you've eaten, we restrict you to being indoors again. Because the ghoul is just standing around in the pollution, getting toxic buildup. Darkness does have some outside locations, but it'll mostly keep him indoors. Lock him in the freezer. If I lock him in... Well, I mean, if I make an area for him in the freezer, that's fine. If I were to lock the freezer, it'd screw everyone because they wouldn't be able to get food. Medical attention needed because... Why are you working? High Lord, let's look at your priorities. I understand. We're dealing with this again. Yeah, because I switched their priorities a while back and I got stuff I got to clean up. Alright, so you are winning against yours. You're hauling materials. Alright. Yeah, so green is toxic buildup. Yellow's the flu. Major break risk on you because psychic withdrawal. Which is just something they're gonna deal with. Do we have more mind numb? Not yet. I probably don't have... Yeah, I don't have enough of the Nutramine or whatever to make more. In the future, what we're gonna do here... start keeping like 20 mind numb on hand. It doesn't help me now. We already used it to keep illicit from their last break, but that drug withdrawal is gonna be a booger. And I don't think I could stand having them just sit there downing the drugs forever. Schedule. Darkness policy, everyone go inside. Even with the mask, they are starting to get built up more, and I'm okay with. Because moderate's too... Oh, that is... I let that go way too long. Yeah, between your withdrawal and that, you're not doing anything. We're probably going to be facing some real serious break risks going on here. Because we're all just going to be tired of being trapped indoors. But... I'm sorry. This should die in a toxic buildup. Just saying. It's a giant wad of exposed flesh. Not necessarily, like, kill the event or whatever, but have, like, little punctures happening. Yep, so charity refused, leaving empty-handed. Beggars not helped, -8. Excellent. That is going to really help our cause. Medical needed, treatment needed on Groots. Go to bed. You have the flu. Yeah, no, it's the drug withdrawals that happened because people trying to manage their mood breaks and all that when we were dealing with the psychic drone, we had addictions occur. As much as I want the orbital targeting beacon, I don't want to stand out in the toxic fallout to try and build that. Alright, you're at 38%. Go to bed. Get one of our doctors in here helping. One second. Probably going to be one of our revenants. Even if it is a revenant, I'm not super worried about it. Get the uranium out of there. Alright. It is one of the revenants. All hands on deck. This will be no biggie. Alright, time to play a little bit catch up. Alright. Probably want to exclude everyone super slow? No real reason. It's not going anywhere. Revenants haven't been a big deal for me for a long time. Do you have anything to research an anomaly anymore? No. I've been low-key tempted to also try and just trigger, like, I think we're one thing from the end. Yeah. I've been low-key tempted to just hit that again. It would give us most likely it would give us one of the, if we look at the, one second, what's that? Revenant Reformed, that's fine. Do not study it. I don't need any research, so get it out of here. I've been low-key tempted to just trigger this again, because it could make the Blood Rain. That would be a nothing. A Devourer, I think, would just get stuck on the edge of the map, and I could just completely ignore it. The Obelisks don't hurt me. The Cube would be no big deal. What the heck were you again? I don't remember what you are. But, like, out of all these things, none of them really scare me. What is the Fun Ball? The Fun Ball is a super dangerous weapon that you get to push the button and you unleash it upon the world. It will attack both you and enemies. So you can send it, but once you send it for like the next 60 to 90 seconds or whatever it is, it just murders everything. Schedule. Actually, don't schedule it that way. You get more of them down there. I want this toxic buildup to go away so I can get on with my life. Just stay drafted in here. Wanderer joins. No. I have to reject them. How long do I have to say anything? So the downside is, because I'm going to reject the Wanderer... Oh, it's interesting that still says it's active. Y'all better reject him and have him die. Either way, it's almost the same penalty. Because I'm guilty, everyone's going to take a -8 or whatever it is for 8 days, which I believe is the same for Colonist died. So basically, we're like, hey, we got rid of that 17 penalty affecting all the men, and Cassy was like, hear me out. What if you had the -16 on everybody? Screw you, Cassy. She's like, you're spoiling my fun. We'll see about that. Cryogenics casket? Cryogenics casket for the ghoul? Or for what? What would I be using the cryogenics for? Yeah, you'd also have the penalty for unburied colonist and all that. Like, rejecting him is the better of the two options, I agree. But it's the fact of just get screwed. Oh no, the problem is the joiner is going to appear right there and immediately be sprayed by 6 of these acid spitters and killed instantly. So there is no doing anything for them. Because it wasn't a drop pod, it was they were going to walk on the edge of the map and get murdered. And I need this toxic buildup to go away, and I need the flu to go away. I need all these problems to go away. Hey, Cleanbot, I was trying to wait on that, but I mean, I guess we're here now. I appreciate that you're trying to clean up your own stuff, but also maybe that's not a good idea. Well, you can caravan without anything, empty, no food and stuff. He was able to live. No, that's the thing. Like literally, he'd appear on the edge of the map. There's that right there waiting for him, and then instantly getting hit by 6 of these. They're not gonna live. They're gonna die instantaneously. There won't be a time for them to caravan or do anything. Like, to give you an idea on how effective this is, we have the fully armed Empire group show up, the tribute group, and they were dead before I had a chance to scroll down there when they arrived on the... When I say dead, they were downed, not actually dead. But before I could even scroll down there, they were already fully down. Would you get out of the way, cleaning bot? I appreciate your dedication to cleaning, but this is not the way. Yes, they won't have a chance to react. They'll get straight up murdered the moment they touch the edge of the tile. Yeah, don't clean up the mess while I'm actively making it. All right. Well, that sucks. All right, rally people. Let's be fast. We got people with the flu. Alright, so I need to bait them down. Hey, you see me? You see me? Nummy nummy ghoul? Nummy nummy ghoul? Go get the nummy ghoul. Okay. And we are sorted. Alright. Weird that the ghoul isn't immune to Fallout. Nope. There's a lot of decisions with the ghoul that you kind of scratch their head. Where it's like kind of a pawn and kind of not a pawn. Disease malaria. Luckily, we've been taking our medicine forever, so no one actually got the malaria. Cassy's really trying to do us in, because we're still dealing with flu on like 8 of our people, and a toxic fallout, and trying to hit us with malaria after we finally started getting some mileage into this. And she set us with 2 things that cause us long-term penalties. Long-term, like over a week. All because he made any amount of tangible progress. It very much feels like Cassy was like, no, really, I am done with you. I need you to die. Stop managing to keep yourself together. Cassy is bored of the run and wants it to be out of here. This stream run really makes you appreciate that. Oh yeah, no, I've said that for me, I've reached the point with this this DLC. I would say it is my favorite DLC of all the DLC we've received. Would you stop sending? Oh, it's way down there? That's fine by me. Like, of the DLC, it's been my favorite, and even though I will say that there's a lot of the other DLC that add more replayability kind of stuff, for me, this DLC has really made the way RimWorld was played before feel very stale, in the sense that almost every fight is a bunch of enemies appear here and they go into your base, whether they go through a wall or through your kill box, or they appear on top of you and they fight you, and that's pretty much the events. I mean, there's also go out there, but there's like really not a lot of variety when you look back at what we had before. And that's kind of really shined with this DLC actually giving us stuff like, you know, the Medal of Horror where you have to, you know, play detective, okay, who done it, figure out, isolate, do all that stuff. The Revenant, which is like kind of a cat and mouse thing of going, all right, where's it lurking? The Sightseers being able to go invisible just adds another thing you've got to worry about, going, okay, some threat is coming. How many are there? I don't know. Which direction are they coming from? I mean, I would know in this map, but most of the time it's, I don't know. Having an enemy like the Devourer, where really it's only going to make a move on probably one pawn, but it's one of those things that's like, okay, whoever it grabs is in real big danger. We got to jump on it and deal with it, because if they sit in there any longer, they just start losing limbs or dying. So we're about to hit an ad break, and my wife just got home, so it is about that time. So I'm going to run downstairs, welcome my wife home, grab my food real fast. It'll be a 2, 3, 4, 5 minute break or whatever it is. It is the one break I do tend to take during stream. So I'm going to quickly do that, and I will be back in just a couple of minutes. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back. She's like, staying in the relationship, getting paid. Getting out of the relationship, also getting paid.
Yep.
No matter what, if it involves any type of romantic situation, getting paid.
She was like De Beers with those diamond ads. She's like, if you want to break up, you have to have a weathered stick. You need the stick.
You wouldn't want to break up without a weathered stick.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you got to spend at least 2 months' salary on a withered stick. Really going, you know what? That's gonna be an immediate problem. I can't move. I am physically one with the emeralds. The emeralds are me. I am the emerald. Help. I regret this decision. Unstuck.
Left again. Keep going. Keep going into the garage.
It moving. Oh, you are too
find
late.
Some Tupperware or hide behind the truck.
Oh, you're
Either
safe.
one.
It's not hunting anymore.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, Pank got away by like
It's hunting when we're by
nothing.
ourselves, or it's hunting like really fast.
Someone
now.
should clip that, because
Yeah,
like Pank had
there's a
like
crucifix in there somewhere,
2
I
inches
imagine.
between
I
them.
just put one- I just put one down in the kitchen.
Okay.
Don't mind me.
And you.
I have been kicked from the server due to malformed packet detected as I'm being grabbed.
Hey, you didn't
That's
get
fortunate.
grabbed.
All right, well, let's see what happens
I'll check
when.
it in.
I said, we'll see what happens when I come back.
I
I
killed
was
the
just like-
zombie that was grabbing.
Oh, nice. On my screen, I'm like, oh no, I totally did not get that run off on time. Oh no, I chose the wrong thing. I didn't mean to arrest you. I meant to give you medicine. This is not at all the same thing that what I meant to do. Whoops. I unintentionally did a literal kidnapping. Well, at least we did enough damage, it's gonna die. No. No, no, no. What have you done? Why would you punch a warhead? You're alive. It's amazing that you are alive, but you are in fact alive. Literally everything in Storge just got exploded. They're constantly like, I'm hungry. I'm thirsty. And there we have it. Next clip. We got 48 beavers. 39 plus 9. 48 for the population. So another dare drop knocked out of the park. So is there anywhere down here we got to worry about? Okay. So I'm not going to put up here. I'm going to go ahead and put these up here. I had gotten the amount of tomato seeds I wanted, and then the game was like, congratulations, have tomato seeds. I was like, wait, no, hang on. Is there anywhere we got one? Warning you, don't want me going in there. I have a tendency to remove limbs. Huh. Oh, you once again cleanly cut someone's head off. Well. Obsidians without retaining walls? Yeah, and that's, I deliberately try and make stuff... Oh, this is... Yeah, this is fine. Who wants to step out that door? This door right here. Because, that is a pretty... Well, I mean, they just did it. Alright, I guess it's fine. I'm not sure if you saw that. They walked out the door, and then they teleport up in the sky and then drop back down, so, you know... Actually lifting that whole thing up. Oh, so I can... And timed. Now the problem was I was having to back up to hold it. When I would let up, it would pull me forward. So all I did is had to like swing the arm just enough to tip it up. I was waiting for there to be like a med kit in there and just like med kit myself back up. Well, there's those chemicals I needed. And dead. You're half expecting a random get. Oh, just like a... Trees are the real enemy. Never trust a tree. They will betray you at your moment of weakness. They will look you in the eyes as you reach forward and say, please help me. And they will spit on your hand and slap it away and watch you fail. And by that I mean a zombie will walk through and grab you and bite you in the face. But, you know, sometimes you got to just talk it up a little. Door yourself. Ow! Okay, I understand. Well. So prisoner, begin converting them. So let's see. They're a tough child. And they want to be in the mines. Alright. That thematically fits this in a very uncomfortable sort of way. We've done it, chat. We successfully murdered a whole lot of trees. Where are you up to with that? Did you interrupt? Oh god. Did you interrupt my picture? Stop getting in the way of the camera. Oh, come on. It's perfect for it. Like, don't get me wrong, abstaining would be the action of not voting. What are you doing, Tractor? You do you, AI. Because every nest I take down is slowing down the respawn rates. To make it easier for us to push in farther. What happened to you? You lost to a guinea pig? What? Is the guinea pig still around? Panther. Friend. Buddy. You lost to a guinea pig. A guinea pig straight up ruined you. Hardcore guinea pig, I'm saying that much. Ooh, fog! That's exactly what I wanted with my tropical storm helicopter. Fog! Excellent! This feels great! This is exactly what I want as we're going into nighttime and it's gonna get super dark and I won't be able to see. This helicopter sucks. I'm glad we're not in a very high pop area, because this is the kind of thing that would get you killed 100%. Get out of here, dogs, while you can. Oh, that was really dumb of me. That may have just killed us. I forgot that the moment I did that, all of those people abandoned my defense. And we have both those doors open. And why are they walking through that? Oh, that was really dumb of me. Moriarty, you're a child. Retreat. Get behind cover, get behind cover, go behind cover. Both the melee are down. I'm getting wrecked because I was memeing. Stay out of this. Stay out of that. Get move, move, move. Oh yeah, I killed myself with that. I was memeing with it and I'm about to go. Oh, everything has stopped moving. What have we done? It's going to be an emerald eruption. Look at them continuing to expand frame by frame. They're continuing to launch into space. Oh god, what is this? Why? I have a frame. I have individual frame. Look at the height those things got. Just let it settle down. Okay. Surprisingly, didn't instantly go slideshow again. Okay. Alright, and I am back. Sorry about that. Just those kind of things. Okay, so we got all these I already took care of. Alright, So, for those who missed where we're picking up, Cassandra is being an absolute jerk the entire way through. We have had this flesh mass, which has been horrible because it's got all these acid spitters in the back, as are the nerve clusters I need to make it go away. So I have to trudge the whole way out to the edge to get these things. And it has been a pain. We also had a low psychic drone going against all the men in the colony for a good long time. We did manage to drop pot out and take care of it. It took us a long time to get the fuel. The moment we got that sorted, we're now dealing with the toxic fallout. We have plenty of food and all that. It's just, it means I can't tackle this right now because my people be standing the toxic fallout, getting built up and dying from it slowly. And then to add on to that...
What's the worst that could happen?
Can you mortar the flesh thing? Yes, but the mortars are pretty ineffective. That's actually what they tried at the very beginning, was they used to have 2 mortars up here before they got destroyed. And shooting at the time, I think there's only 2 or 3 flesh spitters. So the idea is I was going to try and disarm one of the flesh spitters and just push in while I wasn't getting sprayed with acid. Out of over, it was something like 18, 20 shots, we did 0 damage. Not a single one hit target. So, yeah, it was 100% worthless. And then after that point, one of the flesh spitters spawned up here, shot into the room where it was storing all of it, and blew up all of the entire area around it, you know, taking it out. Now I don't have any more barrels to build more. So yeah, so I have found that using mortars against these, I mean, obviously if you had like an anti-grain warhead or something, it'd be a different story. But using just the regular mortars on this is pretty close to absolutely worthless, unfortunately. So where we're at now is, now that we finally got rid of the minus, whatever it was, 15 or whatever, we're a guilty ideology. And so Cassandra has hit us up with 2 different positive charity things that we would want to do that we physically were incapable of doing because the edge of the map is blocked. So by default, we failed them. So we got rid of our minus 17 on just the men, and we've acquired a minus 16 in return. So Cassandra is like legitimately trying her hardest to absolutely end us. We had a mech cluster that landed here that was a defoliator ship with it was like 2 legionaries and like 5 or 6 centipede blasters, like, you know, a handful of like 2 lancers, maybe 3 or 4 scythers and all that. And so just really is giving us no breathing room. Get the hell inside the building again. You're gonna die to toxic buildup. Okay. I don't like having to make zones specifically for one things. Rename Ghoul stand here. Expand. There. Because I'm going to lose my ghoul to toxic buildup because it keeps walking outside and standing in the pollution. I keep having to zone and unzone. I'm literally still recovering from... In the last, like, 2 in-game days, we have had... Sorry, that's not fair. Like, 4 in-game days. We've had 2 rounds of flu and a round of malaria. There is something not working right with the way how any of this works. Why are you lying on the floor in here? Oh, I see. I see what's happened. I was locking them inside because they're getting lots of toxic buildup, and I was like, I need you to stop. I forgot. The last time I dealt with a darkness event was a long time ago. There we go. The outer wall of your basement is being knocked out and replaced, so the noise and stuff is killing me? Yeah. Please stop starving. Oh, here. Hopefully that didn't put us in too much danger with anyone. Alright, get to eating. Why are you eating the raw corn when there's meals? I can't do anything with the distress signal. I'm literally trapped in my tile. Did you seriously just tend at 9%? Okay, you're basically over your other flu, though. Yeah, so all of those yellow icons there are all flu. The good news is almost all of them are solid. So you're winning against yours, you're winning against yours. And we also have more on here that are too small of dots to see yet. Colonist needs rescue. Why? Because you're starving. Like, we have plenty of food, it's just I had to restrict them inside, I didn't have a path across, and I needed to get that sorted. Okay, you've been fed. We have some of our animals are dying outside, that's not at all a surprise. There's just not a whole lot I could do about it. I gave them a little pocket to like hide in, but they're fast running out of food because the toxic buildup is doing a full clean sweep of everything on the map. Hunter lacks weapon. We're dealing with some addictions that we're letting burn out. Because that stuff we acquired when everything was going sideways. Alright, so we got more people who are getting over their previous round of flu. Sad Wander. That's fine. I just wish you weren't doing that outside. Yeah, the muffler are gonna dry because literally all of the grass is gone. Most of the trees are gone. We're getting a toxic fallout that's lasting long enough to fully purge any and all plant life, which means most of my animals will die from starvation. Please get inside. Alright, come on. You're in a daze because of your addiction, which will likely mean that you'll walk out into the pollution to build up your... And you're untreated. And you're also dealing with your addiction and being insulted. And you're also dealing with an addiction. Alright, Craven. Schedule. Craven, let's unrestrict you for a moment. Just tend to them. A bad tend beats no tend if they're gonna wander around for a day and a half. And get you back under restriction. I need the toxic buildup or toxic fallout to go away. Berserk because of drug withdrawal. Okay. I am getting real close to making some people dead in this colony. Go rough them up. Okay, undraft, rescue them, rescue them. Haul the chain shotgun inside. Alright. And we're just chilling in the freezer. It's a new cool spot. Please stop having a break. Oh, come on. Same deal. Tend to them without medicine, because I'd rather I tend to them without medicine than no tending at all. I need you to not be broken. I don't want to have to arrest them, because if I arrest them, that's another 9 days of mood penalty we get. So I'm really hoping they'll go inside and go to bed because of getting tired or whatever. Come on. You're gonna die from toxic buildup if you don't get inside. I'm so frustrated with the fact that we finally got rid of that -17 and immediately got a -16 that's applying to even a wider range of people than the other one was. It's such BS that we're dealing with that. That's fine. Hallucinations. That's fine. Just do your thing. This one, guilty sucks eggs. Yeah, this is not a normal thing you deal with. For the record, this is only a problem because of the nature of this map. I mentioned before that for as ridiculous as this map can be for certain events, there are certain things it's really bad for, and normally it's the raids where you're supposed to be getting attacked from 3-4 different directions are the ones that get really ugly. Because instead of having 3-4 different directions that you can run out, beat up on the weaker ones, and then turn and like hold your ground in the last one, they just call it, you know, come in as one giant, massive raid. Just... I need you... Why is it saying toxic buildup here? Oh, that's right. Toxic buildup is just when it's high. It was toxic ground or something is when you're standing on pollution and you've got a bit of buildup. It looks like we're getting a full duration toxic fallout. There's almost no plant life left that isn't immune. Just a handful of trees hanging in here, and that's about it. Alright, medical. So Kalaria, Star, and Illicit seem to be the ones that are kind of on the fence here. I'm going to tell you to burn a glitter just to be safe. And then Illicit. Let's do the same. I'd rather we burn a glitter that I've got spare just to make sure they survive than leave them to just struggle with it. Game speed slowing down. That's not fair. Only one of you is supposed to occupy a tile at a time. Yep, I figured that was going to happen. It's fine. I need to deal with that, but right now our ghoul is at, was at 70% toxic buildup from standing outside. So I have them, like, locked in the freezer now. Or zoned in the freezer. Because I need to do it. I don't like having to zone people down that much. I know it's a mechanic of the game and yada yada yada. But it is one I get tired of pretty quickly. Okay, so you're resting. Go grab the gun. Yeah, you're bad, now you have to stand in the corner. Hey, it happens. I mean, it's a psychic, or it's the psychite withdrawal that's absolutely just wrecking you. And unfortunately, we're only a little ways into it. You and Illicit are going to be pretty inconsolable until that's sorted. And unfortunately, we haven't been able to get more mind numb. I need more, Thank you. Thank you for finally letting us out. Alright, so there's the toxic fallout gone. Now I just gotta wait for people to recover from the toxic buildup they acquired. Don't do that. Did you reject the orbital bombardment thing? Yes, because during the toxic fallout, I wasn't going to be able to stand out here and build an entire building while in toxic fallout. Like that's the issue with half these events, is because they're stacking. The stacking is the thing causing me the problems. These events individually wouldn't be that big a deal. Because, like, the only reason we're dealing with addictions right now was because of the low psychic drone. How are you doing on recovering? It takes a while for those to get cleared. Alright. So other than the two that are on the edge of meltdown, let's grab all the others. Let's run over here. Medical treatment on Calaria Star, what for? Flu? You stay behind. Raven, you deal with it. So move from here is to try and grab the attention of one of them, and then draw it back. I just need to get him out of this area. Hey, notice me. Alright, that's good. Keep chasing. Yep. You're the one I want more than any of the others. Pop the metal blood for friendly fire. Friendlies have arrived. Okay, well, I wasn't planning on doing a push right now, but I have friendlies here to help, so I guess we're doing a push right now. Meanwhile, Mech's construction mech, you are now on We Can Build It. Because they're going to slowly start working their way out. They're going to do a poor job. And Shannon there's probably about to die. I am getting some real bad frame rate as they figure out their pathing. Don't smash my wall, walk around you. The allies are being worse than the enemies. What's your deal? Of course, a bunch of you didn't eat anytime recently. Zero getting mad. So you get out of here. You're just gonna flip out on us, so there's no point. I'm so annoyed that they're breaking my wall where they can just go around. Like, it's one thing when it's an enemy, but that's an ally. All right. Psychite binge. Good chance that's going to make the addiction worse. Hey JD, how's it going? The frame rate is absolutely plague on all the animals. I can honestly live with that. Here, JD. Okay, flesh mass response. All right. Hey, and JD getting their 50 stream streak, 5-0. Congratulations on their extra 450 points. I do really appreciate that. All right, so we've got all that going on. You're probably gonna overdose, and there's not a whole lot I could do about it. Alright, and Alyssa and Zegan, their 35 stream streak. Catch the last 35 without missing it. Thank you so much for that. What is your deal? You need tending. It's fine. You can figure it out. Push through. If we can push through here real fast to join them, we can take out the spitters. Like, take out 3, maybe 4 of them, too. Don't go around me. Go to me. Don't go up there. Come on, man. Don't make me back out. We're for once finally going to be able to make some real progress here. It's closing in around them before I can get to there. I need you to stop growing. Let me make my move. Let me do this. Get in there, Ghoul. This might be a sacrifice for you, Conrite, but we're gonna try and make it happen. Why? Oh, the path got closed already, so it canceled the move. It's so frustrating. So they're all up here still. I don't have people back there to deal with it, and I don't. It's so annoying that I just cannot push forward. Like, if they were smart enough to attack those spitters, I would legitimately be able to, like, finish this. But they're just not. It's just not what they do. Oh, come on. Draconic. Go help Kalaria. So, that opportunity already passed. I don't... Because we're dealing with people on the edge of melting down already again. And it just closed so fast around them, I wasn't able to push through. And they're clearing the area around it, and the most frustrating part is if the AI was any smarter, it would be easy because it would just kill those, like, they're literally standing on it. All right. That's fine. I don't care. Did you get your help? You did? How are you doing? Just one scratch. Is there anything else dangerous over here I need to deal with? Yes, there is. You go over there and deal with it. You support. Randall Thor, you support as well. Regardless, we're still buying time for the construction bot to make progress there, so that's good news. And they are baiting the acid spit. That's part of the reason I'm trying to keep the pressure up, is I am hoping I'm going to be able to deal with that. Alright, you need to get out of here. You're physically starving now. I said shoot. Okay. This is a terrible idea. I'm running everyone in there as fast as we can. We're killing these 3 spitters, and we're going to try and get out before it closes in behind us. This is... Don't psychic binge right now. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Clear the spot so you can all shoot it. Now shoot it. No, don't block it at the last second. My God, stop. All right, get out of here. Get out of here. It's go time. Run away. I know you're all starving and you want to eat right now, but you are not eating here. Where are you and what's happening? What are you running from? What do you know that I don't know? Why is there one of those in here and you're not dealing with it? Draconic, kill it. You, go support them. I need someone down here to pick up Night High Lord on the way out. Cookie, you try and rescue Night High Lord on the way through. We had the Bioferrite gun, so we'll go schedule. I see that Groots is here. So Groots will unrestrict your area. You... Let me guess, you're like the only ones who won't carry stuff. Grab it and go. Go, 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 go. Before it closes. Come on, you can make it. That's fine. I can live with it. Alright, we killed 3. 1 has already respawned, but that's okay. That is substantial progress. How much trouble are you in? Not much, you're just a wimp who got knocked down easy. Meanwhile, all of you, you're undrafted, go get your food. You've earned it. Try not to kill each other. You've done what you need to do. go take care of yourselves. Sentient Cookie. We can undraft you and have you rescue without being drafted. Alright. Dear goodness. And Jaywalker is starving. And no good Nick is starving. And surprisingly, they're wandering around aimlessly just letting acid get spat at them. Overdose on illicit, which isn't surprising. They're on a binge. They're apparently also bleeding out, which is not my favorite. Tend to illicit before they die from bleeding out. We made a little bit more progress of getting our little roadway through here. Starvation on Nihai Lord. Do I have any doctors available? Well, Lisset is one of our doctors who I'm saving from bleeding out. You're another one. You're already tending to people. And you got a flu too, and you're dealing with everything because you're high on you're high on Sati, you're high on everything. Addiction is the worst. There's a reason I don't usually keep any meaningful amount of drugs in my colonies ever. Other than like Sati, I'll usually keep Sati. But addiction is just downright a bad time. You need to run down there and patch that wall closed. Or we're just gonna be dealing with even more meltdowns. And to make black and white game physics would be fun. Grab a pawn, light it on fire to... Black and white game... Grab a pawn, light it on fire to it at the enemy? I have no idea what you're trying to say, sorry. Okay. That'll be good enough for right now. You undraft, you figure out your food and whatever else you need to. They're going to be getting lots of infections. Oh, construction bot, I appreciate the enthusiasm. You didn't make it. It's fine. It's not downed. It's not killed. It's just downed. For those who are going to push the whole way around, starvation on Nihai Lord still. Where are my doctors? You're consuming a meal. Kalaria Star, you are resting. No, you're not. You are feeding Nihai Lord before they die from starvation. You're going to go intercept them and try and help. Okay, you just have an acid burn and nothing else. That should be manageable. All right. And what's your deal? Why is it taking you a whole week to feed that person? Come on. Please kill them before you die. Good job. Alright. Schedule. Everyone's back into restriction. We've got a ton of people on risk of breaking. How are we doing on our medical? No one's got any urgent bleeds. We don't have anyone who's obviously losing their infection. Illicit's probably the closest to losing their infection. And they're still leading by a good 7%. Psychic binge. Please, I don't need another addicted person. Well, the problem is I do actually need go juice in the colony. But we're gonna cut it down to literally just the minimum amount of go juice I need to have a couple of doses for Hussar. Medical treatment needed on you. You're busy being on a food binge. That's fine, you're gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay as well. Starvation on Cerise the Mage. Disease infection on Illicit and Z. Exactly 0 people in the entire planet are surprised with that since you're not staying in bed. Disease infection on Philnox. Are you still not treated? No, you just have lots and lots of scars. And the entire everything is getting dirty and messy because everyone's hurt. Now we're getting lots of scars now. Let's see. Wasters have set up camp harassing caravans. They're planning assault on the camp, which was guarded by 5 wasters. She wants you to provide 16 soldiers? No. That's literally providing all but one of my people. To deal with your attack while I'm barely hanging in here. I do see they did reform one of the spitters over here. So they're already recovering those spitters that I got rid of with the push. Alright, Randall Thor is on the edge of having a break. Because you have extreme expectations and chemical want and all that. Where is the Yayo? Because I'm going to start doing... Surprisingly, the chemical fascination people aren't the ones having the problem. Hey, Harry, how's it going? Hunter lacks weapon. That's fine. You're tending to our other patients. There you go. Take your stuff, and there is your rifle. Get you re-equipped. Oh, good. We got another round of friendlies showing up. They're mostly going to die. Don't break my walls. Use the freaking doors. You're my allies. And because it's trying to recalculate the pathing, the whole game grinds to a crawl the moment this happens. Flo, you're being actively attacked. There's a door right there. Just open it. We just did this a second ago. The problem is everyone's still recovering from the last fight. We need more time to recover. Hey, Illicit, go to bed. You're dying of flu. I appreciate you want to help the plague-ridden Muffalo, but right now, that's not helpful. Okay, they've already been boxed in. The space is crushing in on them from all sides. Physically separating them with how fast it's growing. Did you honestly lose to that? Also, please stop destroying my walls. Yeah, no, like I said, it's a problem with the way it's... I think it chooses saying, oh, I'm going to build 30 tiles. Oh, I'm going to build... I'm going to start killing people. That's what I'm going to do. All these people are becoming addicts. Every one of them. I'd love to get involved in that, but until we manage to get our stuff sorted here, I really can't. So you still got a decent amount of injury on you. You've got your immunity up, and you're covered in scars, but you're dealing with drug addictions. You're on glitter. Let's go to our medical stuff real fast. So Kalaria Star can be back to a normal one, I think. You're good, right? Yeah, you're good. Illicit needs to be kept out of here because they got a ton of infections. You're already immune, you're immune, you're immune. And you're leading your infection by a little bit. Just literally the idea that you can be boxed in like that and just can't get out feels like that shouldn't be a thing. Like, there should be a thing that when you've injured an area, that specific area can't grow for a little bit. Because, like, they're actively losing ground to the flesh when they're just trying to avoid dying in there. Alright, orders. Unforbid everything. Alright, you. Go kill that. To be fair, this is probably constantly queued up to rebuild itself, since there's nowhere to build. Yeah, no, that's literally what's happening, is because normally it spreads out in all directions, because there's nowhere for it to go, it literally just fills in the handful of tiles it's got to work with. That's the reason I'm not doing things like rotating people constantly and all that, is it does feel like the way I need to deal with this is, as I've been doing, is just try and push in and do a lot of damage. I've been trying to target the spitters because those are the only things keeping me from being able to, like, keep up the pressure. Where did you come from? There, you're dealt with. The worst thing is any time now that's going to trigger a flesh mass response, and we're going to get enemies up here I'll have to deal with. And they're just getting shredded here. Alright. So that one's well treated. That one's well treated. That one's well treated. Medical emergency on you. That's fine. That's this one up here. It's already sorted. Died because plague. I'm totally okay with that, honestly. Like, part of the other dangers, we're just getting so many scars that those scars are going to end up being their own problem. And you're still dealing with your drug withdrawal. The good news is these, the 16 penalty is going to drop off in 2 days. Just swarmed. They could do absolutely nothing. If it's not a full-on push effort, there's just not a reason effort. Like, it's you gotta go all in for it, or just don't even bother. Okay, we could probably drop you back down to industrial medicine again. Oh, I need to set those back to being sewn. I should have had that set a while ago. Now that the toxic fallout's gone. Okay. And they won't trigger spitters, which is just dumb. Who won't trigger spitters? They're triggering the spitters. The spitter. Oh, they won't target the spitters. Yeah. No, that's the whole thing. I definitely feel like when they get to fleeing, I can understand them not targeting. But when they're like fighting it and they're right next to it, they should defend themselves. We'll rescue you. Try and get the mood bonus and everything. Yeah, they've only got a couple people standing. It is interesting to see that it does appear the acid spitters do hurt the flesh mass as well. So with the road theory, there's always the theory it could run up here and it could literally clear out a little pocket as we're running along. I don't know how useful that is, but you know it is a thing. Did you ever manage to drop off out of the map? Yeah, I did manage to drop pod off the map and deal with the drone. And then immediately afterwards, we got 2 charity quests that we couldn't complete show up here because they couldn't arrive because of the flesh mass. So we got rid of the -17 and got a -16. Only the -17 was men only being penalized, and the -16 was everyone. Hey, Elevation, how's it going? So, Cassandra's just really being a jerk. Alright, we're just waiting on these last 2 to go immunity, and then we should be in relatively okay space. And you're fine, and Flo's fine. Typical RimWorld. It has been unrelenting, and we're just slowly working our way out here. I'm not actually taking it to the cryo casket, but I am trying to grab the cleaning bot out of here. Just so it's somewhere Cookie can reach it. That way Cookie can get it repaired and back to cleaning all these hospitals and everything. I'm surprised you're not dead. You're just covered in acid hits. Okay, how's Illicit doing? Getting close to being... Alright, so Illicit's immune to all those. Still has a lot of injuries left to deal with. The one random that is acid immune, it still hurts because it... But he doesn't care. Yeah, no, it's definitely whittling them down. It's just... It's really spreading out the damage and not finishing the job. Now, granted, they got a couple of those out, and now it has finished the job there. Meanwhile, you can go kill that. Alright, they have basically fully recovered the number of the acid spitters, but at least they're not all bunched up in the back now. There's still a bunch back there. We got a couple closer. I was waiting for those injuries. You're dealing with your addiction and all that. Actually, you're not. I thought you got addicted. That's fine. How close are you? One thing I need to do is zone, clear area 1.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
I'll get that in just a moment. Area 1. Clear out that section of the front. Just that way we don't have people standing there getting spat on with acid. Alright. We have so much meat in the freezer. It's gonna be a little bit before we end up getting these crops back after the toxic fallout. I'm also a little worried about this nonsense. And you need to be put back on critical. We turned that off for a little bit there. But that's fine. The tree's been oh, right. I remember because I've got this drill here pulling up the gold. Let's just move the drill. I don't need the gold that bad. Just move the drill out of there for now so we get that toxic tree going again. That's the reason. I was sitting there looking, it's like, man, our pollution is just building up so fast. Yeah, no, it's not super upsetting. Eventually I'll have to, Where are you going? Oh, you're eating a simple meal out in the acid. I understand, I guess? Alright. I'm just trying to wait till these drop off. Then we're gonna be good to try again. I just want that minus 16 off my head for 2 seconds. Are you just gonna stand there and get spat at with acid until you die? I think the answer is yes. The thing that really scares me is as they're standing there, all of my walls net are getting hit by acid destined for Kit there. And if they poke a hole here, there's a risk of it being able to get into our base. If it were to get out of this where we've locked it back and then spread out here, that's probably us being done. Colonist needs rescue. Why do you need rescue out here? Yeah, so you're dealing with your psychic withdrawal. You are hungry. Alright. Still working at getting those huge mood penalties to drop off so I can do another push. Extreme break risk on Otan because they're drug withdrawal. And I don't have more Mind Numb handy. Nope. Turrets are useless here as well, except to catch strays as well, I guess. Yeah. Hey, Valter. It's going pretty good here. Yeah, no, the turrets won't target the pink stuff here. They'll just target the random enemies, so they don't do us any good. So yeah, the mortars were incredibly ineffective. The turrets won't work. The animals wouldn't attack stuff on their own anyways. The random teams trying to help us out because we're allies have been pretty ineffective. Like they did buy us enough time to get down here to destroy 3 of the acid spitters. But honestly, with how many infections and all that we dealt with on the way out, we didn't really gain that much from it. So it's very mixed bag. And we're still trying to recover from our psychic drone, which is immediately followed up by Cassandra causing us more mood penalties. So it's really the mood penalties right now that we're trying to ride them out. Yeah, Machete has accepted fate. Yeah. Entity Liberator. Honestly, at this point, Entity Liberator is one of the more benign ones. Because the worst they can do is let out a Revenant, and I can handle a Revenant really easily. That's fine, just keep it off. I don't need steel, I don't need blocks right now. And these other things that they let out, we can kill pretty quick. I'm hoping they'll go for the Revenant. That's fine too. So you 3, go bail O10 out. Would you move? There you go. Oh, you got scratched by a ghoul at some? Oh, you know what? It was one of the times you had a mood break and the ghoul was the only one who could react in time. There's a lot of steel and bioferrite around here, which is why I'm not using the fire. Alright, get Otan out of here. I'm just gonna leave. I'm not gonna worry about a bunch of those. Well, actually, no, it's still probably worth me doing. And the reason this is probably still worth me capturing it and patching it back up is if I catch it and I patch it back up, the next time they have another break to go slay some entities or whatever, it's still a target. And Cedric Cookie can their 170 stream streak, 170 stream streak, so that's a ridiculously high stream streak, so thanks so much for continuing tuning in all that time without missing a single one, and getting your extra 450 points. Yeah, so Kid is slowly dying out there, just being pelted again and again. Oh, I can't wait for those to drop off. And then we have Grey Paul, so that's another mood penalty. Gave up Flo. Well, Flo wasn't even one of my people, so... Okay. You were someone I rescued, not someone who actually lived here, so I mean... Cool, I guess. You can walk out anytime you want to leave. I won't stop you. Just like this person here, you can leave anytime you like. You just gotta figure out how. Alright, so we've got that. We're waiting for you to get back up. How is our power grid? So I've got a ton of excess. I don't have any components. I was gonna say, get some more bio sculptor. The doormat isn't very welcoming. Hey, to be fair, it's not by my choice. I would have loved to make the doormat a little bit more welcoming than it is. And how close are you to being recovered? You're getting real close. Calaria here. Okay. Alright, we only have one more major mood penalty that's dropping. We also got the Grey Paul, so where we just had the other negative, the -8 drop off, it was replaced by a -6. So we are very slowly making our progress into not having a big stack of negative debuffs. But it does seem like Cassandra is trying to swap in another negative as fast as I can get rid of them. It's just ever so slightly less negative each round. Doughy-eyed rats. I mean, no. So, three times 3x mech clusters? No. Because they're going to land back here. If I could bait them into appearing out here, it would be amazing. But right now, I would get a giant mech cluster back here while everyone is struggling. Yeah, slowly gaining ground despite Cassandra's best efforts. Now, if we could just get some of these ones over their withdrawal, that'd be good as well. I don't think we can wait for that to happen, though. Because getting over a drug addiction in this game takes a very long time. So what is your problem? Psychic withdrawal. So I think once the Wander Rejected drops, we're going to start making our pushes again. There's a good chance by then Grey Paul will have dropped off as well, and then we're just dealing with the drug addictions that came from the Psychic Droner and all that. You're in a daze due to withdrawal. You're missing a part. Oh, are you still assigned to be down there? Yeah, that's on me. Okay. Yeah, the thing where the enemies popped out again. The good news is there's really nothing flammable out here I care much about. So having Sextuple just start a fire here doesn't bother me. Did you? Okay, you're... Okay. Dealing with all of them real fast. Okay. So all that's dealt with. You just got one scratch in your leg. So that's not the worst. We're already playing the waiting game with the negative moods. All right. I wish I had the materials exotic goods tradership. This might be exactly what I was about to complain about. I was saying I wish I had the stuff for making the Mind Numb, but we haven't had a ship in a while. This might literally be what we needed. Because of the Mind Numb, I can hit the people with the addictions with Mind Numb to get them to ride out the rest of their addiction penalty. But I need the materials to make it. So I need all of that. I'll take your components and your advanced components. We've got shards. Take the Psi-T, take the IO, take the Wake Up. Take it all. I don't want it. I can grab the Mind Numb straight up, maybe. So realistically, I don't have the money for this. Not use the signal chip, so you can keep that. Signal chip's not worth that much. Alright, so I do not have nearly enough money here. So we keep the message to prevent diseases. Getting all the Psi-T out of getting all the drugs out of here. And cancel that. Okay. Yeah, so skip the advanced components. This'll be good because we have enough mind numb coming in that I can literally just take my difficult people and be like, yo, go take a hit. Alright. You. When that drop pod lands, I want you to take a hit immediately. Boom. It's yours. Boom. It's yours. Go get it. It's fine. Uh-huh. Get on it. Alright, and that'll be all our people who are really struggling right now, temporarily dealt with. And we're running really low on prepared meals because I have had the stove set to not use muffalo meat because I need it for the ghoul. So what I am going to do is I am going to enable it to use muffalo meat for a while. I just need to remember to turn that back off before we get too desperately low on muffalo. Because muffalo is what I've been using to feed the ghouls. Alright, so we look at this. We no longer have all the mood penalties. You're the only injured person. It's not that bad. Except I'm lying. You're also injured. But it's also basically healed. And you're basically healed. It is go time. Let's get this going. It has been too long since we got to do another push. Realistically, I should be pushing that way to reach these ones to kill them first. But in this particular case, I'm just taking what I can. You're our least effective, capable combat person. So let's go ahead and have you. Where are you at? Prioritize hauling the mech out of here. How did you deal with the Psychodrone? We managed to get enough fuel to drop pod out and back. Which is what we had talked about doing. It was just a matter of getting what I needed to be able to see that through. Alright, so they're all spitting. I just need them to buy me a little room to work. Okay. The melee pawns get in there for right now. So you're rescuing our construction bot. Alright, this is the part where it starts to suck. Because the moment I get the ranged people in, there's not enough space to spread them out without, I can't spread them out too much because then they'll friendly fire. And it's also difficult to not spread them out because basically I have the thing that on one hand I want to spread them out, on the other hand I want to keep them together. So I am dealing with that whole thing. Did you already get clear of the area? Not yet. And you two get in here real fast. You drop to this side, you drop here, and Dracona can stay right there. Please shoot the one on Otan, please. Well, Otan, go ahead and leave once you're done here. You're already torn up. Okay, how are people's injuries already? Already people are getting pretty badly shredded. Hate to see it. Get you with the rest of the group. Get you with the rest of the group. And open fire on all the pink stuff everywhere. Yeah, so I took everything I needed to make another launch pad and jumped back and all that. They're trying to clear the stuff behind us as well. Okay, we got our ranged people. Okay, you're about to fire again. So let's try and break this up into like a couple groups of 3, maybe? Just trying to make it so at least we're spreading the damage out a little bit. You fall back more, you fall back more, you move over here more. Acid spitters are so terrible because they're just constant. How's everyone doing medically? After this fight, Bob's getting out of here. Their pain's getting too high. Insulting spree, that'll certainly undo a lot of our mood improvements. So you take care of that. Bob, get out of here. And the rest of you who are still drafted, get back to shooting. We're not making progress on this one. No, it's already reforming. Let's just back off, recover, and we'll try again. That was a bad push. We did get the construction bot out of there, so we can patch it up for later. But yeah, with it growing back, I don't see a reason to push. I'm just going to be stuck dealing with it. Yeah, I killed the 17, the minus 17, and then Cass followed us up by immediately following it up with two charity quests I couldn't do, which gave me a minus 16 on everyone. So it made my bad situation worse. Versus 17, which is only applying to some. Why aren't you moving in farther? What? I guess it must be out of the range. It's fine. Okay. So let us get the construction bot back up to try and push this out. I'm trying so hard to cut across. Like, with this going down here, it will cut off that area. That is growing fast and you get rid of it? Yes. I have to be able to keep that. So it's more of a problem when they're back here, because it does mean I can push and attrition my way down through here, and then suddenly I'm getting hit with all of them at the same time. But my objectives are these 3 things in the back. Until I get those, this literally will never end. Because you have to destroy and research those to be able to kill it. And that's the problem. You're being treated, right? Who are you attacking? Oh, you're attacking them, that's fine. Alright. Yeah, no, that one was just a mix of... We didn't have the construction bot to do its thing. I had to pull people out early to do other things. We had a break right away. And so it's just like, okay. And it doesn't grow constantly. It grows for a little while, and then it stops for a little while. And then it grows for a little while, and it stops. When it grows, it's growing at pretty close to the same rate I can destroy it. So if I'm doing a push and it made a lot of progress that starts growing, it's worth me fighting it. But in that particular case, like, it's not worth me doing that. Can you put some warheads in the ground? No, because I don't have any. I mean, if I had an anti-grain... Well, I mean, I need a barrel to make another mortar. If I had an anti-grain, I would be down to try and drop an anti-grain back here, get rid of all those spitters, and then try and just push through when there's only 2 spitters up. Like, that would be a hard push moment. The good news is once all these addictions drop off, we should be in real good shape after that point. You could drop pod out and trade drop pod back in. The only downside is the drop pods carry very little on them. So I would probably have to be doing a lot of drop pods. I'd be better off just waiting for something to come by through the comms console. Like, right now, I can mostly ignore this. If I wanted to, I could put a wall here and a wall there and just let them run around down here and probably be okay. But I want to get this taken care of because it's blocking everything else that it's going to cause mech clusters and drop pods to be all my raids. Let's make sure we're not on glitter on anyone. Okay. I also find it interesting that the people who are trapped here are no longer even trying to do anything. They're just running around in circles till they starve to death. And I can't really do much about that, because I'll pick them up, feed them once, and then they go to leave again, and they'll just wander around and then starve to death, so they're just giving me stuff I have to work on. And I've had allies show up a couple times, and they just get shredded. They don't even meaningfully participate. I'm still bummed that we got down here, we killed 3 of them, and then between the toxic fallout and everything, it just got all the time it needed to fully recover. Alright. It's time for you to take your mind numb. Just trying to get you through your addiction. Please, you're gonna destroy my walls. If you keep getting this wall hit and you poke a hole, it's bad. Alright. I should absolutely not accept this. What are you gonna send me? Mysterious cargo? Is it the cube? What'd you give me? It's the corpse. I was really hoping it'd be the cube, because that would actually give me everything I need if I wanted to finish the Void story. Unfortunately, I've already seen the corpse, so... what is your deal? Drug withdrawal. Go take your mind numb. Yeah, so you're still fighting your infection. Low died due to malnutrition. Cool. What is the lag? Distant shriek. Hear me out? How are you going to attack me? I asked you a question, game. How are you going to attack me? The parting of the sea. Now, realistically, what's going to happen is they're all going to pile into this spot, like the whole group of them. And then when I do finally defeat it, like 30 sight stealers are going to rush me. And I'll just be like, it won't be that I get overwhelmed normally. Okay, that actually is the body. I was worried that it was the other one we had to deal with, that they were doing that. Where did that body go anyways? You didn't bury it, did you? Please don't bury the unnatural body. I need you to research that. Storage, clear all. Because I need you researching that. In storage, clear all. There we go. That body stays. How are you still alive? You've been just getting sprayed with acid endlessly this whole time. Are you tough? You are tough. That's what's happening, is you're just getting reduced damage and just absorbing all those hits. Okay, and are we done with our infections? You're immune, and you have a tiny bit of toxic buildup. Alright. Round, like, 1 billion. Okay, Ghoul. Go start poking that. The rest of you, hop down here. Wait for the sound of them firing. Has anyone died? Not of my actual colonists, no. Mechs. Construction mech. You are now in the, like, we're gonna build it, or whatever I called that zone. All of my other people, try to mash in here as best you can. Corpse Obsession Jaywalker. You know what? That's fine. Go do your thing. All right. I'm glad you just totally missed. Okay. Flesh mass response. Okay. And open fire again. The melee ones don't get involved in that part. Some of you in the back, scooch up. I don't want you to friendly fire. Okay. You go bait those other shots real fast. And it's just doing that, that way we cleared it up so that the mech could do the mech things. Alright, flesh mass response. Didn't get any construction done at all. Immediately was overwhelmed. Alright, let's move everyone up. Really spread them out. Oh, except Sentient Cookie. I need you to work on repairing that. Okay, and grab all of you who are not Sentient Cookie. Then you start shooting. You hit that spot, you hit this spot. You just hang out in the middle. You need to move way up. Do not shoot over everyone's heads. For the love of everything. The speed at which that thing grows is absurd. Hey, Allison Adventures. How's it going? Flash response. You keep doing your thing, bot. Why are you still back here? It just grows so fast. Like, literally it boxes our people in who are trying to just, you know, do what they need to do. You. Rescue them. How hurt are you? Pretty bad. Do this. So, Illicit, you're going to be the one to go back and deal with tending them. So, let's get you out of the restricted area. You can haul the weapon back. We can grab everyone else. Please shoot. Please shoot. I need you to keep shooting if we're ever going to make any progress. Just so much acid all the time. And I have to do this and check those and the bot. Can fire burn a path? So it can light it on fire, but it doesn't burn particularly fast. I've tried a number of times. The flamethrower, the incinerator actually worked pretty okay. But it had lots of other things. My god, just stop growing so fast. Like, literally, I just stalemate this stupid thing. And then when it blocks line of sight, they don't shoot the spot that's near it. They stop shooting. So I have to, like, retell them to go to attack it again. Yeah, like, they all just stopped shooting because they couldn't reach that spot. And who is our wimp? Nihai Lord. So I'm gonna get Nihai Lord out of here as soon as we're done with this wave. Because by now Nihai Lord has taken enough hits that they're gonna go down if we keep him here much longer. Alright, so let's grab everyone who's still in it and at range. Who was not drafted? Oh, Nihai Lord. Yeah, you need to be out here. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to grab you. Didn't mean to grab you. Didn't we bring someone back here to the hospital? Are you all sorted? You are not. Illicit. Please, I'm begging you, take care of the patients. Alright, Nihai Lord is apparently already on it. That's fine, as long as someone is on this crap. So get rid of that. And you. Shoot that thing. Okay. That's a spitter down. Alright, just keep pushing it back as best you can. Colonist needs rescue. Sentient cookie. Craven Horde, that's gonna be you, buddy. We're going to go to that and orders. As soon as this wave's down, Kit and Karma, you're going to grab that one to get out of here. So Kit and Karma, unresolved. And that's just because they have the stun bow. It's not particularly good at this. So you can grab those not here. I want you to shoot across to this area to try and cut it off so it can't grow this way as fast. Okay, cool. And then push back on this. Okay, they killed the... Alright, I think it's time we retreat. I'm trying to push, but there's only so much push we can give. Okay, so you just beat up. You're not actually in dire straits. You're just so much pain that you went down. So someone else who is down here will say Cerise. You're gonna grab their weapon. And Randall Thor. Let's go here. Well, actually, Cookie. No, Cookie's already out of here, aren't they? Yeah, Cookie's already out of here. So Randall Thor, we're gonna change your priorities. Where are you, Randall Thor? So you can haul that out of here. Alright. What is the cheapest thing that you could build and place that stops growth? Probably something like fence. The issue I run into with building fence the whole way up there is you're noticing a lot of these walls are taking several hundred bits of damage from just all the acid being spit constantly. So if I build a fence, all that's going to happen is it's going to get destroyed, not to keep rebuilding it. Honestly, it's even going to be a problem with these barricades eventually failing. But the hope is, if I keep pushing like that, that will be able to make this work. So the good news is, this is going to fill in not super long. But we should be able to manage a lot of this before that happens. We did eliminate one of the spitters that was farther forward. The hope would be that we can push forward. Like, I would love it if right now is when we got our allies to help us versus when it's fully recovered. Because if right now the allies just beat up on it for a little while, it would help prevent it from how fast it's filling in here. Yes, that was one growth spurt. Medical treatment needed, starvation. Look, just deal with that. Guy Noble permits? No, I almost never do the royalty. I actually really don't like the royalty mechanic very much. Yeah, and it's already got a second round, so you can see how fast this thing is growing to fill that in. My big hope is that, like, I'm even okay if it fills in, as long as we don't get more spitters. The spitters are what really slow me down, because that's what's causing all of our injuries, is just being peppered by spitters again and again. Who is the spitter spitting at? Oh, it's you again? That's fine. You've already replaced the spitter I killed and pushed it farther back. Yeah, no, but the problem was you can see I already had like 4 people downed. Everyone is getting ready to have a mood break. That's the issue, is I can't keep the fight going for that long. I'm gonna need you to use a mind numb. I know you're treating people, but you're gonna have a break soon. We also have 4 different people who have Psychite addiction from when we were dealing with the penalties from the psychic drone. So we're partly trying to ride out these addictions real fast. Disease, infection. I am not surprised by any of this. Go to bed. I don't care about you recoloring your clothes right now. Don't do that. I dislike that with corpse obsession, it disables the corpse. Because of stuff like that where it makes that not available. Starvation. Why are people starving? I have meals. Eat them. Oh, I mean, I guess it's the patience. What are you doing? You're feeding people. That's fine, as long as you're actually working on it. All ground is lost. Because like I said, they did actually replace the spitter. Murderous Rage. Yeah, that's definitely the thing that sucks about it so much. Is just trying to get any of that meaningful momentum is just so hard to make happen. Which is why a lot of people keep saying, well, why don't you do it like, do one team go out, then the other team go out, and like go back and forth? And maybe that is the right choice. My fear with doing it that way, though, is you'll notice how much stuff pops out each one of the time it does its response. It's a good like 10 units. And they are getting close enough to do a little bit of damage, even with literally everyone on standby. So my fear is if I split it up into 2 teams, all that's going to happen is they're just going to get whittled down by the regular enemies. Would grenades help? I don't have grenades. If I did get grenades, the problem is, sure, I could punch a little spot, but I don't think it'd really make that much of a difference versus throwing ammo in all directions. Yeah, also, and being in a smaller group, it means the same people are more frequently getting hit with acid than it getting spread out a little bit more. I have that Doomsday launcher. The only reason I haven't used it is I wouldn't want to use it until, like, if I could push down here, I would be down to, like, hit the Doomsday down this direction and just blow that whole area out. But just using it as a way of punching in here feels like it wouldn't really actually buy me that much. You can mine down the side, you'll eat acid along the way, but allow access to the corner of the map. Yeah, I have a lot of people suggesting that. I don't know, for me, the idea of sitting there taking, like, literally, like, an in-game week and then mining down here, and then you step out, and whoever goes right there is getting hit with all 6 well, I mean, in this case, not really. but they get hit with all the acid at the same time. I'm using the ghoul to bait the acid. I also don't want to mine a path that circumvents all my defensive perimeter and all that. I know I can fill it in later. Okay, hang on. All of you back under restriction. Like, very, very much I don't want to mine random routes all through here. Because also the danger is I have to get the barricades built in the route, or this will just grow through the route I've made around, and then I got a new problem. Which, don't get me wrong, I put a barricade right here, and I could still limit it. But yeah, I don't really want to mine around. If you did mine a short path, then fill it in after. I don't think I could mine a short path, though. It had to be from someplace like this, all the way around and back here. So that's not going to be a short path. Because if I mine like this to there, like down here to there, that like literally just walking through the door makes more sense than taking that path. The path, the entire idea about getting back to the back lines to try and get these. Oh no, I can make it one. I can make it one wide. That's fine. You know what? Just burn. I just need to ride out these addictions, which takes forever. Like, we're still going to be pushing. My god, addictions are so slow. This might be like the last colony. I may never take another Hussar because just dealing with addictions. Yeah, no, I don't intend fighting in the path. The idea is I'd race through the path all the way to over here, and then we would start fighting. And there is merit to the idea. It's just not one I want to take the time to do. Are you not the same You're still not the same ideology. I'm surprised you also haven't died of, like, heart attack or anything. RimWorld is not kind to people after 65. And we're actually starting to run out our medical supply because of all the injuries we keep piling on. Even though we literally had like 400 tribal medicine, that's just the sheer number of injuries we're running into trying to push this. You get down there and eat that thing. Hey, Anemone Rose, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you had yourself a good stream, and what were we streaming today and all that good stuff. But thank you for bringing over your community and all that good stuff, and welcome in raiders. Where is my mech, by the way? Where is our construction mech? Oh, right, it died down there during everything, and I have no idea where it got away to. Is it being... No, it's not in here. Medical emergency in Calaria Star. Infection extreme. Okay, you're fine. It was RimWorld Day? Nice. I am dealing with absolute pain. Absolute pain. Cassandra's being a big old jerk. But yeah, so if you're looking for like RimWorld, Planet Crafter, Noita, those kind of games, Anemone Rose got that going on. So you can definitely check them out and all that good stuff. But so we've got this down here, which I've been fighting. We've had, while I've been trying to fight this, a mech cluster, a metal horror. We had an off-site psychic drone that was making our people mad. We finally took care of that, and then, you know, we got hit with another mood penalty. I don't care. Have fun. Because of all those psychic drones and that, we managed to get a couple of drug addictions going on. So it has been unrelenting. We so far have had no one die. The ghoul did die twice yesterday, but we resurrected them super easy. Yeah, no, it was everyone's favorite colors. And then, you know, switch it up. Alright, get the melee team in here. Because I don't want to start a fire in these rooms. Everything in this room is flammable. Why are you moving? Because it was because you're on the platform? And I figured with their injuries. Please don't die, White Jaguar. Okay, you did not die. Get out of here. Do this. You... Here. You capture it. Honestly, let's have just Craven meet you and start patching you up. But you can't do everyone's favorite colors because then you end up with a bunch of brown rooms. Yeah, the other problem is they'll have like hot pink and you go like, cool, let's make the room hot pink. RimWorld, you can't dye anything hot pink. There's no hot pink room to be dyed. They have like other pinks, but they don't, like the color palette is different between the rooms than the other stuff. Alright. Then you have to go with magenta and be like close enough. Yeah, it is a bummer. I also kind of wish there was a mood bonus, even if it's just like 1, for having like their room mostly dyed their favorite color or the ideology color. Like make it a really small bonus, like 1 or 2, maybe 3 tops, just for like taking the effort or whatever. Because at least that makes it a little bit more interesting than, you know, it gives you a reason to do any type of dyeing. Because otherwise, like dyeing the floor is purely just because you want to. Why can you... Do you not want to rescue? There you go. Alright, so we get them patched up. Starvation on them, I understand. We'll be able to get rid of that body pretty soon. Because it's the unnatural corpse. The unnatural corpse is... Honestly, as long as you have a researcher, is really a nothing burger. It's only if you don't have a researcher to do it that it becomes a problem. Alright, start putting the mech in there, because I do want that mech to be ready for the next round. You know, I haven't had a ghoul yet. Are they easy to find? You make them. Using Anomaly. You don't really find them, you make them. They're cool. They do have a tendency to, you have to be really careful about making sure you keep meat on stock, because they'll only eat raw meat and corpses. And if you fail to do so, like keep them fed, they will turn on you. Alright, so you need to take another hit of your Mind Numb to try and help you through your addiction. Alright, how goes all this? So it looks like all of our infections are basically sorted. So we're just waiting for people to recover. We still got the 6 down there. It'd be nice if we could close the range and not be pelted by those so freaking much. New lovers. Draconic Dork tried to woo, sextuple negative, about telling a story about pets. They're attracted and now they're their lover. Aww. Where are you going? Don't make me nervous. You're on the restrictions I need you under. Okay. One thing I've been meaning to do, and it's just not happened because you've been stressed out. So I could turn on Never Sleep. The issue is once you give them Never Sleep, they don't go to the room anymore. And so the good news is you avoid the tired debuff, but the bad news is there's a lot of benefits for having a really nice room. We can go for the great shooting, the super fast healing robust. I should try and make that happen. So that and Dead Calm, can we make that work with anything? Poor social. This is the issue I'm running into. I can get slow, steady, and aggressive, and that's awful. Nearsight and all that. Awful mining would also work. But we're still at a huge thing. You can take Dead Calm. So I need more stuff to pop in there. I could start deliberately putting in people here anyways. Yeah, you got a little while for, wait, Jaguar to recover. I'm gonna try and get more genes in here. I need to get some negatives, because if I could get the robust and the super fast healing, that'd help a lot. Why are you playing combat music? There's no combat. Okay, sure. Okay, so you're resting, so I'm going to have you run up here. And once again, re-grab your weapon. Alright. Yeah, so I'm going to try to start doing maintenance on our people as we're doing this, so that hopefully we can get better at dealing with this. Because the good news about a lot of what we got going on here is if we're looking at our bio, our combat skills are all getting pretty solid because I'm in this endless war with this thing. Like, you got a couple people are lagging behind because Jaywalker was in the cryopod, not cryopod, these things for a long time. But like everyone else, for the most part, is sitting at 15 or higher shooting. Like, Craven Horde here is literally maxed out on shooting. Yeah, so your leg's still badly injured, but the rest of you's okay. And you're almost up and ready to rock and roll. JD's getting upset from sitting in the pod too long. Yeah, no, that's the thing. The romance has not been happening in this colony. With all the Neanderthals and everything causing so much social fighting, everyone here does not have a very strong opinion of each other. If I get some barrels... robust and fat body, okay. I'm gonna pop someone else in here real fast. Is your pink neighbor still around? My pink neighbor. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Oh, this? Yeah. Yeah, sorry. Yes. We did get rid of the psychic drone. That has been dealt with. We dealt with the metal horror. We dealt with the mech cluster. We are dealing with the unnatural corpse right now. I'm half tempted if we get one more of the advanced ones. How'd you do that? The metal horror, we had it down to 4 suspects. I arrested them all and started interrogating them all, and we figured out who it was. And then this, which was where the mech cluster, we dealt with that. And then the other one, we finally did get enough fuel to drop pod out and back. Yeah, no, we had to build the drop pod up. It was just the problem was they destroyed our fuel with an acid spill, or acid spit, so we had to wait for our lone boomalope to get us enough to be able to send someone over and back. Okay, Otan is getting real upset, so take your... Nope, not that one. Take your Mind Numb. Alright, you're halfway through your addiction. We're getting there. Kid Karma is pretty salty as well. Same reason. Addiction's gonna addiction. I'm getting so much bioferrite. And Randall Thor is getting upset because they haven't had a hit of the drugs in a while. And unfortunately, they are really into it, and there's not a whole lot I can do about it. Do I not have... Oh, they must have turned into Go-Juice already. Well, Randall, I hate to give you the really strong stuff, but friend, it's all I've got available these days. Have fun, I guess? Oh, this doesn't even need to be here. We can... This thing? Deconstruct it. Slow wound healing. That's not what I want. That's terrible. How much longer till you ready to rock and roll? Savage Lynx. A trader caravan is calling a group of 47 wild lynx are attacking. He wants you to draw the animals away. Okay. I mean, that triple rocket will be good for here. How will this work? It'll work just fine. Because what's going to happen is they'll spawn them in the map right there. And it'll sit there. And they won't be able to do anything. You have Corpse Obsession. But where's the corpse? Oh, there, you put in the prison. Okay. Because a triple rocket launcher... So what I could potentially do with that... Clear enough space, triple rocket launcher, doomsday launcher, clear up a big area real fast, run in, and try and just trash all of these. Because there is a genuine chance if I could push in that hard, and hold back the stuff that it spawns, we could clear out all the spitters, and once I could do that, I could just sit there and saw through these, research this, and on the way out, deal with that. So a triple rocket launcher plus the Doomsday combo, I would do my normal push. Did all links die? They haven't spawned in yet. It'll be... There's a delay. A lot of quests do that, where it's like, okay, you've accepted a quest. Alright, in, 1 day, 2 days, 23 hours, whatever, then they'll show up. What was the sleep suppressor for? It keeps people from needing to sleep, and I had it on the research bench. But this stage in the game, I literally have nothing left to research. Like, very genuinely, I've been tempted to, like, start building the ship in the background just to do it. Have you gone any raids since the Flesh Beasts? Not raids from the edge of the map. When the edge of your map is blocked, they'll send mech clusters, drop pods, that kind of thing. The game will still hit you with stuff, but they won't hit you with stuff that walks in the map because they can't do it. A ship launch might clear that? No, because where they're fully blocked, we won't get any walk on the edge of the map raids. You've been able to block off the entire edge of the map before. People used to go out of their way to pile rock chunks along the edge of the map. There was different strategies for doing that. To literally wall off the side of the map so the enemies couldn't spawn. And you literally just would sit there and get slammed again and again and again with like mech clusters and drop pods. Would they spawn here? I honestly don't think so because of how confined to space it is. I can't say for sure. If they do spawn there, that would be interesting. It's time. It's time for Christ declaring their victory. Congratulations. I believe that makes you the 5th person to ever declare victory of the channel. Let me go ahead and get your name down there on there. Because I want to do something for the people who've managed to do that. And I just don't know what I'm doing with it. But yeah, congratulations. Spending that 1,408,000 points to declare victory on Twitch. Adding you to the illustrious list that is...
Sip. What's the worst that could happen?
That is... One moment. That is Pankraru, Burning Sun, yourself. There is one more that I need to figure out who it was. It was very, very early on in the stream, and I had a note of the name, and it's gone somewhere. And unfortunately, I can't look back like 2 years or whatever it was to see who it was. Yeah, it's the second one this week. I suspect you're going to have a bunch of people start hitting that nearby for the people who started saving for it. That's not an uncommon thing, because a lot of people would have arrived around the same time the channel started to blow up, and then the people saving at that point would probably get the points if they're like watching very regularly, similar time frame. All right. Would you not pepper the constructor real bad? Oh, you're probably still assigned to the other zone, aren't you? Let's fix that. Mechs. Don't go in that zone right now. Because it's trying to clear the zone so it can sit there and do, like, the granite wall and all that. Alright, so you're having a mood break again, so go take your Mind Numb. So we are going to run out of Mind Numb. I'm not going to be able to write out the entirety of these addictions on Mind Numb. But the longer I can keep them from getting murderous rage and me having to arrest them and then release them and then they get, you know, the minus, 9 for was imprisoned and all that, the better. Randall Thor is upset due to chemical hunger. I'm honestly, frankly amazed that Randall Thor hasn't already gotten an addiction. Like, very, very genuinely, that is one of the things that surprised me so much. Is it time to push yet? It will be pretty soon. I'm just waiting for this mood break to give up. And then we need to push. Because right now, with it being where it's at and not spreading, like, it's not going to get worse by standing here right now. So I want to wait till I'm ready to make a proper push. Unfortunately, I'm dealing with the moment I get into this again. Chemical fascination make addiction either more or less likely? I honestly don't know. I usually won't take chemical fascination because it requires me to keep drugs around at all times to keep them happy. And then inevitably you'll have someone who has a mood break, slams the drugs a bunch, and then suddenly you've got someone with an addiction, and addiction is just so terrible to deal with. Because if you don't feed the addiction, it's minus 35, and a lot of the addictions aren't really sustainable. In the sense that they take the drug to keep their addiction up, and they build up a tolerance, which means they have to take more of the drug to keep their, addiction stalemated, which means they get more of a tolerance, and then eventually they start overdosing. I really need you to stop being upset. Alright. Because we even tried running down here and just flamethrowing in all directions. And the other thing that's been killing us, it's been a little while, it seems like every time I start it on fire, it rains. Like, almost immediately. Half the times I start my push and it starts raining. It's just like, come on, game. Give me the tiniest bit of forgiveness here. And if I can manage to get this path farther, again, that'll help contain. Like, if I can get this down here and cut it off so this area doesn't fill up, I'll just get a lot more room to go. How long has this hell been around? Can I actually look back to see when I actually arrived? I mean... Death Pall, Manhunter. So be after the Death Pall. Enemy raid, defoliator ship. Well, it was before the defoliator ship this happened. So it's been more than 100 days. Why are you playing the combat music? Yeah, I saw the heart. Yeah, so it's back here somewhere. It's been a little while. No, it's after the Nocosphere. Yeah, so something's not right with this. Yeah, so this is saying we had the heart. And that's acting like there's only been 2 events, but I guess all those events that from Anomaly aren't showing up on that list. Because we've dealt with a bunch of different Anomaly crap in between stuff. Because we've had the Defoliator ship. We had the Mech Cluster off the map. We had the Revenant Escape, which isn't really an event. We had the Metal Horror. We're dealing with the Unnatural Corpse. Don't go in there. Zone, home zone, clear home zone, area 1. Don't do that back room, thank you. Okay. Yeah, we had the psychic drone thing, so it's like, there's been a lot, but most of them aren't triggering the event thing there. Would you get over this so we can get on with our lives? I just feel like if we can bisect this over here as we move down. Okay. We've got to push. That's fine. Even without White Jaguar, it's time. Don't break my walls. Use my doors. You got perfectly good doors. They're trying to recalculate their paths again and again because they can't figure out how to get off the map. That's the reason why the frame rate keeps getting all sorts of weird. Is behind the scenes, the game is throwing its hands in the air going, I don't know how to calculate this. Don't break my walls. Oh my god, honestly, like, the AI in this game is absolutely infuriating. Like, they're my allies. Stop breaking my walls. I didn't trap you in. You have paths out. Use them. Alright. So all of you start banging on walls. Flash mass response. Get everyone in here. Try to drop back if you can. I should have waited till everyone was in position before we did that. JD's probably got to leave immediately on this one. Okay, I'm gonna push a little bit more than I should be with JD having those injuries. Get you out of here. And JD is not a doctor. White Jaguar is a doctor if they get off their break. Mex, you are now on. We can build it. Okay. So my hope is them pushing in is gonna open up the space I need. To make this a proper push. Major brisk rate on you. Honestly, you two are just basically waiting to melt down. So I'm just gonna keep you out of it. You just work on your addictions. Illicit, how much longer do you have? You still got some mind numb. In that case, you're in. Okay, grab all of you here. Keep tunneling. Because we can tunnel in there far enough. We can probably make this work out pretty well for us. Because as long as they're keeping those spitters distracted, we can make moves. Alright. It also means we're splitting the danger on a lot of these things. Okay. Grab all of them and get them back to shooting. It literally canceled what shooting because they lost line of sight on it because that one spot grew. Okay, we've opened a path for him. Alright, we're officially at the range where I'm too far to keep shooting, so have you run up, provide support, really spread you out. And I don't want to go down that narrow corridor, because that's how we almost lost a lot of people in the last round, because when I poked in that narrow corridor, we ended up getting a bunch of people who wound up getting just pelted as it closed up behind them. Take you off here, start shooting there. Don't get me wrong, I really want to go over there and just destroy it. But I am hoping I can just tear right through here. You need to get out. Come on. Finish them off, please, so we can go back to pushing. While we still have the distraction. Okay. You're in the range of all of them. So let's move up again. Like this. Melee along here. And we can grab everyone but Illicit. Keep shooting. All right, we're getting really close on this. Oh, I don't have the person here who can do, like, the combat chat or whatever. I probably had to arrest him at some point. Please don't run right past me. I don't know what you're using that's exploding, but, like, I'm here for it. Okay, ranged team. Shoot the spitter. Alright, let's move forward again. Disregard, stop right here. Start shooting the growth that's just rocketing out to us. Where's Conrad? There you are. Which happens too much of the... if you cut the heart from the main body, does it stop growing? It'll stop spreading from that point. It'll have to go to an area that's attached, but it will spread from... Right, that's the reason I'm trying to, like, keep the shots going here. The problem is it's canceling the shots as we're losing line of sight. Night High Lord, you get out of here, because you go down really easily. Okay. We'll defend ourselves again. And I'm going to sneak some group off to deal with that one. So you three, or four, you sneak over to this position. You don't worry about the defense. You shoot that. The rest of you who aren't involved in that, you keep pushing through. And by that I mean switch back to the area we're trying to grow off that heart and refill the area and block us off. I need to keep that line of fire open. Can I have you... Who's someone who probably needs to get out of here soon? Get rid of that. Okay. Kitten. I'm going to have you go order, so... Kitten Karma, where are you at? Where are you at? Where are you at? Why am I not seeing you? Kitten, there you are. I want you to haul this out of here. Be fast. Get it, get it, get it, get it. Starvation on Kid Karma. Well, she's already on her way out. It's trying to grow so aggressively. Like, I'm hoping we can just push through it. Okay. So we've detached a lot of this. How are we doing so far as our general medical? Bob is getting to the point where pain is getting a bit too high for my comfort. So that's probably gonna need to be addressed. So let's get you two. We're not gonna be able to stay in this fight much longer. That's perfect. It's on fire, so that spitter might be out of commission. We've already got 4 back up. Which does not excite me. So maybe we can keep the pressure up in this general direction. We might be able to push through here and make something happen. Come on. Yep, you got... Get that out of here. Okay. It's a little bit of a risky play because I'm going past the heart. We're going to push up. I'm going to destroy all of the spitters. I'm pushing way harder than I should be. Groot's twig is also getting upset, so you go ahead and get out of here. Illicit, you're already slow enough. If we have to do a retreat, I can't have you here. The rest of you... Entity Slayer, you have yourself a good time, dear. Alright. Come on, come on. Shoot it. Okay, we did manage to get another piece. So I think that's going to be good enough. So what we're going to do is undraft everyone, stop blowing stuff up, uncheck this. Who is a good runner? You take extra damage. No Good Nick is pretty decently. So No Good Nick on here. Haul it. Get it out of here. Because that one's destroyed. Well, that's all the stuff I need to analyze now. So we're just trying to get it, because I'm also worried everyone's getting kind of at the edge of what they can handle before all the mood breaks happen. And if I have someone psychotic wander down here, they're dead. Okay. So we got both the nerve bundles that we're going to need. We should be able to finish this thing off. Where are the nerve bundles? So No Good Nick, you stop what you're doing and research that as soon as... You're incapable of analyzing it. So you analyze it. Where's the other one? Up here? Hey, bot. Forget it. Who's nearby there? You analyze that. Be fast about this. If we can manage to analyze both of those before this gets out of hand, I might even be able to run someone back out there to deal with it. Oh, hey. Okay, you're already on it, Ghoul. Go ahead and kill it. Disease infection on Draconic. We'll deal with that in a minute. Cool, we got that one done. Come on. Get to it. You executed the Noctil. I am okay with that. Colonist needs rescue. Analysis complete. Alright, someone who can move fast who's in the area. Who isn't a ghoul. So, moving 78, 72. It's going to be risky for me to run one of you down here who's really badly hurt. You know what? You're actually... Randall Thor, you're not that bad. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to go schedule. Get in there. Do it. And you got ghoul support coming with you. don't be careful where you go, buddy. The good news is we're still having stuff spat at as long as we keep ahead of this. Randallthor, are you still on task? Okay, so it hasn't canceled it yet. We gotta watch because eventually it's gonna be like you can't reach it and I'll just cancel and Randallthor won't even try. Okay, that's exactly what happened right there. So we're running up. Keep shooting. That is really bad. Oh, I knew I should have sent one person. Run away? Oh, is it all on the other side? Game. You finally gave me a break. Get in there before that tile appears. Ghoul, do what you can to prevent the, prevent that from closing in around Randall. We're free. We're free. We're finally free. It's over. Sweet freedom. I'm still gonna say build that bridge out here. Hold on. New research available. My god, the amount of effort I went through for that. Okay. Awakening the monolith. Look, let me deal with all the other stuff. And then we can worry about if or if not we're poking the monolith. Right now, I've got a bunch of people who need medical treatment. I've got a bunch of people who are dealing with infections. I got all this stuff. I got the enemies that are going to pop out of this. So it's going to be a hot minute before we do anything with anything. But all that said, we've at least got this sorted out. Go get your drugs so you stop being upset. That's just a bruise. You can live with that. Oh, man. That was by far the worst we've ever had it so far as dealing with one of the events in Anomaly. So far as just not giving me an inch to work with. We're going to go ahead and do this. Tantrum, you are going to destroy things in your room due to extreme expectations. You know what, buddy? I'll let it slide. You just saved the colony by running up to the heart and injecting it. That was 3 streams, right? No, it was just last night's stream and then this stream. Yeek. And what's your deal? Withdrawal. Go take your mind numb. What's your deal? You're just having a bad day. That's what your deal is. Alright. And medical, we got a ton of people with toxic buildup. We only have Draconic who has an infection, but they seem to be doing okay. Yeah, no, that was grueling. See, that's what I needed was when we were ready to make a push for our allies to show up at that point, because them just taking the time to draw those spitters gave me the time to just start cutting in there and just keep up the pressure. I just couldn't do it before. Yeah, keeping up the pressure and all that. I couldn't do that before just because we had the psychic drone keeping our people melting down and all those other problems that Cassy was throwing at us. It just never gave me an opportunity to actually tackle the issue. Alright, so they're starting to get out, so it is time to grab the ones who aren't pissed off real fast. Oh, hey, illicit? Don't worry about it. Get everyone else. We're gonna mop up all the flesh things coming after us real fast. And once they're all dealt with, we can unrestrict people and do a lot of, way overdue cleanup. All right. Cool. So you got that group. We got a couple of outliers down there. Yeah, at least Randy takes naps. It is true. Alright, go down there, because you can solo those things at this point. So you're going to go down there and clear those out. We'll grab that and put away. Imperial pollution dump. No, actually, I'm in kind of danger right now with how much pollution I've got built up on my map. This is getting unreasonable. This whole area is pollution. And we do have the tree doing its thing. Buildings too close. What buildings? You're marking... Oh. Power? I understand. Okay. Yeah, I had gold underneath there that I needed. Pop my armor before we good. So I've got that one. Go get that one. You're... Oh, hey. So I'm gonna have you run down here real fast. Never mind, you're about to have a fight. So where are you going? Are you going after a ghoul? No, you're ignoring the ghoul. Oh, not you. And schedule, and after all this time, unrestricted. And for mechs, unrestricted. Actually, area 1. No, unrestricted. Cool. You go ahead and capture that, I guess. Meanwhile, you go down here. We'll have the ghoul open up the way. Where are you at? You run down here because I want you to grab that to put it away. And that'll basically give me a pretty close to never-ending twisted meat source. Consume... Oh, that's the twisted meat. I was about to say, like, consume the flesh mass. I'm like, no. I'd rather not. Alright, so I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. But the flesh mass is officially defeated. We have taken all outstanding major problems, and they are now sorted. We can once again resume operating as a normal colony. Yeesh. Alright, I'll be back in just a minute, so thank you again for tuning in. Like, I'm someone who'd actually talk through all that kind of stuff. Because I was going to put up a review that said, well, great, the bot's busted. You momented too early? Oh, was there a moment? That would be it. You got a clip? Yep. That would be the one. So everyone is here. We just beat our all-time record, which our old record was 111,220 zombies. So we have exceeded it by one. And we had done that in 1 year, 2 months, 8 days. So we beat that quota, like that record was about 2 in-game weeks. And there was the gifty subs, let me go ahead and get those actually called out. So Gusty OP, Father Lemon, Sneaky, let's see, Sneak EDTS, Dar Scorpius, and Charlester, you all have yourself advertising previewing as well as access to the emotes. Thank you so much, Pretty Big Ooh, for gifting those emotes a channel. But thank you. So pretty much what we're looking for is we're looking for large bodies of water. Just check the bottom to see if there's chests in the bottom. Now down says I do have the metal detector because we've seen a lot. Oh right, and I am back. Time is just flying tonight. Yeek. But yeah, so we're grabbing the biomass heart thing. And I'm trying to think if we do a switch up in games today, like what do I want to do? Because normally I would have done an hour ago, but I wanted that to either be do or die. I wanted to be do or die, like get that, like either die to it and then we would switch games, or to like be able to put a bow and say like we lived. And so I'm debating whether or not we want to go and do that. I do have lots of repairs I need to do on my base. They've trashed our walls. They've trashed everything. This whole area is a disaster. I honestly don't care if they save that or not. All right. Mystic said, congrats to the Flesh Mass. Yeah, no, it's just we finally got where one of the allies came through to do their thing, and usually they're entirely ineffectual and just fell over dead. But they were absorbing hits, which gave me all the time I needed to just make a proper push now that I wasn't dealing with the psychic drone or the charity fails or any of these other events that we kept getting stacked on top of us again and again. We were able to just fight it straight up. Whatever happened to the unnatural corpse? Like, it should be here somewhere, right? Let's do a quick search. It was... whose corpse was it? Wasn't no good Nick, was it? No, it's Jaywalker. Okay, so just making sure it wasn't set to not, like, that it got corpse obsessioned and disabled or whatever. So, can you eat the flesh? No, it's not real. Hey, we would have had malaria, but it got prevented. That medicine has been doing work for us. It's prevented more than 4 rounds of malaria so far. Anyways, you're sleepy? Alright, well, have yourself a good sleep. Thank you again for tuning in. So I'm going to go ahead and literally just... oh, we got another enemy down there. Where did you go? There. Deal with the outliers down here. This whole place is disgusting. Hey, it's the IG. Thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. But welcome in, raiders. What were we playing tonight and all that good stuff? You missed an absolutely absurd battle against the flesh mass. You could see that it was a bad time by the fact that all of this is green from acid. But welcome in, raiders. So yeah, so what were we playing? What were we playing and all that stuff? I should also introduce myself. I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch.
Thank you, MRNICE Gamer 88 for subscribing for 31 months.
Thank you so much, Mr.
Eyes,
Nice.
Flesh Mask, Rual.
Thank you, Mr. Nice Gamer. I really do appreciate that. Doing a T1 sub and sub the channel for 31 months. Coming up on 3 years real quick. So I really do appreciate the continued support. And thank you to Paulo. Welcome to stream. I really appreciate the continued support. You've been so important, like, pretty much since the beginning. So it means a whole lot. You played some Pine Harbor and another little game, and then you switched Borrow with friends. Nice. I haven't heard of the Pine one, but I have heard of Borrow Trauma. I played that before. good times there. But yeah, so what we're doing is I'm learning my lesson, and to help try and contain the wall of flesh thing again, I'm gonna start putting some random, like, security walls just in my bases from now on, as just a containment strategy. I think that's gonna be a new thing I just do. Is like areas like this, box them in. That way, when we get the flesh mass and all that, I have a place to fight from. With the animals, that's going to be a problem up here, isn't it? I see why I shouldn't do it. Because the animals won't be able to go over it, so they'll starve. Still, this grid out front, I'm going to do that. At least if it shows up here, I can go in from different angles to attack it and everything. Pine Harbor is a horror survival game. A bit of 7 Days to Die, but slower? Gotcha. Yeah, I don't end up playing very many horror games on the channel. It just doesn't really match the vibe I've built up over the years. I've enjoyed them on and off as, like, a person on my own time, but it's always tricky when you start building up an audience around stuff that you gotta make sure you're playing stuff in line with what your audience would want to see. Oh, and allow that to be rebuilt. Allow this to be rebuilt. So much repairing of defenses to do. Let's also check on our brick and see how we're doing here. I need granite. So that's the limestone. We're actually really good on limestone. Let's try reinstalling. I think up here was where we had granite. Alright. And then we had Illicit NZ went down. So let's have them take another round of the Mind Numb to help them get through their addiction. And then grab the rifle. And No Good Nick was just insulted, so we just gotta wait that out. Alright, oh, and we do have a Hellcat rifle out here, which is a bit surprising. I don't think anyone went down way out here out of our group. It could have been one of the visitors who had that problem. Alright. I mean, one thing we could potentially do for the barricades, like I mentioned, do it like this, and just don't fully enclose it. So just go here and be like, boom. That will give one way it can get out of the area, but then it's one of those things that makes it much easier for me to contain it later. It also give me future places to, Okay, study complete, and with that, destroy the corpse, you. Alright, so the unnatural corpse is dealt with. Being a lurking, get some food? You hope you have an amazing trip? Well, thank you, and thank you again so much for the raid and all that good stuff. Alright. Meanwhile, now that we're not in an urgently everyone is about to die kind of situation, I'm gonna try and eat a little bit of my food over here. I'll kill the mic while I'm doing it. It's a little risky for me to be building this close to the edge of the map. If we have a raid of like 50 people show up and there's anyone down there, they're dead. But I really want to get this sorted. Oh, we need more wood. And unfortunately with the Alright. Distant Shriek. So that's at the edge of the map. So, scheduling, Area 1. Mechs, Area 1. Everyone please retreat. No Good Nick. Okay, yours is an addiction. You're just in a bad mood. Also, let's change Area 1's zone. We can change it a whole bunch to deal with a lot of this. So do all that. But no good, Nick. I need you to try and slam that door closed real fast. Poor Lycidan Z with the psychic withdrawal barely can move. Alright, that's as afraid of. Get everyone here, it's too late. Keep running. So I mentioned where they're probably gonna die if they're near the edge of the map. It's pretty much what that was. Oh, we have someone gonna have a baby. So we need all of you to drop back. We're not gonna be able to get them to the choke point. Mechs, please get drafted as well. Because we don't want the mechs to just get killed for no reason. We're not gonna have half the people in position in time. Drop back farther. Keep falling back till we got everyone grouped. Okay. There's so many. Like, we've got it handled because we're, at this point, combat-wise, we have absurdly high stats. But that was so many. Okay, Craven Horde. I can't help that you're in a bad mood. How are you doing, by the way? Oh, you're not even in immediate danger. Okay. High Lord, you go rescue them. No Good Nick is right about to have a break because of that. Do we have someone else who can do construction in a hurry here? Groots. Alright, Groots, I want you to rebuild that door. So at least things have to fight their way through where I want them to have to fight their way through. Meanwhile, we'll have you grab the weapon. Sarisa Mage can grab it. It doesn't matter who grabs it as long as someone grabs it. Mechs, get them no longer being under assignment. Okay. More enemies, more XP. You're not wrong. And hey, Red Naru, how's it going? Oh, right. I still have that set from way earlier in the game. Because of blights and all that. Okay. I don't need everyone cutting down trees. Yep. Yep, Retinaru is absolutely fantastic. A lot of our knowledge that we have around how mechanics actually work in Project Zomboid ultimately comes from Retinaru. You slowed down, why? Okay. Capture. 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 We're not going to get all of them. A lot of them are going to bleed out, but we'll capture what we can. Alright. Oh, hey. Sorry, drones. Or mechs. I didn't mean to. Mechs can all be undrafted, so that's good. The important news is I got that first door going. We're going to start repairing all these walls and all that. It's a lot to do to fix the base after all that stuff. Yeah, Naretnar is excellent. Also makes a really, I say fun. It is fun. It's also brutal mod called the Cursed CDDA. So people are familiar with the CDDA challenge. It's the worst version of it. So, you know, have fun with that. Meanwhile, let's have you hop in here and go in for an age reversal cycle. I don't know why the game slowed down again. Okay. Died on the platform. Maintain only. 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 Okay. And they are patching them all up, which is fine. All right, you are getting... well, actually, never mind. You're not getting pissed off because you already have Mind Numb going. It just hasn't cleared it. You're ravenously hungry while there's plenty of food. That sounds like a you problem. You don't worry about the sight stealer. You go grab a weapon. All right. We got plasteel all over the place. Bunch of random swords and all that as well. Starvation on you, which you're working on. Alright. And we're definitely going to need some of the people to go into the pods. Jaywalker, do you have any major injuries? Yes. So we are going to have you do a biopod regeneration for your toe and your torso scar. I've got another pod here available. So the question is, who is the next person who has serious injuries? We're mostly looking for stuff that isn't easy to fix, so like brain injuries, torso scars, head scars. So you got a torso scar on Randall Thor. You got a torso scar as well. Because arms and legs we could fix easy. Jaywalker is in for theirs already. You got a bunch of acid burns on you. Alright, so I think Illicit NZ is going to be the one who gets the other one, because they've got a brain scar. Actually, what's Kin Karma? So that's an eye. We could deal with that once things settle. Actually... So your mood's going to start plummeting. Let's get ahead of it with another Mind Numb. There's a reason I grabbed a mountain of Mind Numb the moment we got the chance. When all of that was going down. Okay, so you have an eye that's gotten ruined, so let's go ahead. Operations, right eye. Let's get that scarred up eye replaced. You're de-aging. We'll worry about all your other stuff later. Alright, we'll do a bioregeneration on you once your other injuries are recovered. That way we can make sure it targets the brain injury. Meanwhile, we're gonna go zones. It's probably been overdue anyways. All of that is a home zone now. And with that, we're gonna go ahead and say here to automatically expanding home zone, we're gonna say no. And this out here is not a home zone. Okay, the heat wave is already over. Illicit NZ is fully healed. So before you go too far, bioregeneration. Yep, that'll heal your brain scar, so it'll get you back in business. Okay, we had another person who had a scarred eye. Yeah, mangled right eye, so we can do that. And once we get those sorted, we will start getting some more limbs. I don't want too many people knocked down, fixing up all the scars and injuries and all the other problems they built up from all of that fighting. But we are going to start working and getting everyone set up with bionics and all that. Yeah, we're doing perfectly good on raw materials for right now. Are you good yet? No. No good, Nick. I need that tree absorbing power, or pollution. Because we get that absorbing pollution and get ourselves back in business. I'll probably need a second one, but that's the one I've got. Cool. It's good. And we're up to 27 Harbinger trees because they are eating well. We have given them no shortage of endless corpses to eat in all of our warring. And if you're wondering why this colony is getting so ridiculous, our wealth is over 400,000 now. Literally at any single point, if I just decide it's done with the colony, I can just hit a button in Arco Nexus and be done with it. But we've been leaning into just carrying as many things in the menagerie as possible. We've lost a bunch. We did lose a whole lot of them in the interim of all of that nonsense we dealt with. Because we used to have probably... I think we had almost all of this area filled except for like 1 or 2, and then like 5 or 6 on this side. But between letting them go and them getting killed and breaking out and getting killed and people executing them because of mood breaks and all that, we whittled them down just because of that wall of flesh being a huge thing. Now the good news is that wall of flesh being in here now, I don't have to really worry about it. I can just keep it here. Oh, I forgot I actually have to keep that suppressed. That's fine. Gore Hulk Assault. 50 Gore Hulks. Oh, they got that door blocked. Okay, that's fine for right now. They will be able to path to the kill box. If they wouldn't have been able to path to the kill box, then it would have been a really bad time because they would have just started smashing walls. They might even still start smashing walls. I vaguely recall Gore Hulks have a tendency to do that. Oh, you're in the Biosculptor. That's right. Just grab who you can. Start dropping him in here. No real priority onto who goes where. Just get him into spots. The more guns we get into locations that we can fight from, the better. So you're in a biopod. You're in a biopod. Yeah, but everyone else is in a biopod who we haven't already grabbed. Alright, we got 50 Gore Hulks. The good news is Gore Hulks don't have a lot of life. The bad news is they do actually have okay-ish range. Not anything terrible, not like Lancers or Pikemans and all that bring to the table. But, you know, not nothing. But at this phase, I mean, the downside is they're going to stay bunched up because they're not going in here long enough to be put into combat or anything in advance. We'll just have to live with it. The good news, I have more than enough flares to keep a bunch of them pinned down for a bit. I say that, and it did not work out at all. And the downside is my fire doesn't have nearly that range. You hang in there, Draconic? Only torso bruises so far. You're getting knocked a lot, but nothing particularly dangerous so far as being lethal. You're being attacked by potatoes? Pretty much. Alright. Home stretch, only a couple more. That'll be the last flare worth doing anything. We got our first person downed. And everything is defeated there. Oh. Don't worry about the cleaner bot. Okay, so you took... so you did, like, you lost a leg is what happened. Is you just... sheer number of hits got attrition to the point your leg gave out. That should be okay. I have a perfectly good and ready bionic leg to help you out, friend. Meanwhile, literally, honestly, like, JD didn't even get hurt there. They just took a bunch of hits to their shield belt. The ghoul took a ton of hits, but who cares? Wait, is there one up? Okay. So do not grab you or you. Rest of you get in here. I mean, if you just want to close into melee range, I'm willing to work with it. Never mind. They're all like, "Oh no, he's bringing the big guns. Run!" Okay. Are you not... The go juice isn't gone. Why aren't you taking your go juice? You need it to live. There, go grab that next. You're in the pod. A bunch of people taking care of things. You're ravenously hungry. You could take care of that yourself. You have chemical hunger. Go deal with that. You're dealing with your drug withdrawal, so go ahead and take some Mind Numb to deal with that. Okay, and you got your Bioferrite sword got tossed in here somewhere. Alright, come on. Or not. It was on its way when when stuff went down. Oh, and JD is still drafted. We don't want that. Alright. And once we have you healed up, we're going to need to get you a bionic leg right. And I understand we could grab more of them to pop in here. I mean, we could probably start working that now. Capture... Capture, capture, capture. Trying to see if there's any other ones we see in here real fast. Capture. I think we got all the ones we're going to find for capturing. That said, most of them aren't going to make it. It's been a little while. They're probably already bleeding out. As you can see, they're dropping them on the way up there because they're dying on the way. Hey, we actually have a regular, normal caravan rolling through. Let's see. So you're busy. You can afford to respond to this one. Just a regular old caravan. We could use it for dealing with a lot of stuff. It'll be excellent. Yep, Bob, we got it taken care of. It's still recovering from all that fighting, but yeah, we did finally go with it. We were able to monopolize on when we had an ally rolling through, and so the ally just drew the fire long enough for me to just start smashing through. And once I managed to take down like 3 or 4 of the spitters, I was able to sit there and just very quickly hit the nerve clusters. We grabbed the research stuff and ran away with them and researched them from the safety of our base. And then just handled it very quickly from there. Alright. So, what do we have that we can make happen? Is there anything I'm direly in need of? So, all these I'm pretty much done with. I don't really care about that one. We are done with all of our research books because we have all the research. I'm not worried about any of that. So we've got Never Sleep, Super Heal Robust, Slow Heal I'll never use, Calm I want. I've got 3 separate instances of Immune, so I'll keep just one. I don't want the fur skin. I don't... Animal Cry's not mine. Robust by itself I don't particularly need. Alright. Slow Study Aggressive I'm never going to use. Give me the Glitter World. Give me the components. Any advanced components. Let's see. Is there any of these other ones I'll never use? The Great Intellect, Poor Animals, Extra Pain, I don't think I'll use at any point. So I can get that out of here. Soother Pulsar? That's not a bad idea. If I can make it happen, it's not a bad idea. I mean, I can honestly get rid of some Bioferrite. I'm sitting on a mountain of it. I don't care what you haul home, as long as you can haul at least something home. Schedule, no restrictions. Did that quest ever go through? So, the links never arrived. That's a little concerning. Technically, this quest is active, and 23 hours after I accepted it, we were supposed to be attacked by 47 links, but because they couldn't get here, it didn't trigger, and so now the quest is in this weird active but not active state. So not sure about that one. What's your deal? Okay, so you're dealing with drug withdrawals. Go deal with that. Alright, and you're all dealing with your stuff. And once the torso is fully healed, I'm down to take a crack and see if we can't replace that leg. Okay, we are getting granite chunks. So we should be getting granite brick. And with the granite brick, we can get all this fixed. And everyone is working desperately to haul all of these bodies for the trees. Needless to say, we're getting some more Harbinger trees soon. Oh, I just realized, I'm pretty sure... Yeah, all the moisture pumps have long since finished their job. They were going the entire encounter. They were just dealing with all of it. So we've gotten rid of all of the not buildable soil on the map. Alright. Does he need to capture the heart before it regens? You saw activity bar? Yeah. Sorry if it took me a while to see that. But yeah, no, it is one of those things that if you don't keep it suppressed, I believe it eventually it'll like reoccur or whatever. I haven't ever actually seen it happen to really have, to know how it works. All right. And I also feel like I should put a box here. Alright. And yeah, the reason I'm making these little boxes is just for any more of the flesh hearts. Basically making places that it should get contained automatically kind of deal. Alright. Yeah, it looks like we only managed to get 2 of the Gore Hulks in here of the ones we grabbed. All the others died on their way, which wasn't super surprising. I had to deal with a bunch of other stuff in the meantime, and I didn't jump on it, so... They didn't last very long. Here, go get your food. Alright. New Harbinger tree. No surprise whatsoever there. Slowly but surely, everything will be a Harbinger tree. Existence will be Harbinger. Oh, we could probably turn you back on. We only turned that off because I didn't want people standing out in the toxic fallout when we had a toxic fallout going. Cool. So we've got silver under the ground inside the main storage room. We got steel in these areas. I don't really have need for that steel. I'm not going out to that edge of the map. We've got tons of steel all over the place, but right now I'm sitting on 15,000 steel, so... Toxic fallout, roll out through the fallout. Yeah. Yeah, no. Uranium is way over there. We're doing pretty fine on all of that. I'm honestly at the point I could probably use the second fabrication bench. Alright, you're still dealing with your withdrawal, so go pop some more Mind Numb. Wonder why you're not getting your operation done. Am I out of medicine? Is that what's going on? No, I'm not out of medicine. So, go take your rest. Missing bionic eye. Why is it giving me the choice to do that if I don't have a bionic eye? That's fine. Oh, and it's stuck on Nihai Lord. Right, Alright, so first of all, let's go find that. That's the second... That is, and I know there's mods to fix it. It's one of the things I'm debating doing. There is a problem. So, like, if someone starts crafting an item, they're the only one who can finish it. And so you have someone who's not crafting often take on a task, they can literally get stuck doing it forever. And it'll never get done. So what I've got is Nihai Lord here. They primarily cook, but occasionally they craft. But they really do mostly stay tied up 99% of the time cooking. But every once in a while they'll go to craft and they'll go and like hit the bench, and when that happens, it just never gets done. And there's a couple ways to get around it. You can set up multiple crafting benches with multiple orders that different people can, you know, actually facilitate it and all that. And that's probably the best way of doing it, is just having like 2 or 3 benches, each with their own orders, and you can say this bench is only be handled by that person kind of deal. And that can manage it really well. Okay, so we can take that if we can make it happen. Honestly, we can knock down our population a Muffalo a little bit. I've got tons of them. I don't have much there I want to get rid of. Psy Extreme, Poor Cooking. Kill Thirst. What is Kill Thirst? I remember Kill Thirst. Carries a gene for lust for feeling of ending another's life. They will become irritated. No. 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 That's what that is. That is a no. That is a big old over the top moon to the sky no. Absolutely not levels of no. You can probably part with a couple more Muffalo. There we go. Okay, meanwhile, let's start having new people popping in the gene machine. Because I wanna get like the fast healer thing. I'd like to get Dead Calm on a bunch of people. To put away, like, to put down the social fights. I'm trying to make a decent combat burst, but they're all going to have penalties. They're going to be, like, designed per person. Where we'll sit there and have, like, okay, this is our crafter. Alright, so we're going to take, like, a bunch of other stuff, like social, and we're going to make them crap at that. Alright, so we're slowly de-aging that pawn. They're going to be taking a while to do that. I could use a ritual to do that. We do take a mood penalty for doing that, because we aren't ritualists. Oh, here, we don't need to do that anymore. Butcher creature, entities, never. Because at this point, I've got that up there spitting out meat constantly, so I don't have to worry about it. Alright. Insentient Cookie is making our bionic eye. Oh, meanwhile... how close to recovered are you? Your torso and your head and all that are recovered, so that's good enough. I need to give you the bionic leg on the left. Because we do that, we can get you back in order. What do you got going on down here? You have a mangled right eye, and you're waiting for the operation for it. That's fine. Okay. As we slowly acquire more and more bionic limbs to deal with the many acquired injuries over time. Wait. Did I put that on the wrong side? I did. That's fine. I believe we have a second one. Basically, they had their other leg was also injured, but not missing. So, it was not needed, but that's okay. That just means what'll end up happening is when they wake up, they'll be really good at running people down in melee now. Please operate on them. Oh, wait, you're dealing with some major drug withdrawals. Let's get a doctor who is not actively dealing with drug withdrawals. So you are there. So Illicit NZ is also dealing with withdrawal. You're in the pod. Gloria Star. Excellent. You do this. I don't think a person dealing with drug withdrawals should be the one doing that. Imagine amputating the wrong leg. No. They gave you a super powerful cybernetic leg on the wrong leg. Cool. Partial antitox lungs. I don't really care about that. It's cool, I just don't care about it. Night High Lord, your turn in the machine. We're just gonna go start rotating through everyone again. Seeing I need negatives is what I need. I need negative stuff. I need, like, we already have bad social, but like bad crafting, you know, those kind of things. I need more of that so that I got room for the positives. Because we got lots of really strong positive stuff, but without the negatives, I can't do anything with it. Not without making my people perpetually live in the dining room eating. Which to me is always the bigger problem of the whole thing, is that not the actual amount of food they're eating, but how long they spend eating it. Alright. Sorry, I've been sitting there with my food next to me and just not eating it. It is something I am pretty bad about. We'll get the next row of biopods in here for patching up scars and all that stuff. Oh, not that. Trade. And little by little, I've got my flesh heart container thing. Poor animals. Perfect. That is exactly the kind of thing I'm looking for. And what do you have? Basically, nothing I care about. So how about I give you a bunch of random scattered, roughed up weapons that I'll never use. Actually, don't even have that many of those. And honestly, give me a little bit of that, and we'll call it a day. Are you with a faction that I want to build relationship? Yeah, we're fine. Alright, Lardine, you sleep well, and thank you again for hanging out. Okay. And they're running us sandstone chunks, which is fine. That just means I'll move on to repairing other things. Yeah, I think we had sandstone around here. The thing I don't need is any more limestone right now. I forgot, like, I accidentally left one of the drills on it for a very long time and forgot about it. Okay. And little by little, putting it all back together again. Bet amputation is serious enough. They want people to mark the limb before the surgery. Yeah, no, they do that. And everyone like has different places, different strategies for marking it. Like you'll have ones that say like right and wrong on it. You'll have some that have like X. You know, yeah, some they'll say like okay, and I've seen I think okay, and then the other one they'll put sued or whatever on it. Everyone has their own way of dealing with that. Had to prune some tree and put in the greenways. Is it the same run? You have defeated the flesh. Yes, we defeated it, and now I'm putting a way to help contain it if we ever have that again. It boiled down to getting some allies came through, and when they started trying to carve out, which we had a number of times, but they were durable enough just to kind of draw the fire while I was able to go in and just clean house. Now they didn't have a billion negative mood effects just chipping away at my people. Yeah, we're getting that last bit of anomaly stuff there. Interestingly enough, now I think about it, if I was trying to go for... If I want to really try and go and just fill this thing up, I could deliberately do the flesh pit thing and just not finish it. Let the things pop out, knock a bunch of them down, whatever survives, run them into the back. And, you know, repeat. It's probably a terrible idea. But I could see that being an interesting way of dealing with it. One moment. Sorry. Didn't register when I pushed the button again. Yeah, no, I had to just deal with that. Like, from my dinner, I had, like, a poppy seed, like, right along the gum line on the bottom. It was just deeply upsetting me, because it wouldn't go away, it wouldn't anything. It was just being down there. Which is always just annoying. And they are slowly pulling up the pollution now, little by little. Okay, so we are at the point, the freezer must grow, is what we've got going on here. So let's see, that is... not correct is what that is. It's fine. So between here we have... Alright. To make it 8x9 as well here. Make it 8x9 as well there. Break that. That'll just be a plus in the middle and nowhere else. Alright. So we're expanding our toxic waste room. Small bits of meat sticking in your teeth annoy me. Oh yeah, and there's all sorts of things. That's so I have one tooth that's implanted. You know, just I had a tooth crack, and so it had to be replaced. And when it did, like, what you don't realize then an implanted tooth is you can get stuff under your tooth because it's being held basically. There's like a screw that goes into your jawbone that attaches to the top of that. But there's like this under area for it. And eating stuff like corn or certain beans where, like, you know, you can get like the bits of corn like between your teeth, but that kind of stuff, getting it under, is infuriating. Teeth, luxury bones for insurance. Yeah, the classic, like, most healthcare is like, oh no, that's a separate thing. Yep. That's a whole animal of a thing. Alright, so I got everyone on priority 1, cut to deal with the blight. That's fine. Meanwhile, as far as you got, once your pod is ready, we're gonna go ahead and age reversal you get. I'm just gonna keep age reversaling them until they're no longer in the advanced levels of age. And we're getting our other pods up and ready. I'm not gonna bother worrying about them until these 3 are popped out. So you had your farthest back tooth, not wisdom tooth, never grew that. Cracked 1/4 off. You had to have it fixed 3 times, but it keeps breaking or undoing. But things just stick in it. That sucks. Yeah, it's the same one that's like, it's one of my teeth that's all the way in the back, but not a wisdom tooth. That's the one that had to be implanted. It is what it is. I made a lot of not great dietary choices when I was a teenager, mostly consuming a ridiculous amount of sour sodas. And it is just like one big old acid bath for your teeth at all times. Alright, so they are trying to catch up on this. Unfortunately, because most of my crop is corn, because it's one of the most efficient labor to amount of nutrition you get out of it, it did take over a good, like, this whole area of my crop, and then plus this little patch down here. But they're getting ahead of it. Oh yeah, I don't actually have a nursery, do I? Alright, here, move the pen marker. Oh yeah, no, it's one of the things that annoys me a lot when, you know, you'll have people pushing back about stuff, and they'll be like, oh, well, did that person this, or was it pre-existing conditions? Like, stop it. Pre-existing conditions is only a concept come up by insurance companies as an excuse to not pay for things that they should otherwise probably be obligated to cover. Like, don't help them screw you. So we're gonna make a nursery in here. Well, yeah, I mean, the issue is, like, most pre-existing conditions are stuff, you know, that's there that you don't know about it. Like, that's kind of the thing, is people be like, I'm healthy. It's like, you're healthy until you don't, like, until you find out that you're not. And then you realize you're not actually healthy. Because, like, healthy people get sick. It happens. Everybody gets sick. There are 0 exceptions. You may not be sick yet, but you'll get there. Sooner or later, everyone does their turn. You just worry about, like, how severe it is, or, like, the nature of it. So, like, it is one of those things, I'm very much in the mindset, it's in everyone's best interest to want to help with that stuff with everyone. Because sooner or later, we're all gonna have our time. You're glad you live in Australia and all the free hospital stuff? If you have Medicare and a concession card, it's pretty much free? Yeah. Yeah, we don't need to dig up into too much, because there'll be a whole bunch of people who will get all up in arms and be like, "Man, you believe in socialism." Yes. But that's not the point. The answer for me is actually yes. But everyone has their own things. I actually would argue, like, people said it was like, there's good, there's bad here and there and whatever. It's like, well, yes, every system has its flaws. But yeah. But I certainly know the situation we deal with where I'm at, we can do better. Because I am a person who, just my fundamental approach to life is, you can always do better. Like, you can always, always, always do better. through small, minor, incremental changes, you should always be trying to transition to a better state than you are currently in. And accepting it's like, nope, this is the best we'll ever be. My brain doesn't understand that. My brain hears that and goes, huh? What do you mean? Like, you genuinely think that we cannot make any improvements on our lives at all? I don't understand. That isn't to say people aren't living good lives or anything like that. But there's always room for improvement. Not that you shouldn't be proud of the things you have accomplished or anything. Yeah. You're tempted to try this biome type? Just dig into the rock, one way in, live the mole life? Yeah, no, that's, for the record, while it does help with a lot of types of encounters, it does have its negatives. We discovered the anomaly flesh wall thing. It's a bad time. It's a real bad time. But to give you an example, so, like, because there's only one way in, there's, one of the types of raids you run into is you have, like, 3 different areas they'll attack you from. And so usually what strategies you'll do is you'll go, okay, which of those 3 is the weakest one? Hammer them into the dirt before the main raid stops. And then, you know, that's the way you do it. You pick off 1 or 2 of them, then you back up into your area and you deal with the last one. So it's kind of taking 3 raids and dealing with it as like 3 mini raids. Whereas with one entrance, it's just one big raid. But can I get a shout out for How to Be Quiet? An absolutely fantastic content creator I definitely recommend checking out. Been playing RimWorld among other games lately, but doing a lot of Project Zomboid, so I know a lot of people here like that game as well. So you'll definitely find lots of good stuff there. 100% recommend checking them out. But yeah, been playing some V Rising recently as well. As you upgrade your work life type, instead of working in a factory, now you work with disability and aged care. I feel like helping more. Yeah, no, there's definitely that kind of thing, because I've worked in a variety of different businesses. There's definitely times when you get to work in jobs that within themselves are fulfilling. Like, that's one of the reasons I've liked the times in my life where I've worked in education. Because the way I usually explain it is, if I am the most amazing software developer on the planet, there is only so much I'm going to be able to do to make the world a better place. Like, there's only so much I can accomplish. Now, if I also teach people to be software developers, or whatever the thing is, it's not about software development specifically, that what ends up happening is, if I can teach only successfully like 3, 4, 5 individuals to work even remotely near the level I feel like I'm capable of, I still win, because even if it meant I would never do anything but educate them, I have 5 people who are now capable of doing the things I would otherwise do. And you get the idea. And it's a matter of scale. As one person, there is only so much you can do. You have only so many hours in your day. Has he worked with developmentally disabled? For about a decade, definitely relate to the feeling like you make a difference. Yeah, that's actually what got me into, in a past job, I helped run the I literally started it, but, the employee resource group for people with disabilities and neurodivergent conditions. It was just one of those things that, like, there's lots of different groups who need support, who tend to be underrepresented, have to deal with a higher barrier to entry than other demographics, and yada yada yada. And a lot of them do get lots of support, even though there is a lot of more work that needs to be done. Like, women in tech now have lots of resources being thrown at them. There's still tons and tons of work to be improving that situation. But at least I feel like there's a lot of people who are working on it. But for me, people with disability, there were a lot, like, there just wasn't many resources for employee type things I felt were being put in that direction. Not within tech, which was my main focus on that one, because that's the market I was in. But yeah, so that was a big effort on my part. It's actually part of what left me to leaving my last job, is there were some policy changes that I was the canary in the coal mine, as it were, that like I made the stance that as long as I felt like I could help, as long as I felt like I could make things better for, you know, people dealing with disability and all these types of things within the company, that I would have their back. I would do whatever I could for them and everything. And I always made a stance that, like, if I ever was fired or left the company and it wasn't strictly because someone was willing to pay me more, kind of thing, like I needed to have that transition, that should be a concern. And they had announced a new policy around personality tests as well as aptitude tests. And I fought it tooth and claw very publicly in the company. And when it was made clear, there was absolutely zero chance of it ever budging, to the point I did like the whole nuclear option, saying, hey, here's the deal. This is not something I can accept. If you're not willing to budge, just understand you're not willing to keep me. This wasn't a Florida thing. For the record, the company I was working for was actually not based in Florida. So while Florida definitely has lots of things that, you know, are problematic, this as much as I like to throw Florida under the bus for a lot of bad things, because it does deserve to be thrown under the bus for a lot of bad things, this is a separate issue. But yeah. No, actually, and for the record, both aptitude and personality tests do historically discriminate against people who are raised in non-traditional forms, that don't go through your typical public-style school, and for individuals with disability and neurodivergent conditions. Both tests do very heavily prejudice against those demographics. Personality tests, that one's pretty straightforward. They go, do you have difficulty having looking someone in the eyes when talking to them? And it can be dinged against you if you say no. And then you go, okay, well, guess what is a common symptom of a lot of neurodivergent conditions? That. What does that matter for me doing software development? Zero. And there's a whole bunch of things. So it's a way you can discriminate without, like, with giving this fuzziness around the outer edges to pretend you're not discriminating. Now, granted, I do feel a lot of people put those in place with good intentions. They do it without intending to discriminate. It's just they don't realize. I tend to be one to blame ignorance over malice most of the time until proven otherwise. But attribute, like the aptitude tests, the problem is you've got to factor in the means of which you are testing the person's aptitude. If you could walk up and like take a ruler and jam it to the side of someone's head and say, you've got 10 developer points. You're 10 points in developer. That's good. The average is 8. So you're a good developer. Like, if you could like just genuinely actually measure someone's capabilities, like very directly, that would be great. But we can't. Which means we measure what's referred to as a proxy. And what a proxy measurement is it's measuring something that implies something. So if I go, hey, do a bunch of division problems for me, and you do them, the idea is, because you succeed in a bunch of division problems, that implies you're good at math. But maybe you suck at fractions, or maybe you suck at this other thing, or maybe when the numbers get too big, you're bad at that. Or maybe you're just good on these types of situations. It doesn't actually measure your math aptitude, it measures a certain slice of it. And then you have to take into consideration how they're taking their test. Am I going to a website that is then presenting a question and then saying you've got 30 seconds to answer? Well, now maybe I'm really good at math, but I have an accessibility concern that makes navigating websites in a rapid time more of a barrier. Well, now you're not grading me based on my math aptitude. You're grading me based on my capabilities of using your individual website that may not be designed with accessibility in consideration, which was one of the big problems I had with the one we had. At first, it was like, it was timed. They had things like recognizing patterns and doing all sorts of stuff and all these logic problems that were these really verbose written out things where I'm like, well, now you're not measuring my ability to do logic. Now you're measuring reading comprehension. and you're reading it in a language, and you're doing these like ways of doing these wordings to kind of make it loophole. Because you look at the classic problem that you'll see like in school where it's like, well, if a bus leaves this train station going at 57 miles an hour and is 10 miles away from this other train station where you got a bus, I'm saying buses and trains, so that's already one problem. And you got a train leaving in this train station and it's going 38 miles an hour. At what point would these trains meet in the middle? And just parsing that entire phrase to get, train A, this speed, this distance, like doing the division out and all that. That's a difference of math and reading and logic as separate issues. Yeah, those tests are garbage to me. You do industrial maintenance and I don't need to have customer skills. Yeah, that's a big problem. Is a lot of times they're measuring stuff that's not relevant to your job. You have to take into consideration your method of testing, because your method of testing can give you false data. And so instead of testing for a skill, you're testing for who has difficulty with the website as the way you've designed. And all that kind of stuff. So genuinely, I'm of the mindset now when I go and apply to a job and they're like, you're going to have to take a personality test. It's like, hey, sorry, on principle, I cannot accept your offer. And I've done it where I've gone through the aptitude test, personality test, you nailed them all and all that and said, here's the deal. The answer's no, because these discriminate. And I can show you piles of data to show that these types of tests discriminate. And I only went through these tests to demonstrate I'm not telling you that because I'm scared of them. Let's see, during your 3 years of training, when you're training doing 200 hours, not getting paid, I was told by the other employees I was just going to be glorified bum cleaner. I said, well, if I want to clean bum, I want to clean their bums to the best of my abilities. Okay, so we have a single site stealer. Why did you get revealed here? Oh, because the construction bot is here. I might actually be able to get that construction bot out of the way before it catches him. Nope, second too slow. That's fine. Get everyone over here. Let's see, what kind of assessments do you think are appropriate for prospective employees? The appropriate thing is to accept you cannot assess an employee in a meaningful capacity in a short period of time. That the only way to assess an employee's capability is by actually having them do work for you. That leads into the whole thing about where people will then, be like, do this project, and then not paying them for their time. If you're that concerned about making sure your people are actually capable, that's just something you're gonna have to pay for. It is a difficult concern. Like, to be clear, hiring people and figuring out if they're a good match for your company and yada 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 is a very difficult problem to tackle. Which is the reason all those simple, fast things of like, take this test, don't work. You gotta sit down with them, have the conversations. If you really need to test them, my recommendation, this would be from the perspective of a software developer, take a problem you've already resolved in the past and sit down with that employee and talk, or potential employee, and talk with them saying, hey, if I had this problem, how would you approach solving it? Or how would you approach diagnosing it, whatever. That's probably about as good as you're gonna get. And to a certain extent, you just have to take a gamble with people. Like, there isn't an effective way to do it. But aptitude tests, they just tell you they're good at taking tests. They don't actually teach you that you're good at other stuff. They just tell you that they're good at taking tests. All right, we want everyone to drop in here. We're going to have probably more site stealers show up. Yeah, given the understanding that cleaning and moving people is a large portion of elderly care. Yep. Has he managed to overcome the flesh thing? Look kind of grim the other night. Oh, it was bad. Aptitude tests only? No, if you, like, very genuinely, aptitude tests are basically a hair above worthless. Because like I said, they don't give you good results. I know people who can BS their way through an aptitude test who are absolutely useless when it comes to the jobs they get hired for. And that's usually because the technical skills are fine, but their quote-unquote soft skills are straight up garbage. Unfortunately, in a lot of jobs like software development, people like to think of it as being this like huge technical thing. I'm like, you know what? A lot of it is just knowing how to talk to people. How does your kill box work? You don't recognize part of it? Okay, so basically the idea here is enemies, when they get here, normally they'll just come in here, they'll just go through this line, and this is just to slow them down. That's the reason why we have the barricades separate out. It's just to basically give them time to go through here, so I have time to get into position. From here, I can put my pawns behind these areas to give myself cover. They can only run in here roughly one at a time. If I have too many pawns, I've got a second row that I can also put them behind that they cover as well. And so I can go too deep with that. The doors here are just so I can bypass this big long tunnel so it doesn't take me over. Same with the doors over here. But it is mostly just having effectively a maze to slow them down with the switching back and forth. Because if it's barricades the whole way, they only take the movement penalty when they first go on it. And then this is just about giving me cover, denying them cover, and just, you know, allowing me to put as much damage into them while they're still trying to get in here. It's not a flawless kill box. It does have lots of shortages. Like one thing that is something I should be doing different with that is I should have this be probably about that long, maybe? Slightly longer. That's fine. And the other reason with coning it out this way a little bit is just trying to go that way. Your fond memories of trying to make a starvation kill box is great. Oh, stuff like that takes a lot of work. Like the kill boxes where you freeze people out or that.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Serverlord.
Thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Serverlord. Serverlord, you now have yourself some nice advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes, so thank you for that. Yeah, and these barricades are just... The wall of flesh nearly did us in. And so this is intended to be a experimental wall of flesh protection, because if it appears, for example, here, it won't be able to expand outside of its box. The downside is there's certain Manhunter packs where they can't get over the barricades and they'll just smash through the barricades. That's actually one of the big negatives with what I've got here, is if I run to a Manhunter pack that wants to break in and has the barricades in the way, they will go to the barricades and start smashing. Low-key, this helps with that, because I can open the door while they're fighting through the barricades and just shoot them through there after they've destroyed one or two. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and choose the Reputation, because if we don't do it, then we take a penalty. Alright. Listen, you also do not like when people downplay the importance of those who care for the socially mundane positions? Being in sanitation. Oh yeah, no, very, very genuinely, when I have people like badmouth the janitor or use them at like a butt of a joke or whatever, it's like, hear me out. If you've ever been to a restaurant or ever been to a place that they don't have people like doing cleaning, you'll really want there to have been them on staff. Like, they very much are worth their weight in gold when you sit there and you're like, this place is disgusting. But you'll have people who belittle the work in a big way, which is pretty upsetting. Just off to work. Have fun with a normal RimWorld for the rest of the stream. Yeah, you have a good one, Randall Thor. Watch how fast everything shuts down at the janitor. Oh yeah, no, it's one of the reasons that I did time in retail, which included cleaning up my area, so not janitor level stuff. But I mean, I've definitely had times where I've worked in a job that, you know, generally people will talk down about. And it always irked me that it's like, a person would come in, they would be asking you for help, and they would be rude to you the entire time. And it's like, do you want me to not help you? Because you're really encouraging me to just be as not helpful as possible. Oh, you believe every folks should generally have 1 year of customer service? Yeah, no, absolutely. Maybe not folks with social anxiety. Yeah, no, there's places in the world that you have basically compulsory like social jobs, So we're some places that become compulsory military service. Instead of like just military service, it'll be stuff like, okay, you can do military service, or you can work in like the old folks home, or you can work in, you know, that kind of thing. But like, I am not one for the military being mandatory personally. Well, that's not fair. I'm assuming that's not what's responding to the shuttle here. Well, I mean, we don't get a choice in the matter. Fair or not, it's here. And everyone's spread out, which is not what you want for this engagement. But again, we're already here. So flare, drop that there. Flare, drop one here. Okay, you all need to not be shooting over each other. Alright, all of you up here. Is that... Let me read that. Was that actually part of the shuttle thing? Let's look at that shuttle quest. No, we were supposed to get attacked by the pig gucks. That was just a random other event that happened. That's not even what we're supposed to be defending the shuttle against. That was just the Sight Stealers showing up. That's what we're supposed to be defending against. Not super thrilled about that. Fire breath this way. Fire this way. Fire that way. Get you involved. Fire down here. Drop a flare on the whole group of them. Fire this way. Why are you not downed yet? Okay. Boomalope Revenge. Look, man. I don't really care about the Boomalope Revenge right now. Alright. Issue sorted. Everyone get the heck out of here. Does your staff worth his or her weight in gold? Let's say a woman is 65 kilograms. I get the meme there, but my point is more along the lines is people will like poo-poo people who work in all sorts of jobs because they see it as like lesser jobs or whatever they want to go with. And it's just like, no. No, if the job wasn't important, they wouldn't pay people to do it. And I don't mean like pay them well, I mean pay them at all. Oh, you're dead. I hope you're not one of the ones I had to save. I don't believe I could save you in time. Nope, there's none of my doctors are even close enough to be able to respond. Well, hopefully that didn't fail it for me. I think this is the main one here. That if they die, we lose it. Underestimate the switch from minimum wage. We do not need to get into any conversations about, like, the slavery kind of thing. Like, we can leave that can of worms all the way alone. You definitely think a lot of jobs, like manual labor, should get paid more? Agreed. Absolutely, I agree. Are you gonna leave, or are you just gonna let them die? Major break risk. You're malnourished, you are dealing with it. Mid-Janner, it's awesome you get access to pretty restricted areas. There's a lot of valuable, nice stuff. What is regarded as trash? Yeah. It's more that people tend to treat people poorly based on what they perceive as a job that is below their standing or whatever, which is garbage. Hey, we did get credit for it. I was worried that last person was going to penalize us. Alright. So we're still waiting on the sandstone. Was this actually the right place for sandstone? Yes, it is. So we're literally just waiting for them to drill and get all that. Said study or you'll be a guardian. Yeah, no, that was definitely a thing that happened a lot, especially with people my age. Was we were pretty much always told that like the order of operations was you went to high school, you got your degree, you went to college, and you got your degree there, and then you get a good job that pays well. And there wasn't a you would be eligible for or whatever, it was just that was the order of operations, that was the way it's supposed to play out. And they would use the threat saying you don't want to be a burger flipper or, you know, insert job that normally people use as the butt end of jokes or whatever, was just the way it's depicted as the negative outcome. And first of all, that was wrong. Even with a college degree, there were no guarantees to any of it. You know, some people worked out well, some people didn't. We've had the conversation around that. I don't feel like college doesn't have value, but I do feel it doesn't have the value it used to once have outside of certain professions. So where if you asked me 20 years ago, should you go to college? My answer would have been like, if you can make it happen, the answer is yes. Now it is a lot more of, okay, it depends. Like, it's not a, there's no real second question. It's like, no, there's considerations to be made there. Is the way it'd be kind of now. But on the other side of that is the thing where they'd use the threat that, you know, you'll be a this job, or you'll be the that job, and you'll be those other jobs. And you go, okay, but people actually need to do that job. Like, you do actually need someone to clean your trash, to clean your floors, to, you know, stock shelves, to serve you food. You need people to do these jobs. Like, society would crumble if we didn't have anyone doing a cleaning, because everyone would be getting sick and everything would be gross. You know, if people weren't dealing with, like, preparing your food and serving it and doing all that stuff, you know, you'd have struggles from that. And so I don't like that people use that as some major negative. At this point, you say kids should aim for jobs that produce wealth of some kind, not desk jobs? I don't know what you mean by that, because working a desk job, you get paid, so you produce your wealth? I'm not sure what you mean by produce wealth in this context. Like, you want a McDonald's? Does he work at McDonald's here? They train you up, so big restaurants will pick you. Your nephew has 5 years and ended up big wage. Yeah, no, there's definitely places where things get treated like even the same companies. Here, you have one place they do really awful things, and then there's another place where they treat you really well. You mean tangible, physical stuff, not pushing papers? I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't really understand what that is. Sometimes your internet was not working. It turned out that the line was damaged. That's no fun. Like, don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with making physical goods. I'm not saying don't make physical goods. I'm just not saying, you know, deliberately shy away from office jobs. Like, both are perfectly reasonable and meaningful jobs that you can get paid and all that. Because there's also, like, insurance claim paperwork. Insurance claim processor is paperwork desk job. When your house gets flooded, you want that job to exist, and you want them to be skilled. Agreed. Like, you generally want everyone you're dealing with to be competent. Like, you want people to be trained, you want them to be educated, you want them to be experienced, you want all these things. You definitely don't want... Like, it's one of the reasons I believe so heavily in education. You know, you do depend on other people. That's just the reality of the world. And you can depend on other people who... They have the opportunity to get an education if they want to, they get training, they... You know, they're supported so that they can get lots of years of experience working in something as opposed to doing 2-3 years, then getting laid off, then 2-3 years, then getting laid off, then 2-3 years, and then switching disciplines because they get tired of being laid off. Let's see, you also work in the FDA, making sure farming skills are safe for human use, reviewing documentation. Yep. A law clerk is a paper pushing job, and if you get hurt at work, you need to sue your company medical care. You want a lawyer to be good at times? Yep. Yeah. No, I'm not saying college is the only way. That was, my previous comment was, it used to be a no-brainer, you go to college, like, the value was there. But as college has gotten more expensive and jobs have gotten more specialized and all that, it's now, college is an asterisk. Sometimes it makes a lot of sense to go to college. Some jobs you're physically required to go to college. There are also jobs that maybe it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to go to college. Not that going to college would be a bad thing, just it might not be your best use of time and money. Though, like, there's a consideration to be had there. Like, if you're going to go be, you know, an engineer, congratulations, you're going to college. It's a requirement. You know, some areas will have ways around. I'm talking from the US perspective. If you want to be a doctor, you're going to college of some form. But if you want to do, like, software development, would I say go to college? Not necessarily. I wouldn't say that's a necessary thing. I wouldn't say it would hurt you. But there's an argument to be made for, okay, but you could just start working, get N number of years experience under your belt, and being paid while it's happening, versus, you know, that's annoying. You know, get that working experience right away, and then you end up having those years of experience when everyone else is still in school. I went through the college route, and I am a former college instructor, for context in this conversation. But even then, I would say, there's a lot of positions that it used to be a no-brainer, you'll go to college, that it's not really that like, it's not bad. I would never say going to college is bad if you can afford not going into horrible debt and that kind of stuff. Which is the kicker there. Is the cost of college often requires huge amounts of debt, and that debt doesn't make sense. The trade jobs will bring some good money. Plumbers and electronics. You start in the low end, and once you get fully qualified, yeah, no, there's definitely, like, a lot of trade jobs are excellent. And they're well worth considering. That's actually one of the things that we've been seeing movement is a lot more people going into trade jobs, which I think is good. Because they also feel like trade jobs have a little bit more protection from the whims of, like, layoffs and that kind of stuff. They still happen. But you have a skill that is desired that you can potentially easily pivot. The problem is no one wants to do trade jobs. Well, that's what I've been saying. It's like literally there's been an uptick in the number of people working trade jobs. We've seen that increasing, especially in the younger generation, Generation Z. A lot of them are as they hit 18 and that, they're trying to find apprenticeships and those kind of things. So what are you doing? No. Stop them. Can you arrest them successfully? You're almost over this. I need someone who can actually succeed in arresting you And you need to be like right here. 60% is not good odds. Can you... I'm gonna take the 60%. You're almost clean. Let's not relapse, not now. I was really worried about that you were gonna berserk. It's fine. Don't do that. Melee them. No. Don't run away. Don't shoot them either. I need you to punch them and melee them. Don't kill them. Knock them out. Thank you. We're gonna get you through this addiction of yours. Don't worry. We'll get you through it there. Today wasn't a good day, but we did manage to get there before you made a mistake to keep that addiction rolling. You're nowhere near getting yours sorted. Yeah, no, I do pretty much all the time now. As soon as I'm able, I get my explosive things out of my storage room. I've learned my lesson. I've seen the light. Yeah, now you're talking about trying to convey. Yeah, no, that's the right. Just the way you had phrased it, like you were saying, I would recommend people not take desk jobs, and my argument is, desk jobs are fine. Trade jobs are fine. Like, all of these jobs are fine. There is definitely benefits on both ends, because a lot of trade jobs are very hard on your body. Keeping explosive in storage natural magic. Yeah, no, that's the one. That was it Striker was the pawn's name? Had a break, ran up, punched a anti-grain warhead, killed like 3 of my colonists, a bunch of the animals in the area, somehow at ground zero survived. Was pretty messed up though. Do you still have that clip? Yeah, and that's from way back. It does play on the channel for a while. I'm not gonna go dig it up right now, but yeah, I have the clip. It's like a 2-year-old clip at this point. Oh man, that's a bummer. Yeah, no, we've had a number of times that people hit the telephone poles coming into my neighborhood. The marriage is on. Draconic Dork has proposed lifelong commitment to sextuple negative. Cool. Okay, so you can get up. You're gonna have another break soon, so before you have that chance, go use the Mind Numb. And then go get your weapon back. Oh man, that could have actually gone bad. I forgot you have an elbow blade. We were working on getting everyone elbow blades at one point, and we just never got back to it. A frightening building? No, I'm good. I don't honestly have room for a lot of these buildings or anything. We never did get another wave. I was expecting another wave of the Sight Stealers. So that's the reason I had undone them. Because usually every time I've had the Sight Stealer event, they do 3 rounds. They do 1 round where it's just the one. A little time passes. Okay, so you got, only 29 Neanderthals? I mean, I guess maybe it's because it's a Breacher raid. So the downside is they are going to trash my walls, and it's probably better I just let them do that, because they're not going to prepare, right? It was attacks immediately. It doesn't say, but I'm pretty sure with the where they're moving, it's an attacks immediately. Alright, so they are looking like they're going to go for the doors on this side. I'm not really happy about them going this way. Why are you moving so much faster than the others? Alright, well, let's plan for them to come through here. You don't have your weapon. Go take your mind numb. I have lost track of your weapon. The good news is I'm sitting on so many of these now, I don't have to worry about it. Yeah, so it looks like they are targeting to go through my doors. This door is open, so they should just... Why are you going through my wall here? I do really hate the AI sometimes. I get it, it makes sense for them to do that, but also, I wish they wouldn't. So, other than Kit and Karma, reposition over here. Because you're gonna trash my hospital, and I'm not excited about it. Get everyone in position as fast as you can. Okay. You switch over to the side. Please move. Please move. There you go. Can you get over here too? You three, reposition. All right, fire across there. Drop the flare. And drop the flare. Go ahead and friendly fire on that one. Okay. All handled. Not too many people got hurt there. Just a bruise, just some bruises. You did take a pretty solid leg hit with a spear. But generally speaking, don't make me deal with this. Come on, man. Stop breaking my crap. You got a hole in the wall. Go orders, allow everything, which does not include these walls apparently, or these doors. Alright, you're at extreme break risk because you got a drug problem. What are you doing? Oh, you're cowering. Go real fast and get your mind numb before you break. Please don't go all the way out here for anything else like that. Alright. Did they break that door? Yeah, no, they broke the doors in the wall. It was a breacher raid. That's just what they do. They ignore all your defensive lines normally and just smash right through a random wall. So you'll have times you have like a door right there, and they'll smash through the wall right next to the door. Just because. The trees have gotten to the point they overtake this whole area. I didn't have to move almost any of the bodies. They're just already in the tree's consumption range. Okay. And the downside is, we're probably looking at an infection pretty easily. Because This place is a straight up disaster. Because they got into our hospital and fought us in our hospital. But they'll get it sorted. What is your deal? Observed corpses. That's fine. You'll get over it. And how are we doing on our addiction? So Kin Karma's getting pretty close to being over their addiction. Oh, you need, yeah, so you're in the pod, that's fine. You've got a long way till you're over your addiction. You're almost over your addiction. You're almost over your addiction. All of that was because of the heart and that psychic, what's the thing called? Not psychic soothe, basically we had the thing killing. I can't see what's happening here. That's fine. Basically, we're dealing with the psychic penalty, like the 17 penalty against all the men, so everyone was having breaks, and it was just a problem. I'm also curious why you still didn't get tended. It's fine, it's just a bruise, so it can't get infected. It's just how long it's taking. Alright. Yeah, no, that's, I wish the pathing when they were leaving was better. That it would try to go for door, like, it'd try and figure out what was the most efficient path, whether it's go for doors. And I'm even okay if it does decide, hey, you know what, the most efficient path here is to go through your wall. That's fine, I just can't imagine it's true very often. Shrink zone did not include that tile. So that they actually repair that wall. Alright. I hadn't really intended on playing this game for the full stream, but I'm at that point where it's like, okay, there's no real point in me switching games. We still have like 2 hours left in stream, but usually when you switch games, you take a hit of about like 15, 20, 30% of your viewership. And then the idea is hopefully your viewership gets back up to where it was before the switch. Oh, that's a door that was left open. But yeah. So like, it takes time for that though. So it's one of those things that generally it doesn't typically make sense. Like, if you're doing a 3-hour stream, it'd make no sense to play 2 games during that stream outside of like maybe demos. Just because you'd take the viewership hit and you wouldn't have enough time to recover. But it's just, I wanted to get that flesh wall sorted and all that. Okay. That Harbinger Forest I like. I really like the Harbinger Forest now up to 31 trees and growing. This whole middle area is just Harbinger trees. Anything that dies here is just food. I wonder why they're not going this way and instead they're going down that way. Now, one thing we could probably do at this phase as well. We'll wait till I have more sandstone. Probably make a path to go from down here, like a walking path to go to the kill box as well. So it takes them less walking time to get through that area. Alright. Alright. But that convenient placement of that forest close to the hospital. Well, we built the hospital nearby the trees. And the first tree was like around here somewhere. And they just kept spreading. Because they, if you feed them enough bodies, they will grow new trees. So we are keeping them pretty well and consistently fed. I have debated whether, because we can literally do the Awakening event pretty much any time. And I honestly feel pretty well set up for it, considering we've got lights covering everywhere. A bunch of them will get destroyed when the event starts, because the Noctils will run around and knock them out. But for the event and how much it's a difficulty with that kind of thing, I feel like you could sit there, run around, wipe out the Noctils, you know, clear the first round of them, and do all that. But my concern of that is we were doing this whole thing where we're trying to collect as many anomalies as possible. And I don't know what happens after you finish the event nowadays. Like, will we just be basically without anomaly stuff at any meaningful level? If so, that kind of ruins the whole theme of the run. It's also a thing that, unfortunately, I don't believe doing the Arco Nexus resets this. Like, I think you lose your research here correctly, but I believe when you get to the new place, you won't necessarily have a monolith. If you finish the monolith event, the world's already like dealt with it. I do wish there was a way to repeat that event in a run. And yes, I understand it'd be super cheesy, because what I'd end up doing is getting, you know, like one person void touched, work on getting a second person void touched. And once you got 2 or 3 people void touched, let's be real. You're solid. You don't need to worry. I'm gonna have you pop in here for bioregeneration for that torso scar. You all should be popping out pretty soon. But yeah, so we're starting to get everyone patched up, fixed up, all that good stuff. How are we doing on these? You'll make 2 more, counting the one you got, so we'll want a couple more than that. Like, there could only be 1 or something? Yeah. You can balance it that you can't get another void touched, and instead it just gives you something else. See, to me, if you hear me out, I think it's perfectly fair if you can get multiple void touch. If you're going to take the time to go through the entire anomaly thing from start all the way on to the end, I think it's perfectly reasonable to let you have a second void touch. It's like going back in the day and getting someone fully architect out. That takes an incredible amount of work. I see no reason that we, like, it would be like saying, okay, once you have 1 architect pawn, you're done. No more architect limbs ever show up again. Like, no, that, yeah, an architect pawn, that's the only thing. One of the oldest clips that we have unfortunately lost over the years, was one that I actually was doing the Arco Nexus run. It was my first time doing the full Arco Nexus run. And we had one of our characters that had like 2 Arco legs and Arco arms, and was a melee pawn, who I think they were also tough and a whole bunch of stuff. And it was one of those things that anything they got into melee with wasn't around anymore. That I could put them against 3-4 things and know that they would, you know, outside of extreme situations, they would just handle it. And it was like everyone else's job to deal with whatever stuff. So it's like, oh, there's a bunch of centipedes, just run up and get them all into melee. You got this, that's fine. Like, there was that. The downside is, when we would do the Arco Nexus, there's like, before when you're first setting up your, you know, you moved your 5 pawns, they're all juiced to the moon, and you move to the new location, like, all right, let me get the bedrooms up, let me get this up real fast, that you're riding this time limit before everyone starts melting down because of all of the stuff. And in that case, they had their first break, and their first break was murderous rage on the person they were sleeping directly next to. And so they just went Masterwork Zeus Hammer, one-shot the other person, and then went back to sleep. And so there was a clip of me just going, "Merng, this person has died," and you're just like, It's like, okay. Yeek. But yeah. No, that's I do live by the stance that, especially like if it's one thing if it's a multiplayer game and you have to consider balance between other people they're playing with and yada yada yada. But when you're playing either a PvE game and or it is a solo game like RimWorld, I think it is perfectly fine to let the people power creep themselves to just completely unreasonable levels if they want. And they can make that choice. Don't make it so they get there in like 2 seconds. But like, that's what dev mode is for? Well, that's what I'm saying. In-game mechanics, I think it's totally fine to let you do that. Or you mean that's what dev mode's for when someone just offs? No, I rolled with it. I thought it was like, it's a perfectly reasonable RimWorld thing to do. It just sucks. Awful mining. I can work with that. But yeah, to give you an example, I think that's one of the things that there's a game called Sunhaven does extremely well for the slice of life genre, is you can trade for these potions that give you like a little bit more damage to your attack, a little bit more movement speed, a little bit more this. And we're talking like it's 0.01 or 0.05% each, so it's a little teeny tiny boost. But as far as I'm aware, there's no cap. Yeah, but I believe and I could be wrong, I believe even if you spawn in the monolith, because you're on the same planet, it won't let you repeat the monolith event. You can't reactivate the monolith. Once you completed the monolith in a run, it's just disabled. You've done it. The event's over. That's my whole thing. And maybe there is a way to activate it. I don't do much in dev mode, but I haven't tested in Arco Nexus, but Arco Nexus, you're on the same planet. And I even did the thing where I finished it. I caravaned to another tile. I went to sit down, and then there was no monolith. We did, I believe, spawn a monolith in on one of the tiles, and it was just already in the finished state. Which this one's not finished. I can awaken at any time. It's like basically, if I was doing the anomaly run, honestly, right now, I could just tag it and be done with it. Okay, so you're on break risk, but you're fine. You're dealing with your addiction. We'll deal with that real fast. Argonex is kind of weird sometimes. In the Mechanator run, you go to the next tile, and it's basically Mech Tech is forgotten. Well, yeah, no, that's the idea, is when you go in the Arco Nexus, it literally deletes all your research back to start. That's like the whole point, is it's... The Arco Nexus run is effectively RimWorld New Game Plus. Is what that run is. You got a New Game Plus at 3 times. Or however you want to phrase it. 2 times, I guess, technically, because you're first new game, and then you're done. But, like, it resets all your research. You get to take 5 pawns, 2 animals, a relic, and it was 7 items, I think? Is something like that? 4 animals. Okay, so we're doing pretty good on getting some negatives, because that's what we're hurting for. Right, but for the Mechanator, the new game, where you land, you start with basic mech tech. Yeah, okay, that's probably just an oversight. Well, look. Kind of a jerk move there. Not gonna lie. Kind of a jerk move there, Cassandra. She's like, screw your kill box. That's probably clip worthy, just straight up being like, no kill box for you. It's fine, we'll get one of our mining people to go through here and do that. Cassy is like, she'd be like, I would throw up another, flesh wall, but you've cheesed it now. You've made it no fun. Alright, when our mining people wake up, they should be able to handle that pretty fast. It said she lets the other one out somehow. So that is a thing that can happen. And so this won't break out, but it has a containment and a suppression. And it's one of those things. It says the nucleus will activate, which the assumption is if the nucleus activate, it'll get back up or it'll turn back into a heart. Now, I don't know if when it turns back into a heart, it just pops out here, because I feel like it wouldn't do hardly anything. Like, it'd probably be allowed to destroy the door, and it would start spreading in here, which could be potentially a big problem. Oh, that would be a big problem, because it'd destroy that door, and then it'd start popping the other doors, which would destroy containment. Meanwhile, go back to getting your age reversed. This is your life now. Your life is an endless series of age reversals. You have a scar or cooking. We're doing real good on the negative trait ones. That's exactly what I was hoping for. Honestly, that's probably enough. If I were to combine these, super fast healing, dead calm, and I want them to be bad at animals, bad at cooking, bad at mining, bad at social, and it'd be nice if I get one more point. I could lose dead calm. So I technically could make stuff where I have robust and super healing. Like, obviously I can't use that on anyone because they penalize a lot of stuff. If I can get one more negative, that'd be really nice. Are there more fun for entities like the ball to use? There are different entities. The ball is the only one that, like, you basically, it gives you a big trigger button that's like, hey, you push this and you're unleashing the badness. It's the only one that has that one, which I think is fine. I think that's actually good for it to be that type of thing, where it is the only one that's like, hey, you're a real dangerous one. You can push the button, let out the scary murder ball. Just so you know, once it's out, there's no putting it back. It is a zero-sum decision. Oh, I actually have a Lynx on there? Oh. The Lynx isn't doing so good, though. Okay, so we have mined it out. Now I do need to expand the dandelions back into that area and remove that so no one uses it as cover. Yeah, no, the dead life dust kind of lets you have shamblers. Yeah, but the shamblers in the dead life dust, from my understanding, are friendly shamblers, so they won't attack you. You can summon shamblers to your tile, but every time I've gone to do it, it's like there's no shamblers nearby. I'm like, what do you mean? What is the point of this? If I can't use it, like when I need it, it serves no purpose. Yep. I have yet to successfully use it because I'll summon a rate of 100. It'll be like, all right, bring the shamblers. And it'll be like, okay, there's no shamblers nearby. Yeah, no, we had that. We did a quest where we're gonna get 2 raids of about 100 impids. And so I'm like, yeah, bring on the shamblers. The first wave should be here right now. And no, actually, it wasn't that. It was for siege raids. The impids were later. Slow runner is a negative I'm not willing to consider. Slow runner is a pretty awful negative. Entity escape on the Revenant. All right, everybody, gather round. It's Bully the Revenant time. Where the Revenant's like, please, I just want out. I don't want too much, I just want out. So is it gonna go right or left? It's still in range of this one. None of the other beacons have activated yet. It's probably gone down this middle if we haven't had another activation. Well, no, because it's still in the radius of this. Did you just chill like right here? Not... I get the idea. The Revenant was like, hey, if I pretend I just bolted, they won't know where I went. I can respect the hustle on that one. There was a strategy. And honestly, if I didn't have a beacon sitting right there that stayed lit up the whole time, I would have been confused when these two didn't light up, and I'm like, but where is it? Because it didn't see the door open, so it didn't backtrack, and it didn't see this door open, and it had to be in range of this, which really just left me there, and there. That's the reason, if you haven't seen my base, all of that is invisibility detection. I know where stuff goes when it's invisible. Because I just watch which ones light up, and if it's still lit up, obviously it's in the circle. If it doesn't light up, I just know which gap to go for. And the Revenant's like, please, just let me out. Just let me out. How many years have you been here? How many like, Revenant, buddy, let's be real here. How long have you been trapped in my base? How long have I kept you captive? Will you not tell me? This poor Revenant's been here since the first in-game year, I believe. And we're on year 10. Maybe in the info tab? Sadly, no. You should get an option to convert it. I'm sure there's going to be mods out there where you can convert you can recruit anomalies. They'd have to do some stuff to make it work, because the Revenant would just be silly in that case. It would just run out, disable something, retreat, that kind of thing. I don't know. I don't think I necessarily want that myself, but I could see them having silly, fun things with that kind of stuff. Alright, so people are starting to pop out. Do you have anyone else who has... Right, I was looking at potentially bioregenerating you. Yeah, so I'll get rid of the torso scar on you. That's what I'm trying to do. Kid Karma has courted Nihai Lord by joking about short people. Nihai Lord was attracted and is now Kid Karma's lover. That's pretty messed up. Gonna just put it out there. It's pretty messed up, actually. It's not nice. Huh. So, how are you not having a mood break? So, they have an addiction that is not... Oh, you snuck in some Site. I see. I understand. I was like, how are you not having a horrible mood break right now? I understand. Tameable Devourers? Oh, man. At least that one, there'd be a certain balance of them jumping in and just having a rough go of it. Like it's an all or nothing go. Okay, so you could use, honestly, either arm. Probably the right arm would be more meaningful. So bionic arm, right. Get you a bionicle arm. All right. And we are just working on getting everyone patched up. It's sad that you don't hear this track normally in RimWorld. This is, for those who don't know, this is a royalty track. You only get if you hit the tile Baron or Baroness or higher. I have music unlocker turned on, just so we can get all the music. Okay. Because they haven't heard so long. Never do Empire stuff these days. Since fine tile floors are a ridiculous amount of work. For me, it's not even the fine tile floors. I just don't like the obnoxiousness of everything around it. For me, when I started playing RimWorld, to me, RimWorld was Space Western. And then when Royalty dropped, it's like, okay, the Space Western, but kind of Warhammer 40k. Which is fine. I actually really like Warhammer 40k, and I have like a lot of background with that. Like I used to do a tabletop game and everything. But it ran counter to what RimWorld was to me. And so even to this day, like I don't run the psychic powers very often. I don't do a lot of stuff, even though psychic powers are extremely powerful. I absolutely love the Zeus hammer. The mono sword's excellent. The plasma sword to me is a meme. The plasma sword is a liability. What faction do you play? I did the Dark Angels Deathwing drop. So it was not a particularly competitive faction. A lot of time spans. So like when, I don't know if there still are, but like when IG got its rework, the Imperial Guard, when they got the rules reworked, the Imperial Guard was the anti-Deathwing because they could beat me with like any of the different strategies. They put 200 cheap troops on the board. Literally, they could attack my troops, and even if I landed a kill with every single hit, every single turn, so like maximize damage, I couldn't kill that one group by the time the game was over. It was such BS. Or if they went with like all the plasma guns and all that, they could beat me by just ignoring my armor, which is the whole thing. So that one was not much fun. I really enjoyed playing against Tyranid players because that felt like the most balance. Because Tyranids kind of had, it was a 50-50 on who would win if you're both, competent players. Versus Eldar, it depended on what they brought to the table. A lot of time I could steamroll an Eldar player. There were certain setups with Eldar that gave me a lot of trouble, but not many people ran like Eldar sniper groups, which is what the hard one for me was. And almost no one ran that. Chaos was okay. It was another one of those ones, depending on what troops they chose, I would either just walk over them, or I would just get annoyed by mostly utility, honestly. They had one that would make your character dance to like make them go farther. And just the way the rules are written, I could move my characters forward 6 inches if I was going to fight or run them to go like the 12 or whatever. And they could make me dance farther than I could move in a turn. And I was super salty about that. Alright, so Mech Cluster outside, so get everyone back into Area 1. Climate adjuster, temperature -10. Honestly, I actually don't care about that. I'm actually just okay with that. Because, hear me out, I have my own climate adjuster. That's making it plus 10 something degrees. Cool, man. We'll just climate adjuster each other and see who can climate adjuster better. I see no reason to poke that at all, honestly. You like the new research from Royalty? Drill arms and love enhancers? Oh yeah, no, that's the thing. Royalty isn't a bad DLC. Like, it brought a lot of neat weapons to the table. The psychic powers, while they're not my thing, are extremely strong and interesting. They gave us better armor to work with. They gave us all sorts of bionics and all that kind of stuff. So all that stuff is, like, really good. It's like having free guards on your doorstep. I know, right? I'm just gonna delete this. This bugged out because of the wall of flesh is we were supposed to be attacked by 47... Oh, it's the ship. I was about to say, who's about to die? It bugged out because of that. You are dealing with a drug withdrawal, so before I forget that, go ahead and take your drugs. Your not addiction drugs, your get over your addiction drugs. But I was like, yeah, that many mechs, I think they would do a number to that. Fast wound healing and pale yellow. Well, I'm down to put fast wound healing and robust together. That to me feels like it makes sense. Let's sell the Psi T. Grab the medicine. Sell all these crappy weapons I'm never gonna use. We'll sell that flak vest. Yeah, so give me a little bit more. Yeah, as much... So it wouldn't be bad for me to get the reinforced barrels. The problem is I gotta give them something that they want in return. That'll do. So we'll get a reinforced barrel so that we can get a mortar online. Just in the off chance they end up needing it. Are we doing good on components yet? Alright. So I think we're finally at the phase where once all this is caught up, let's have them keep 20 of each, because realistically with most of our fights, I'm not getting 20 mortars off before they're either dead or attacking. I don't like that it's -10, but it does not say the units. That kind of bothers me a little bit. Because my temperature here, I have it set to Fahrenheit, but then we also have it where I have a mod that shows that it's Celsius as well. Well, I would have actually really liked you, because you have unnatural healing. But, I don't think that's happening. Pop in here real fast so they lose targets. Because once they lose targets, they should quit. Yep. That blind healer never saw what he's walking into. Yeah. Yeah. Surprisingly, damage was done to the climate adjuster just by the fact that so many things tried to shoot that poor person. Now the bummer is I would love that. The unnatural healing is one of my favorite things in the game. It is so incredibly abusable. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we hear about getting nerfed. Because sure, it gives you like random chance of getting like the flesh tentacles and all that, but hear me out. The flesh tentacles are kind of a good thing. Like, your people hate them. It's like -6 or -8, depending on which style they get. But at the same time, it's just one of those things that you don't have to worry about. No, don't jinx it. Don't jinx what now? Let's cut this off down here. And cut that off down there. Just so they can't line of sight on those things. I think the -10 might be Celsius. Oh, nerfing the healer? Yeah, I mean, but it's also those ones I would totally understand them doing it. Like, I think it would be fair for them to do it. All things considered, as much as I don't want them to, I do think it would be fair. I don't want them to, because I heckin' like it. Zone, do not build a roof over here. Here. We have enough of everything. I'm totally fine just building a second one of these. Does it currently replace arms with tentacles? You could see a few other negative outcomes added. Yeah, no, I could see them adding more negative outcomes that could, you know, stack more. Like, because part of the thing is, like, when you get a flesh tentacle, you only take one penalty if you have two of them. I could see it doing something like making it stack. So getting, you know, 2 tentacles and then the flesh mass stomach would be like minus 16 or 18 or something, which would make it really not good at that point. Because that many stacking penalties would be pretty hard to handle. All right. Yeah, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to get a second one of these online. And just overpower their cooling thing. I did find it a bummer that when you're on tiles that have ice, if you build like a cold room or like a room and then you like, you know, if you cover up like a whole room and you put on ice and all that, spacecraft impact nearby? Nope, they can keep it. But like if you go onto ice and you make like a room that's over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is almost like 100 degrees or like, we'll just say 30°C, it doesn't matter what the actual comparison is between them. It doesn't like melt the ice or anything. That was always one of the things that bummed me out, is I did an experiment off stream where I built like 20 of these things and powered them all with this. Like I dev moded the crap out of it to test it, because I wanted to go someplace like Ice Sheet and see if you could turn it into like a normal map. And I was like, oh right, ice doesn't melt or do anything. But I liked the idea of being able to go like to Ice Sheet or Sea Ice or whatever and just massively heat the whole area and turn it into, you know, a normal tile. I need to use the restroom real fast. I'm going to quickly do that since we're on an ad break anyways. So let me go ahead and quickly use the restroom, and I'll be back here in just a minute. So thank you again for tuning in. It's a good way to die. Stay away from burned houses if you don't have to go in them. That's because so many of those walls the zombies can walk through and all that. It means you can't really tell what places are, like what directions you're actually vulnerable from. You want to open that door? Nope, locked door. Alright, we'll catch you in a few. Alright, nothing in the mailboxes. Hey. Yeah, I'm poorly equipped for this guy. Did you? Well, I will take my victory. I've done closing cashier at supermarkets. It's fun. Especially with last minute shoppers that come for a couple things. Oh yeah, for me it was sales on like tools and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, now when you know you're rolling in at like 11:30 p.m. or that, you go to the 24-hour places. That's what you do. You go to your Taco Bell, your McDonald's. Is it gonna be amazing food? No, but I mean, you're like, or if you want something a little bit nice, ooh, okay. And since there's 2 sides of that airlock, this shouldn't be really that bad. Well, we've lost. I thought we had depressurized it. So that's the thing that confused me, is we depressurized it. Alright, and I am back. Good old hard space shipwrecker. Excellent game, highly recommend. You just salvage spaceships, but it's really a lot of fun. Also, Crab Champions? Yeah, I need to go back and play more of that at some point. I had a lot of fun when it came out. I just never went back to it. Too many games, too little time. Thank you for the welcome back. Yeah, the ones I'm looking for. Hey, Cass. The ones I'm looking for is I'm looking forward to doing the Coral Island update. I'm looking forward to messing with the Sunhaven update. That's what I'm not as sure about on stream. I'm not sure how well Sunhaven will do as a revisit. Like, we had a lot of fun the first time, but that was for its release and everything. I might give it a try anyways. I'm looking forward to I Am Future's update, because that's when, you know, that'll only take a couple streams to go through real fast. So I feel like even if it doesn't do particularly great, it would still be fine, because it would just, you know, couple off streams if it doesn't do particularly well. All right. This is great. So many awesome things coming. Oh yeah, it's overwhelming the number of games we're getting dropped here in the immediate future. Oh, these should be medical. I make all the sleeping spots of the animals medical unless I'm trying to get them to hide from toxic fallout. That way when they get plague, I'm not trying to track down which ones are doing what and waiting for them to go to bed. They'll just go right to their bed and we can patch them up. All right. And we got that all sorted. I almost feel like this is something, well, so I'm debating whether, you know what, we'll put like a little spot for trees right here. It's something I haven't done for this whole time. It's like, okay, our wood's this low, but I don't want to sit there and queue up to cut down all those trees, because then I have to remove people having priority to cut on it and all that. I'm like, you know what, we'll just make one little spot of trees, so we just cut the occasional tree, and that should be okay. But yeah, and I'm definitely looking forward to, from the 20th on, that we just have a bunch of games. A lot of it's slice of life and that kind of thing. I got a couple sim games as well in the mix I'm looking forward to. Should be good times. Alright, we're getting the nursery all done. So you're over your addiction now. Good to see, good to see. Congratulations. So you could use a left foot or a right arm. So let's go ahead and give you a bionic left leg to deal with those injuries on you. JD is getting a little upset because they want a round of drugs. Same on Randall Thor, but they're currently in the pod. You'll only keep 4 of that. We'll keep 20 go juice. And then we'll do our like sickness prevention stuff forever. You're still de-aging. Honestly, pretty soon we're probably gonna need to acquire someone for more long-term de-aging. Alright, let's see here. Okay, let's go make a friend. It's been a while since we've unethically used ritual magic. Okay. All right. I am definitely not keeping you. And you're 19. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry to what is going to happen to you in this colony, my friend. I got a lot of people who are pushing the years pretty high, and I gotta deal with it. And this thing just takes way too long. So, you know, I'll let you free when I'm done. Prisoner, start converting them. Prisoner, go ahead and hemogen farm them. So you're going to pop out here in a minute. Be free holds dust to the wind. Yeah, on the upside, I can only do so much so fast. Let me choose the stockpile, please. There we go. Storage. I've already got uranium to not go in there. Plasteel should also not go in there. It's not helping. I need like a regular old caravan to send me stuff. Okay. Illicit NZ will be popping out soon. And unfortunately, their withdrawal does not change while they're in there. Food binge because you're a gourmand. Fair enough. And we're just working on getting all those meals sorted out. But yeah, we'll start de-aging people and all that. And here I thought I was being evil and ethical, just butchering and feeding the remains of raiders you killed in self-defense to your colonists. Yeah, no, it's one of those things that you can use the pods here to de-age, but like letting your pawns age up in this game is really rough. And this is like the only way to do it in a meaningful speed in my experience. It's a new tool they've given me. So I've actually been pretty okay with it. I shouldn't be, it's not a good thing. But at the same time, you know. Yes, I don't have a bionic arm handy. They were enemies, self-defensive de-aging. Yup. I do wonder if we had like another one of the hearts show up here, what would happen with this? Like, would it result in just a lot of fighting happening that would end up clearing up a bunch of the heart stuff constantly? It'd be curious to see at some point. Alright. And you're about to be out, because I'm sitting here looking at this going, okay, it takes him like 5 days to knock 1 year off. and the person arrived at like 76 or 70, I think it was 76. So it's just taking an absolute eternity to get them de-aged. And RimWorld is one of those games that's just like, nope. You, What is your... Oh, okay. I was reading that wrong. It's like, wait a second, how are you taking 31 years off? It's like, come on, man. We used to have so many more people at higher percentages. Alright, 16. He's even having a nap, and the faction looks like stuffed animals. Sort of. Eeh. Alright, so we've got everyone here. There isn't an easy way to see people's ages, are there? Show only pawns are not completely healthy. Oh yeah, we'll do that. I also need to remember, I still need to convert this person to our ideology. Look, man, the base is mostly a up-and-up, perfectly normal-seeming place. You just don't go into the back rooms. The back rooms are where bad things happen. Yeah, no, I'm willing to bet something like the numbers mod probably would make it possible real fast. Okay, you're not the faction leader. Needs. You feel ever so slightly guilty that you stole their youth. Just a tiny bit, just -3. Not, you don't feel really guilty, but you feel like you probably should feel really guilty. Cool, so that biopod's fine already. Yeah, so that's biotuned to Illicit NZ for like the next year, so. No reason to worry about that too much. And you just have clothes, so we don't need to worry about that. So you're both in there for like 15 days dealing with your stuff. We can turn the power off that. There's no point, I'm not going to be using that. We can turn the power off that one. Jaywalker, you're fully recovered now? Yep, so we can turn the power off this one for right now. Because we'll just wait those out to like retune them or whatever. We're mostly just using these to cure scars. Alright, so we don't have any bionic limbs of any kind ready. Very soon I really need to get a second fabrication bench going. I haven't figured out where I want to put it. Alright, I did talk about previously about just extending this room. That's probably exactly what I'm going to do here. Like, not bother having the second door, just extend this room. Put in our fabrication bench there, rotate the stone cutting table out, make a little bit more space. We'll go here, do not build a roof on that tile. We've got an aesthetic to keep. Reinstall this light. Just over here, I guess. And then we'll need to build a light on this side. Cool. You've been trading with this colony for centuries. We didn't ask them their secrets. They're great. Yeah. Yeah, as long as you just show up normal, like, you know, you got nothing to worry about. We haven't been getting... I think this has got our quest log stuck. That we're just not getting a lot of the normal raids and everything, because the things we're supposed to be getting a raid, so it's just not sure what to do. Gonna just cancel those two. See if it'll offer me something else. All right. We have someone else with a torso or a head scar that needs working on. Hands and feet and all that I don't care about. That's hands and feet are no big deal. You still have a drug problem, but you're getting there. So let's mind numb you real fast so that doesn't get worse. Ah, there you go. So you have a head acid burn. So let's go ahead and get rid of that acid burn off your head. And that'll be our next one healing up. And then once we have more bionic limbs, we'll start going and, you know, swapping out eyes and all that that are injured and all that. Keep all that moving. All right. And little by little, it's all coming together. We can probably pretty soon turn off the granite drill. Okay. And you take all this down. Now reinstall you over here. Reinstall you over there. Mysterious cargo. And you're willing to give me a big old pile of glitter world and some gold. Yes. Give me your mysterious and definitely cargo I do not need to worry about. Is you just give me another revenant's fine? Thanks, man. I appreciate that you're giving me revenants all day. I like getting more revenants. They give me good amounts of bioferrite. They're super easy to contain. They're perfect for when people have a break, because if they kill the revenant, it just goes into a spine, you put it back, and so you get the mood bonus with no real cost. They're quite nice. Hey, Snoot TV, thank you so much for the raid. I really do hope you had yourself a really good stream tonight and everything, but welcome in, Raiders. But how was your stream? What were you streaming and all that good stuff? Getting snooted, apparently. But, Colony is still alive, there for a good time. Always good to hear. But yeah, so playing some RimWorld as well. If you're looking for RimWorld, you can find it over there, so that's always good. What's up, Snoot? Said you had drugs. We've been dealing with them. They're a bad time. We're dealing with a lot of people who developed addictions, dealing with some real rough stuff. Yeah, they were everyone's favorite colors, but as people have gotten moved around, they're just colors now that, you know, are whoever's whatever. But that's fine. You miss some chaos. So we're doing a map called Crater. And it's been just a thing. We had the flesh mass literally filled up this whole space down here, 100% full, all the way to up into there and up into here. Not a single tile left open. And at the same time, Cassy was like, hear me out. How would you like an off-tile mech cluster with a psychic drone going on? Would that help you beat this? Would that help you out having a minus 17 mood on everyone that you can't go to because there's a big freaking flesh thing blocking your door? Hey, what if on top of that, we gave you a metal horror? You wanna do some sleuthing where you can't afford to have your doctors working or your cooks working while you're dealing with these negative mood penalties and all of that? And then she also dropped a defoliator ship right here with 2 legionnaires, and it was something like 6 blaster, is either 5 or 6 like blastered centipedes, and then some, like 2 lancers and some scythers. I'm honestly amazed we're not dead. I'm honestly really amazed we're not dead. Because she straight up is clearly out to get us. That's actually, if you're looking at all these random barricades out here, this is my I don't want to ever have to deal with that crap ever again situation. These are my contain the heart flesh, mass flesh, whatever the heck it's called, containment boxes. So if it spawns in here, it can fill up this capacity, and it can only poke out there. So if I run into trouble, it has to poke itself out there. Meanwhile, I can just smash in from the side or whatever. And then out here, same thing. I'm gonna have like Manhunter packs ruin them and all that, but that's fine. Manhunter packs are not a big deal most of the time. But surprisingly, we're live. The theme of this run, I can actually finish it pretty much. Oh, looks like there's another baby on the way. Cool. The theme of this run is actually like right now I can literally do the anomaly ending game event. I've already done that twice where I've won it. I can build the ship right now if I want to do that. I can Arco Nexus right now. I can literally at any point just go red button, we're done. The gist of this colony is all of this looks like a perfectly normal and reasonable colony. Nothing suspicious or concerning going on. And then you go into the back, and we've been trying to contain as many things that go bump in the night as possible. We were doing really good. I had all but 1 tile on this side full, and pretty close to the same amount here on this side full, until all that stuff I mentioned went down, and dealing with the mood breaks. We had some entities did not survive people sorting out their mood breaks, if you catch my drift. A hare has self-tamed. Sorry to hear that. Desperado lair. So, we have a lair nearby of wasters. I'm going to leave that alone because I don't really care about any of these. I'm sitting on like 5,000 uranium, so that means nothing to me. And we have a climate adjuster on our tile, but hear me out. I have 2. It's fine. It's winter. We're still above freezing. It's fine. Because the one good thing about having all of these locked away, bioferrite is not a problem in this colony. Like, I'm literally just burning bioferrite, putting it on the floor because I find myself having so much of it all the time. So you're saying there's a chance? We had some acceptable losses. So that's the surprising thing. With that wall of flesh, with that whole thing, the only colonist who died was our ghoul, who we resurrected, which happened twice. We made it through all of that, and I do not know how we did not suffer at least 5 or 6 losses. We did have way earlier in the run, man, what event was it that we lost 6 people? It was a raid. Oh, right. We had the event where it's like, hey, there's a kid going to join, they pissed off 2 different factions. Do you want to let them join? We're a guilty we're a guilty colony, which means if I say no, everyone takes like a massive mood penalty for a long time. Like it's like 9 penalty for 8 days for saying no. So it's like, okay, we're saying yes. So 100 enemies showed up down here and started fighting each other out. One just steamrolled the other. And so I got in position here to be like, all right, they're going to go through and we're going to fight them. And meanwhile, low-key, they dropped over here another 50 people. And we didn't have any of these barricades or any of that there at the time. And so it's like, oh crap, I have put myself in a position with like 16 people that I have no cover. and I have nowhere I can go. And it took some time. I managed to get around here with no losses, managed to get all the way around here. And this used to be open on this side, and fought them from this side. I managed to not lose anyone, but by then, the remainder had fought through, got through, and I was getting hit from this side and that side, slowly pushed in the corner between all the toxic grenades and all that. And it was bad. 2 people got kidnapped, 4 got killed. We did manage to resurrect... No, we resurrected 2 of them. One body was instantly destroyed, and the other body was too far gone. It's been ridiculous. And on top of that, we actually are sitting on a nice sweet... Oh, come on. 3 resurrection serum that I have nothing to do with, which is great. It has been brutal. I am still amazed we didn't die last night to that wall of flesh. Yeah, we did clear the heart. That stupid heart was there for like, with fast forward nearly on, like higher fast forward and all that, nearly like 6-7 play hours. That heart was... I was expecting that to be done. Link's in the animal pen. Excuse you? You know what, you've got this, Ghoul. At this point, Ghoul, you are jacked to the moon. I don't need to send backup. You got this, friend. The Ghoul's totally gonna die just to show me up. And pop the defense. I mean, so far the Ghoul is the only one who's done any... Ghoul wrecked it. Didn't he? Link's barely participated. Link's in bio. In so many ways, the internet's become such an awful place. All right, you take it easy, Snoot. You sleep well and all that stuff. Thank you so much for the raid and all that stuff. And I do appreciate one popping. I'm just checking my own time just with that. I still got good at least another hour of stream and all to go. But I guess I should be introducing myself. For those who are new to the channel, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm actually most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed at 135,121 zombies killed in one character, one life with no mods to change itemization or vehicles. That said, that record has been beaten, but it was a claim to fame I did have for a good while that I have no intentions of ever trying to reclaim because it's just too much time. But that said, I did play a variety of games. RimWorld is probably the most consistently played game on the channel. Usually what I'll do is I'll play it for a number of weeks, so I'll take a couple weeks off, couple weeks off. You get the idea. But play a lot of simulation, tycoon, settlement builder, city builder, a little bit of roguelike here and there. The rare survival game, all that good stuff. You would have come in with the Snoot raid, but you had to work stuffs. Now you're here on your own volition. Nice. Yeah, Slice of Life. I do play a lot of Slice of Life life sim as well. So your Stardew Valleys, Coral Islands, Sun Havens, those kind of things. Have I ever played Enter the Gungeon? I have not. I have it, and I've heard nothing but good things. I just haven't gotten to a whole lot of really good games. I just need each day to be like twice as long. And somehow for me to be functional with that much time in a day. Alright, how are we doing with the pollution tree? It's definitely not keeping up. We are definitely slowly losing the battle with pollution. Oh, right. I was going to do a bunch of gene alteration stuff. We've been collecting a whole bunch of that. I forgot about that. Because I got a bunch of really good genes, and I'd like to get my people having the robust, really fast healing, and then just anything else useful for that character. That way, as I'm doing these fights, just, fight's done, step out, you're good to go, come back in. Not quite that fast, it's not ghoul fast, but you get the idea. Be able to get back into the fight relatively quickly. And I'm literally just leaving these there as a defensive measure. I have no reason to care about it. That -10, like I said, I'm staying above freezing when our power isn't knocked out. So I don't care. I've got 400 meals made. I got another 8,000 food almost. And we are doing fine, just recovering a bunch of stuff. It's fine. We are at the phase of curing everyone's scars just because we can. We got another good sculpture. We'll go ahead and plunk it in one of the bedrooms. And then the whole reason I expanded this room is for a second fabrication table. We're at that point that it's just taking too long for components to happen, and so I want more components to happen. If you like roguelikes, it's pretty fun game, but pretty hard. That's no problem. Yeah, like I said, I've heard really good things. I've intended to play it. It's probably, I don't know if it's one I'll play on the channel. We'll see. The roguelites haven't done super well on the channel in the past, but every once in a while I'll break out something like that on the channel anyways. Been playing a lot of RimWorld lately. I've been very much enjoying Anomaly. I know it is a controversial take to a lot of people, but for me personally, Anomaly has been my favorite DLC so far. Let's see. So we got a chair with the masterwork. An engraving in this furniture shows a muffalo crawling across the sun-baked dirt with red dry skin. 9 unmoving lions surround the scene. The image contrasts the decay with mercy. Contrast decay with mercy. Besides that, the whole image depicted by a carefully arrangement of thousands of artichokes. This portrayal relates to a muffalo getting heat stroke on the 7th of August. Alright. Was that black thing placed there on the right on purpose? Or is it accidentally... Was the black thing placed there on purpose? Or is it totally accidental that your base kind of looks like an eyeball with a laser focus? Or a boob? The black thing? I mean, anything you're seeing was not intentional. Because I'm definitely not seeing anything to me that makes me think eyeball with a laser. Unless I'm not looking at the right place. Oh, the monolith? Yeah, that's a monolith. Yeah, no, you're typically not going to see me do stuff like draw like boobs or whatever in stuff in the ground. That's not really my vibe. Nothing wrong with it, just not my thing. Oh, also, with how long our colony's been alive, our Harbinger forest is quite healthy. Oh, so you're trying to say, like, this would be the pupil kind of thing? Looks like a mesh of colors, the paint palette. Red canvas when Greek has left. Birthday. So Rual has reached the biological age of 56 and has developed a bad back. I literally just de-aged you, and you got bad back. Well... Okay. We can fix that. Alright. Add bionic spine. Bring that up here. And all that. We literally... That pawn showed up in our colony, and they were 76 years old, and we have worked really hard to bring that age down. And... now that they're young, they get bad... Well, young, relatively speaking. They get bad back. Thanks, game. Much appreciated. You wish someone could de-age you and give you a new back? I know, right? That's, There's been a lot of games I've joked about that be wonderful to have medicines as depicted in games. I still think, like, for me... If you could choose any one of the ones from, like, any of the games, the antidepressants from Project Zomboid, if someone could make those exist in the real world, would be amazing. That you are at, like, literally maximum depression. There is not a higher level of depression that is achievable. And you pop a pill, and within half an hour, you are literally, like, max happiness. And you're just like, if only, and it's not just max happiness like for the duration of the pills, like chemicals helping your brain or whatever. Literally, it cures your depression. I was like, could you imagine just being like, I have severe depression. Pop, no, I don't. If only medicine worked like that in the real world. Where it's like, you have this horrible problem, and now you don't. See you next week, except I won't because you don't need my services anymore. I don't think the way you de-age would be a good thing. Hey, we have had people de-age inside the Biosculpt pod. A little. We may de-age in other ways too. But don't worry about what happens in the spooky rooms that don't exist in the back area. Oh, also, the other place we have is our toxic waste dump in the other area. For the record, I actually gave myself the artificial rule of my actual colony has to stay in the crater. Only the things we don't want the world to know about happen in the mountain. Yeah. That is a lot of spooky rooms. It is a lot of spooky rooms. You like the green canvas room? Yeah. I try to do stuff to keep the colonies looking interesting and nice. Oh, we should probably get these rooms painted too. Your favorite color is kind of a forest green. Can I get a shout out for Salberry, by the way? Another fantastic creator on the platform. Definitely someone to hang out with. I think that's dark olive is probably the closest. Definitely someone to check out. Playing a lot of V Rising and all that later. Lately. And does like. You've actually not played this DLC. How's it going? Oh, the DLC is great. While I would say it is kind of a somewhat controversial take, for me, it is my favorite DLC so far. And I know a number of people will challenge me on that, and so let me preface that by saying, because it makes you play the game differently. If we go back to the way RimWorld used to be, raiders show up on edge of map, go in. Raiders show up on edge of map, make you come out. Raiders show up right there in map. That is every interaction of raiders in vanilla, which is not me saying it's bad, but with how much this DLC changes everything about that, it makes those feel kind of stale as fights, because it's kind of like, oh, the fight is just smash your head against the enemy, versus, the different ones where like things will sneak up and spook on you, like the Revenant does, or the happy fun murder sphere. Oh yeah, I don't want to spoil anyone on the anomalies that are out there, but there are ones that like you are given this thing, this is a thing of true power. You have given me a weapon of terrifying potential. Also, it doesn't distinguish friend from foe. So, I can push the big green go button, and we just hope it all works out. Alright, so you're dealing with drug withdrawal. I'm actually perfectly okay with Entity Slayer nowadays, because, low-key, them targeting the Revenants is my favorite. I'm really hoping they do, so we could show off why it's my favorite. Nope, not today. Sorry, Gore Hulk. You didn't make it. It's fine. We'll get more of you. Illicit NZ is recovering from a drug addiction that came from dealing with a wall of flesh. Are those prisoners? They are things that go bump in the night. They're kind of a more extreme type of prisoner, in that they are strapped to a table, we don't feed them, and we are drawing bone-like material out of their body to use as a crafting material? Yeah, so it's SCP containment. Exactly, it's SCP containment. With all the concerning side effects of it. Like that thing getting free would be no fun. Luckily, as long as I keep it suppressed, that's not a problem. All these other ones, like literally that's the only one that's dangerous to me at this phase of the game. The other ones, honestly, the ghoul could solo pretty close to all the other ones. These ones I gotta chase around, the Revenants. But yeah, no, it's a lot of fun. I really enjoy. I know there's a lot of people who don't like the Revenant encounter. I really enjoy that. there's a lot of people who don't like the gray flesh encounter. I like that, even though that one can be really concerning. For those who don't know, imagine RimWorld, but Among Us. Basically that. Except, you know, instead of killing your other people, it's contagious. That they will attempt to contaminate each other. Alright, so you're giving me a temperature reduction, and you're hitting me with a cold snap. Let's see how these handle the stack to it. I think we will get below freezing and we'll lose our crops, but I don't really care. But yeah, no, Anomaly is my favorite DLC so far. I would say it doesn't have as much replay value as Ideology or Biotech. But I feel like it differentiates the formula more than a lot of the other DLCs have historically. Like, I would argue the next closest one that has differentiated the formula would be Ideology. Because depending on what you base your ideology is going to change the way you play your colony. So don't worry about what's going to happen in this back room. So who is our oldest person? Who is our oldest person? We got 56 years old. I think 56 might be our oldest. Oh, nope. Illicit NZ has reached 60. So you'll be handling that. And who has our most psychic power or whatever? I really wish there was sorting on this. I know there's another one who's like 115, 117. Yeah, pay no attention to what's happening behind the curtains. Nothing of ethical concerns are happening back here. Let's see, you just picked up Biotech, your first DLC purchase. Having a hard time sticking to one run. Any recommendations? I mean, especially if you're early on, it's totally fine to flip runs a lot. What is taking the last person so long? Who's? You're not in with the pods, are you? No. What are we missing? Why are you so slow? Oh, because you have an addiction that's not being handled. Yeah, so don't worry about what's happening in the back room here with our prisoner. Our 36-year-old prisoner and our 60-year-old illicit NZ, just ignore everything that's happening. Nothing unethical could possibly happen in this perfectly reasonable colony. To be honest, generally when I play RimWorld, I actually do usually play relatively like good people. But this de-aging thing is just too powerful. This de-aging thing is too powerful to not do. You can de-age them? Someone will be de-aged. So with that, Illicit NZ is now down from 63 to 43, and don't worry about our guest here who's now 53 years old. Don't worry about it. Nothing super awful is happening. Are you playing with child raiders? No. That is not something that interests me at all. Like, we get children, sometimes stuff happens, yeah, so you leech life from one another? Yes. Yes, that's what that ability does. You burn a little bit of that bone stuff I mentioned you pull out of the spooky things up there, and you run a little ritual. To be fair, we feel mildly guilty about it. Just a little guilty about it. Like, it's not enough that's going to keep us up at night, but you know, you think about it once or twice, and then you forget about it after about 5 days. It's fine. Bulk goods trader ship coming through. Okay, let's go ahead and have you're in a pod, so you can't do it. Let's have Otan do it. Talk to our trading good. 5 days of guilt for 17-year life extension. Uh-huh. Alright, so we can use the nitro, for making all of our stuff. Oh, here we go. We can finally get some of this muffalo. So everything I want out of here, I'm taking. I'll even take the go juice because we do have a Hussar, which means they need go juice to not die, which is kind of a big deal. Yeah, I'll go ahead and get the worn out pants. I'll take all your gold because I'm going to click on this button to give up the, oh, I actually have buff bison wool. We can go right down here to the blue fur, and now they're giving me literally all of their money. Okay. You really don't have anything else I particularly want, which is kind of a shame. I'll take your... No, I actually have like 15,000 steel. I really don't want your steel. I'll take your plasteel, just on principle. And we can go here and say muffalo. Yeah, so you can't afford my muffalo wool. You know what? Good enough for me. Alright. But yeah. It'd be for the greater good of chat. What a bunch of Democrats. What? We think about it for a few days, then it never happened. Yeah, and let's not bring up like political parties or whatever. It's not that nothing political ever comes up here, but the moment you start calling it on like individual political parties or whatever, a bunch of people stop engaging in meaningful conversation at that point, and then, you know, get upset. Like, so we can certainly talk about different issues going on, which I still, even that I do solely in a controlled amount or whatever, but try to not go too far and all that. Life is tough on the rim. Life do be tough on the rim. So hopefully we get this done. And hopefully we can get these addictions sorted. We are working on it. And part of how we're working on it... Are you sneaking doses of drugs? Because you should have a minus 35 here. Alright, so yeah, so we have of 35 withdrawal. Ah, you've got Void Catharsis. So once the Void Catharsis wears out... Oh, our allies showed up. Don't worry about what's happening down here. I may have been ignoring my problems for a long time. Did you successfully kill any of them? No, it's not looking like you did. Okay, so what we're going to have everyone do is really fast, everyone's going to run inside a building. That way all these things that are coming after me right now, we could just make it so they cannot find their target, and they'll go back out there. You're too happy, are you high right now? I mean, it's not wrong. That is kind of what we're dealing with. Because when we had a bunch of, like, really awful combination of stacking events, we were dealing with lots of mood breaks, and people would have mood breaks and sneak in some drugs to make themselves happier, and addictions happened. And we have been working on getting those addictions sorted out ever since. Let's have you pop in to get your genes extracted. What can we do? So let's choose our first contestant, Sentient Cookie. So, Sentient Cookie, which I forgot we actually gave you a xenotype called Cookie. But Sentient Cookie in our colony is our crafter. That's pretty much what they do, is they craft. Nothing else. Just craft. If we were to make... Let's not... We already did that before. Let's go to... You're an Impid. You are a Baseliner. Okay, so we've got someone who does construction and plants. Everything else is fine. Construction and plants. What can we make for you? Alright. So I want super fast wound healing and robust. Dead calm if I could fit that in there. So you don't need to socialize. You don't need to cook. You don't need to mine. You don't need to animals. Can we get another +1 in there? I really don't want to give you slow runner. That is not a thing I'm considering. Okay. So I can't really get all those things. I'm not taking near sight, so I'll give up dead calm. And this will be sextuple. We're going to go through Sextuple, and we are going to go ahead and make it so they heal real fast, they're robust, and they're bad at everything that's not a priority in their life. Wait, that was in Sextuple. Did I give it the wrong... Oh. I was clicking on the wrong person. That's fine. This will get a little bit weird. I want to see the list. It's fine. I'm actually supposed to be giving that to No Good Nick. Not Sextuple. So weirdly, we're going to make No Good Nick's bio or like xenotype Sextuple. It'll be a little confusing, but it's fine. Because I didn't have plants as a negative. Yep, so that's fine. Alright. Because we're doing some biological alterations. Oh, wait, I can also do stuff with you. So you were a pigskin to start with. We can improve. We can make you better. We can make our ghouls stronger. Were you at least tough? I thought you were tough. No. You were a sickly nudist who had chemical fascination, and I was like, I'm not dealing with this, and I made you a ghoul. That's how you came to be. I remember that now. You always wanted to have drugs, and you're constantly getting ill, and I'm like, I am not dealing with this, because you had, like, no other good skills other than melee, so I'm like, you know what? Ghoul it is. You now live your life eating raw meat and mauling anything I point you at. As you would have wanted it. Okay. That heart was really fun, though. Oh, yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, I was getting stressed out by it. Yeah, so we gotta wait till someone's free to craft that. And then once Draconic pops out, we'll get the next person in. We'll keep drawing out the genes and all that. Till we got pretty much everything we can possibly want. Is this full? Did I actually fill these? Oh, no. Hang on. We need to expand our gene containment real fast. Did you also finally take out the droner? Yeah. Yeah, we managed to finally get the Boomalope to get me enough stuff to be able to jump out and deal with it. Strong immunity again. That's like our 8th time getting strong immunity. I'm exaggerating. It's about the 5th. Have you pop in as the genie. And we've been just trading away the ones we don't want. Trying to remember, was it science that does that? Is there science or crafting? And I don't remember which. Oh, I dye the floors to keep them interesting. This blue is just, it was randomly drawn, but it's our ideology color. We should also be having a baby, like, any second now. I just remembered that we have that baby coming, and it's not here yet. So get your blue. Okay. That's pretty much what I do, is I just choose their favorite color and dye them. As they moved around and I've lost track of who had what bed, I've just left it alone. But that's the reasons why I have a very high representation of purple. It just so happens we have a very high representation of people in this colony who like the color purple. Which is fair. Purple is a pretty popular color in real life. Alright, so we got 7, 16, and 11 days, so they pop out. Sans scars. How are we doing on making our bionics, by the way? We did get a bionic eye done. So there was someone here who had a scarred eye that I was intending on replacing. And I don't remember who it was. It may have even been one of the people who we popped in for like a more serious scar, and it got cured just by along the way. I've gotten to the point that I'm just keeping an arm and a leg and an eye handy. Enough people lose digits that I find it worth my while. Alright, so you're gonna have your mood start taking a hit here once that bonus drops. So we'll go ahead and do that. you're in the same boat where you're about to take a mood hit as well, because your Void Catharsis will be dropping. So we're gonna go ahead and hit the Mind Numb, so that we are incapable of emotions for a little while. That way we can't be sad. All right, cool. The cold snap's over, so we can get everything growing again. All right, I've already had a number of instances of awful social. So Sentient Cookie has no reason to climb in the machine because they were basically assembled from genes I had already got. So I can only get what I've already got from that. Colonist needs rescue. Why? Oh, food poisoning. Yeah, that'll do it. You're inside the machine. You're inside the machine. Rescue them. Is there a reason you walled the Steam guys are like that? Yeah, it didn't have enough space to really put a geothermal here with how I was building. So I blocked it off. If you look at it, the reason it's not overheating is I did actually, there is no roof over it. But it was just kind of in a really bad position for me to use. Because we have this big long stripe of fertile soil that we've been using. And just the way it's building up naturally, I didn't need it. I mean, these days, with the bioferrite generators, power's not a problem. You just gotta keep the scary things locked in your basement and everything's fine. As long as you keep a few scary things in your basement, you're good to go. I'm honestly surprised. Well, actually, they did more damage than Climate Adjuster. I'm down just to leave that thing over there. With these two overpowering it now, like I'm literally making my whole map heated, I just don't feel any incentive or any reason to go down there and do any of that. As far as I'm concerned, this is my anti-raid defense. Till we get like a really big proper raid. Oh, also de-aging them causes them to get scars on their brain. So you know that's not great. It's probably okay. Warden for hire. You're willing to give me... But you're going to throw a 2x size cluster nearby. You know what? I already have a good Zeus hammer, and I already have more uranium than I need to know what to do with. I could take the Goodwill, but honestly, I have another way I could do the Goodwill, which is to just take this pod and just click on the world map. Oh, actually, you're pretty far out there. I may not be able to do that. I was going to say, I could literally just launch Buffalo Wool at you. I probably will, actually. Let's go to this fuel, top her off. All the way up. All the way up. Pod, load pod, items, Buffalo Wool. To the moon. The ones who get de-aged or the ones who take the years? The ones who get de-age. The ones who gain the age have no negative effects. You can also steal skills from people, too. You take half of whatever their highest skill is. Which is pretty sweet. Okay. So everyone's got their genes regrowing we care about right now. It's gotta be crafting. I probably just need more people assigned to crafting at this phase of the game. I'm honestly surprised I'm not seeing idle listed here constantly. Because with all of our researchers that no longer have anything to research, you don't need to be on that. There's just a lot of people who I would assume have nothing to do. Like, there's lots of hauling and cleaning, sure, but I wouldn't think that much. Okay, so you're back up, so go grab your nerve spiker and get on with your day. You do have the Mind Numb Serum going, so you're good to not throw a fit for a little while longer till you get over your addictions. We're gonna go ahead and turn that off because I got a decent amount of that. We're still waiting on the sandstone, so that's fine. And are you all loaded up? I actually didn't check to see how much I am supposed to be loading up. I'm mostly actually loading up a ton of this buffalo wool to get it out of here, because this is getting just too full. I probably should make another storage room, but I don't want to, because that just ends up being more and more wealth I'm just piling on and not putting to any kind of use. But we'll just send this to the Empire to basically become besties with them. Alright. Was it ritual time? No. Randomly, that just reminds me. Oh, I can't conversion ceremony because the person who would do it is currently sitting in a biosculpting pod. Alright, so once we do that, we will we'll work on getting our buddy here to be the same as the rest of us. Okay. Alright, you're mostly already over stealing years off of someone's life. Mostly. Not quite there, but we'll get there, don't worry. Alright, pod is ready to launch. Plus 60 reputation. Build a new pod. And we are now allied with the Empire. Just like that, we are besties. Did your wet nurse just bought the baby into the prisoner's room to play with the baby in front of the paralyzed prisoner? This game. Yeah. How have we not had that baby yet? Like, we've been third trimester a while. We got the warning being like, yo, baby's about to show up. Oh, you know what? I bet. Who is having the baby? That's why. You're basically in cryostasis with the baby. That explains that. That's fine. The moment we pop out, it's as if nothing happened. I mean, it's RimWorld. We're literally biogenically repairing all damage. So it's just gonna be an extra healthy baby. That's all. I just lost track of who had the baby, because I think we have 2 of them coming up. We finally got our nursery built. And just because I can, furnitures, baby decorations. Put some baby decorations in here. Boxes of toys. Put some boxes of toys in here. Do they actually matter? Not really. But they're neat. So that's something. Alright, so the downside is I don't really have a good place to put a classroom. I could shove it down here, facing out. Infestation. Alright, that's probably going to be really easy to handle. Okay, so plan to start with is get you here, because we probably won't be able to get the others in there, like to the other places in time. And bunch you all up back here. So it looks like a pretty big one. It's doing this whole... Ooh, this is a real big infestation. It's going all the way up that way and this way. New plan. Set up here. And then pile in behind that. Because we got a big infestation coming. All right, drop the flare. New plan. Weaponized metal shingles. Did I mention I usually don't worry about infestations at all these days? Like, you fight them, but as far as, like, a real threat... Like, I'm even holding back in this one. If I get one of these ones behind me, I'm down to shoot fire behind us to scatter anything behind us. Stun the ones behind us. I don't have melee on that side. You mind getting aggroed real fast? There you go. Why are you so slow? Oh yeah, food poisoning will do that. Alright, so with that, let's just pop up here real fast. Oh, wait. Big guy's changed its mind. Alright, let's deal with that one. Some of these will probably end up getting back up by just the sheer number. Alright, so let's pile everyone in the corner here and let them just shooting gallery the hives. We can go to the wildlife. We got 3 mega spiders, 2 speedoids that are not actually dead, they're just downed. Cookie, just get out of here. Okay, we've had our first injury in this fight. It was friendly fire. JD took a hit from someone. Oh no, I take that back. That wasn't friendly fire. My apologies. And it is all sorted. There's no more nests I'm missing. Let's do a search. Hive. Ah, there are. There are 2 up here. Okay. Poor Cookie ate bad food. Yep. Yeah, so only our melee pawn got hit there. Everyone else was just fine. Hey. You go up there and you smack that. All the rest of you... Who do we have that I don't want to be selected? All the rest of you just do what you want. So prioritize. You're not assigned to hunting. Prioritize hunting. Prioritize hunting. Prioritize hunting. And that's all sorted. And you're all sorted too. So cool. And with that, we took almost no damage from that entire fight. Just JD took a couple little scritchy scratches, and otherwise in perfectly good condition. Everyone else is perfectly fine. I generally find just doing the thing where you bottleneck them into one channel, as long as you give enough room to put some people behind it, infestations are not that big of a worry. Because like you saw, that was a pretty beefy infestation. Okay, so we have this. Unfortunately, our leader is currently in one of these pods. I actually remember who is our leader. So you're a moral... Oh, you know what? You lost your title at some point. They definitely probably got arrested at some point because of, like, mood breaks or wanting to murder someone else or addiction or something that I had to arrest them to mitigate the issue. What is this game? This is RimWorld. It is a colony building game that basically there's like a storyteller behind the scenes who pretty much tries to screw things on you very regularly. But it's a pretty excellent game. So meanwhile, with that, I would like to begin the ceremony. Meanwhile, JD is bleeding. Don't worry about it. It's probably okay. Are you still bleeding? No, you're treated. Never mind. They're having ourselves a little bit of a party in here real fast. Try to help everyone's moods a little bit. I don't actually need it, but we're going to go for the mood buff. That was right. I had debated changing our ideology so that rotting corpses wouldn't upset us. Because with how big the raids are getting, rotting corpses are a big problem. Hey, we had fun. Cool. Everyone stood around and had a nice little conversation and had a relatively good time. Don't worry about whether it says psychic abduction can be done again. It's fine. There's nothing here to worry about. We're definitely not doing anything to worry about. We are just reaching out to our neighbors and welcoming them over. We're just welcoming over the neighbors, that's all. Yeah, you know, just making sure they know that they're welcome here. Okay. Are you still dealing with food poisoning? Well, you're recovering. That's fine. We'll get you there. We may have welcomed quite a few faction leaders from other factions. To be honest, we actually recruited more of them into our faction than other unspecified outcomes had occurred. We may have made one or two of them into meat. And I don't mean cannibalism. We actually had an ability that exploded people into meat everywhere. Too smart, body purist, deaf, psychically... Alright, I mean, that is a strong pawn. I actually don't think I want more pawns, so you're a psychic choker. And the psychic choker's leader is Teddy. You are not their leader. That's fine. We're gonna have ourselves a little snacky snack, and then you can go ahead and join the colony. They're kind enough to even bring us a free medicine. Psychic ritual victim, minus 18. An ability to make people explode. So, sound unflawed logic. It is honestly a very impressive ability, and also pretty rough. So hear me out. So you're 46, you're 53. You know what? I feel like you've been through enough. Mali, I think you've been through enough. You can leave. We'll let you go. Don't worry about what's going on down here. We'll let you go. It's fine. I already got what I wanted out of you. We'll just go ahead and get the next person. You can have a grand old time. Oh yeah, Hemogen farm you as well. So convert, Hemogen farm. Cool. How far out there are you gonna go? You're starting to make me a little bit nervous. That's far enough. You can go inside. Oh no! Apparently the prisoner is escaping. Well, no one could have ever predicted this outcome. I'm not liking all the wargs running into my base right now, which does feel kind of like I deserved that. Oh, don't leave. All right. Major break risk on illicit NZ because of drug withdrawals. So you can go ahead and leave here, take your stuff that makes you not feel, and we can get on that later. Let's pop down here real fast, get our melee team in position, and blast that warg. And this warg realizes what's up and wants no part of this. Unfortunately, you're a dangerous animal inside my base, and I can't let that stand because you're absolutely going to try to eat one of my people after a while. And I do not want you running ahead. You'll get shot in accident. Okay, the point is, dangerous animals dealt with. You're getting upset because you have your drug addiction that we're trying to deal with. You're almost over it. You're at 78%. You're almost in the clear where your addiction will let off and we cannot have to worry about it anymore. Which has been a very long time coming. Okay. Meanwhile, for you... Wait, whoa, 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 whoa! Where are you going? You're not allowed out there. Do you see Area 1 out here? I don't see Area 1 out here. Literally, I see one singular tile. Don't worry about it. It's fine. We'll just leave that alone. Luckily, it was foggy rain, so their accuracy was terrible. Because that would have been a really not fun way to lose a pawn. You gonna really push Scyther by yourself where you're gonna get rocked? Are you really doing it? I mean, it's bold if you are. Alright, we're doing it. I mean, you want to show up all by yourself, that's a you problem, friend. Okay, I see. They changed their mind at the last second. Alright. So we have another 5 hours until we can make some age corrections. Are you ever gonna do that? I gotta remember, I think that's crafting. So JD can pop into the machine. We've got another art piece that we can put in here to make that room nicer. Alright, sorry about that. Yeah, so we're working on getting that bench up. Oh, you know what? I don't think you're set to go high enough on components. Alright, yeah, so I gotta get you up to 20 components to make another bench. That's fine. That makes sense. We'll get there eventually. That's the whole thing about this one, is I'm trying to get enough components so I can get a second bench up so I can have more than one person working. We do need to start prioritizing more crafters and all that. Alright, we can get that out of the way. We got plenty of materials here. We're working on getting more sandstone pulled up. Once the sandstone's done, I'm just going to turn off all the drills for a while. I only have the one going, the sandstone drills here. We can turn off our drills and let our mining people do something else. It's actually probably something I should already be doing. If you don't have passion in it, don't do it. We can take plant cut back off the schedule for a lot of these people. We had that turned way up for blight. Okay. Bills? Honestly, make more simple meals. So that way we just keep using up the Thrumbo fur, because now that I have that, and we're getting the twisted flesh. Oh my god, I forgot how much twisted flesh this thing produces. Alright, here's the deal. These shelves over here, we're going to unlink those, relink them, storage, clear, and you will be... Where are we at? Twisted meat. Cool. And then these, no twisted meat. That way this shelves will be like the ghoul feed shelves, and then the rest will be everything else. And that way any bonus twisted flesh we're getting out of this thing can just sit on the floor and we don't have to worry about it. Because I don't need 3,700 twisted flesh. Distress signal? Nah, it's fine. And how are we doing on our wool? Because it took about 4,000 something wool to fill up the last one. Yeah, so we're pretty low. But if we get back up to that, we could send a pod over to one of our enemies and make them our friends. Okay, let's grab Sentient Cookie. What are you doing? You're making a component? Make the Xenogerm. I need more crafters. That's basically where we're at, is I need more crafters. And realistically to do that, I'm gonna need people to not be needing other things. And probably deprioritize your cooking a little bit. And that'll help. And I could also deprioritize your cooking a little bit. And that would help. Because it should still leave me... They'll still leave me with Craven cooking. Yeah, so Craven will still be cooking, as will Groots. And that should be fine. If not, we can make an adjustment later. Where did you go? Oh, you just immediately went back to making a component. You didn't even finish it. Alright, whatever. Yeah, so just trying to get more people on crafting to just keep things moving. Oh, you're still processing all the insect bodies. That's fine. All right. Trying to think if there's any other thing that I have just a lot of that'd be like, get this out of here, but not really. Like, we could probably spare the cloth, but it's probably not worth that much. I'll wait till it builds up a bit more. Yeah, and our steel is still good. We're at 13,000. We were at 17,000. We are wearing it down, but it's really not hard for me to get a lot more steel with the drills all going. And honestly, probably turn that drill off too at this point. Because by the time they get all these chunks up, we're probably sitting at about 500-600 sandstone blocks. I don't really have need for more than that. Like, when we get down here, we'll expand this, so we'll get a bit more, but that's fine. In the meantime, I just don't see a need to worry about it. Okay. Alright, how much longer do you have in here? 4 days, 7 days, 12 days. And then they'll pop out with all their scars mostly cured. Okay, your genes are regrowing. We can pop you back in. We'll definitely want to eventually find like either a high mate or we got a couple of a waster. We got a couple different xenotypes not represented in the colony. Which actually, now I think about it, I could probably just pull you in there and have you. Well, no, are you baseliner? No, you're Hussar. I already have a Hussar that we're doing. Okay. So, who is our oldest now? We got 44. 52. Illicit is down to 43. So 52 is the highest I'm seeing so far. We got another 52 there. 56. Oh, I can't do anything with you. Alright, well, look. Buddy. We have a problem here. And that problem is, you're a useless prisoner to me. And the other problem is, I really don't want to walk outside my base to let you go. Every time I open that door, things explode, and it's kind of scary. So, I'm not going to kill you because my people get upset with me if I do that. And I really don't want to recruit you, so I'm really at an impasse of what I'm doing with you. For right now, we'll just keep you here and we'll convert your ideology. But which, for the record, this actually wouldn't be that hard of a situation for me to deal with. I could just pick on it with mortars until that's dead and they go for their proper attack. And usually by then, these will all attack. Hey, the Xenogerm's done. Alright, so we will order the implantation on that on No Good Nick. Oh, that's interesting you're not murdering the cows. I would have figured the mechs would have absolutely obliterated the cows the moment they showed up on the map. No, you're starving on that. Alright, so next one. So you're an Impid. You have No Good Nick. You are Yekin. Alright, so we have Kalaria Star here, who does plants, animals, medical, and construction. What can we make for Kalaria? I want fast wound healing as much as we can. So you're not mining, you're not our cook. You do animals. We can do without... Wonder why one social... Oh, one's minus... Okay. Interesting. So that would be a neutral. Alright. We could just keep it at that. Cooking, mining, social are the ones who get negatives. If there's anyone else we can get for a negative that wouldn't affect them. We don't want to make them short-sighted. I think we're good with that. And we'll just double check. You do animals. Yeah, so you're not a cook. So that's fine. So that one's for Kalaria Star to make them be able to endure more damage and heal way faster. Major break risk on you because you're really getting hungry in that machine. To the point you're actually hitting malnourished. My bad. Should have made sure you had a snack before you got in. Like, you'll get out before you starve to death or anything. You're just You're just getting real hangry in that machine. Yep. Stream does wrap up pretty soon. Which then we'll go see who we can find to drop a raid. If it's someone else playing RimWorld, or if I can't find someone else playing RimWorld, you know, check out someone who we know makes good content, that kind of thing. I was really surprised yesterday when we were playing RimWorld and we went to raid out at the end, and there was only one other person who had, like, really anyone hanging out, and it was... They were rapping when it came to RimWorld. Strong Melee. That is one I will put to use. That means what we could do is after we get, Wait, did I already produce it? Wait, did I miss it? Okay, well, order implantation into... Where's Claria? Where are you at? Claria Star. Okay, so if we were making the ghoul, we can go recombine, robust fast healing, strong melee, and we can make awful social, awful mining, poor cooking, poor animals, and nearsighted and reduced pain. I can't quite go to that level of complexity. Honestly, Ghoul being a smidge hungrier than it is now, I think is totally acceptable to me. Because unfortunately, while nearsighted wouldn't bother me at all, and reduced pain probably doesn't matter for that one, that's fine. So that'll be for a ghoul to get. I believe you can German plant a ghoul. If not, I'm gonna be pretty sad. Hey, we actually have people who are idle finally. Okay, so it's White Jaguar. Right, because we've shut down a bunch of the drills. Yeah, Philinox. Yep. And I could have them help craft. You may need more complexity. Yeah. I probably will need to do that anyway, so we could add that now. I haven't had to worry about too much, because usually I don't need more than 2 of these. It's hard to find a reasonable set of stat combinations that's worth doing. That room's getting pretty crowded too, but that's fine. Yeah, so they were only showing us idle pen needed. I have a pen. I'm not welcoming the cows in. They can sit out there. All right. Okay, that said, before Cassandra starts another big old mountain of stuff that she goes to throw at me, it is getting to be about that time. For those new to the channel, I do stream from about 7 p.m. EST till about 4 a.m. EST, which is right about now. So that said, we are going to be wrapping up, but don't go anywhere. We're going to go find someone for us to raid. If you're over on YouTube and TikTok, those streams will end abruptly because there's no such thing as raiding on those platforms. But here on Twitch, we're going to go find someone to raid. If you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to follow the channel. That way we can find our way back here in the future. That said, you're going to want to grab that raid message that Eonek